Hello, everyone. Namaste. Dr. Noble, Dr. Turner, all the participants. It's very nice to meet with you this morning here in New Jersey, and I know it's the afternoon.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
You
Yes,
can hear me.
Yes, we are.
But for some reason, the video doesn't seem to be working.
Yes, we see the video is frozen.
It's frozen, yes.
Yes.
Shall I try and reconnect?
Sure.
I can stop video and restart. That's one possibility. Yes,
Oh,
that does the trick.
yes, that has worked. Wonderful.
That works. Yes.
Sumango Devi, Dhanava Pranam. So we are Dr. JUARRERO. Nice to meet with you. Hello. We will be starting promptly here at 6:30 in New Jersey. And I just have a few words before we move on to our first speaker, Dr. DENIS Noble, which will begin in 15 minutes. So first, we just offer our love and respect to our gurus in the lineage of Sri Chaitanya Saraswat, who, under his affectionate guidance and instruction, this conference series has been going on since 2013. So just offer a humble prayer. Om Gana Timirin Hasya Gnanjana Shalakaya Chakshur and Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. This overarching conference series and this year's particular topic are completely inspired by the work of Dr. B. MADHAVA Puri, the serving director of the Bhaktivedanta Institute of Spiritual Culture and Science, Princeton, New Jersey, USA. We also acknowledge that today is the eve of the birth of the Bhaktivedanta Institute's founding director, Dr. Tharam Damodar Singh, also known as Bhakti Swarup Damodar Maharaj. So just a little background on the conference topic. In 1983, Barbara McClintock gave a Nobel lecture where she challenged 21st century science to, quote, determine the extent of knowledge the cell has of itself and how it utilizes this knowledge in a thoughtful manner when challenged, end quote. Since then, significant scientific progress has been made in recognizing that all cells are cognitive and that they exercise self, non-self discrimination in various ways. It has even inspired contemporary scientists like synthetic biologist Michael Levin to critically inquire about the self, as seen in his paper, The Computational Boundary of a Self, Developmental Bioelectricity Drives Multicellularity and Scale-Free Cognition, published in 2019 in Frontiers in Psychology. This development is quite revolutionary since historically Francis Bacon deterred future generations of scientists from inquiring about the self when he declared de nobis ipsis silemus, or of ourselves we say nothing. So we'd like to also attempt to clarify the distinction between cognition and consciousness so that this may assist in accurately determining the various behaviors of particular living entities. The word cognition comes from the Latin cognoscere, which includes the root know, indicating a general kind of knowing or knowledge as understood with the word gnostic, while the word consciousness stems from the Latin conscire, which includes cire, referring to a more expert kind of knowing as seen in the word science. So an etymological analysis suggests considering cognition as a less sophisticated faculty than consciousness. Cognition is an initial step of mediated thought where an object is reflected into the mind and a preliminary mental representation is formed, which is enough to navigate the relatively simplistic experience of cellular life and other lower life forms such as insects and plants. The phrase lower life forms is not being used in a derogatory sense, but to denote living entities whose activities seem mainly absorbed in exercising volition and cognition. while responding to immediate environmental circumstances without exhibiting symptoms of a sophisticated internal emotional experience. Consciousness, on the other hand, denotes an identity and difference between subject and object that requires a dialectic approach to comprehend. This is a further development of thought where the conscious agent knows apparently external objects as identical to itself, as well as recognizing the difference from objects. In addition to exercising volition and cognition, conscious entities like elephants, cows, and humans have a more mediated relationship with their environment, allowing them to form emotional attachments to things other than themselves. Scientists like biologist Mark Bekoff recognize that, quote, there is a continuity between humans and other animals in their emotional and cognitive lives, that there are transitional stages among species, not large gaps, and that the differences among many animals are differences in degree rather than in kind, end quote. When one experiences differences among many, when one experiences an identity with something other than oneself, a feeling of interconnection is established. So, living cells may be volitional and cognitive, but not emotional. This indicates an evolution of consciousness throughout life forms where different stages of development are distinguished by the degree to which and particular manner in which a living entity expresses volitional, cognitive, and emotional activity. So in conclusion, we sincerely thank all of today's speakers for taking their valuable time to join our program, and are also grateful to all the conference attendees for recognizing the value of today's event and for taking the time to come, listen, and engage in a thoughtful exchange of ideas and perspectives. So now it's a little early, but perhaps Dr. Sumangala from the Sri Chaitanya Saraswati Institute, she is our Masters of Ceremony today. And perhaps you'd like to introduce Dr. Noble. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Krishna Keshava Prabhu, for a profound, very profound introduction of the Science and Scientist Conference series. First of all, I have to offer my prayer. Om Agyan Timirandhasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurve Namah. My name is Dr. Sumangala. I am here on behalf of Sri Chaitanya Saraswati Institute and Princeton Bhakti Vedanta Institute. Today, I am honored to have the privilege to introduce our first speaker, Professor DENIS Novel. Professor Emeritus and co-director of Computational Physiology at Oxford University. One of the pioneers of system biology and developed the first viable mathematical model of the working heart in 1960. Over 350 articles, he published over 350 articles in academic journals, including Nature, Science, and Proceeding of National Academy of Sciences, PNAS, and Journal of Physiology. Today, he is going to talk and his topic of his talk is purposive explanation are more useful for identifying lower level activity in living system than the other way round. I request to Professor DENIS Noble, please, you can start your presentation.
Thank you. Shall I now share screen?
Yes, are you able to?
Go ahead and see whether that will work. You need to give me permission, I think.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
You should be able to share now.
Right, I'll try again then. Right, here we go. And what I need to do is to make sure we're getting that right. You can see my screen with its, and we'll start playing.
We're not able to see anything yet, Professor Noble.
Okay, I'll try again. There's something clearly not. I must have neglected to press a particular button. I'll just try and see what that is. Let's go to share screen. Share. There we go. Does that work?
It does, yes.
Good, excellent. Right, we now go to full screen sharing the slides. That's hopefully now clear.
It is, yes, it's full screen.
Okay,
Sorry,
I'll go straight
I do
ahead
not
then.
see- let me see, but I do not receive.
Ah.
All right. Continue. I'll try to figure it out.
Okay, it seems that it's working for some people and not for everybody. We're a minute or two before I actually am due to start, so why don't we just make sure that these work?
Yes.
All
Dr.
okay?
Juarrero, Dr. Juarrero, are you able to see the shared screen?
Yeah, I can see you, Rajakishore.
Yes, we can see.
See?
Okay, very good. I'll proceed then. I believe that the lecture I'm going to give you this morning is absolutely relevant to the interests that you explained at the introduction to the meeting, because I'm going to give you the best test that any scientist can as to whether or not purposive explanations are effective. That is, are they good at predicting other levels of organization, and how good are they compared to the reverse process of trying to predict high levels of organization from lower levels of organization? And in fact, what I'll do there is to refer at the end of the lecture to the latest study in GWAS explanations of health and disease, showing that they're almost useless. By contrast, purposive explanations have been shown by physiologists for many years, nearly 400 years now, to be very effective at explaining lower level living processes. And that will consist in me explaining how William Harvey, who worked in the 17th century on the circulation of the blood, demonstrated the circulation of the blood, also made a major prediction that was confirmed by microscopy at a later date. I will also give examples from the kidney system and what is called countercurrent flow, and then from the 19th century, Charles Darwin's work on evolution and the theory of pangenesis, which included his idea about tiny particles. We'll come to that at some point. And finally, Hodgkin cycles and downward causation. The function of the circulation was the object of William Harvey's famous book, De Motu Cordis, on the movement of the heart and blood in animals. He published it in 1628. It was the first use of quantitative calculations to answer a functional question, and is therefore one of the origins of the quantitative systems biological approach. And his discovery of the function of the heart as the circulation of the blood was already announced in a lecture he gave about 10 years earlier, when he wrote, "So it is proved that a continual movement of the blood in a circle is caused by the beat of the heart. And knowing how frequently the heart beats and what volume of blood could be pumped out during each beat, he estimated how rapidly the heart could empty the entire volume of blood in the body." He wrote, "This is also clearly to be seen by any who watch the dissection of living creatures. For not only if the great artery be cut, but as Galen proves, even in man himself, if any artery, the smallest, be cut in the space of about half an hour, just 30 minutes, the whole mass of blood will be drained out of the body. By careful reckoning, therefore, the quantity of blood forced up beyond the valve by a single compression may be estimated, and this multiplied by 1,000 gives so much blood transmitted in this way through a single portion of the veins in a relatively short time that without doubt you will be easily convinced of the quickness of its passage of the circulation of the blood. And the answer in the case of a human is indeed around 30 minutes. William Harvey then proposed an answer to the question, where does all this blood in the body go? Because until Harvey, people thought that the blood ebbs and flows back and forth as it gets pumped into the expanding arteries, rather like the tides of the sea, ebbing back and forth on the seashore. Harvey realized this could not be true, since he demonstrated one-way flow of blood through the veins, taking blood to the heart, because the veins have valves, so ensuring that the blood cannot travel back to the extremities. It must always flow through the veins towards the heart. And he concluded, it must therefore be concluded that the blood in the animal body moves around in a circle continuously, and that the action or function of the heart is to accomplish this by pumping. This is the only reason for the motion and beat of the heart. But then he did another prediction, because he saw that since there is continuous one-way flow, the arteries and the veins must somehow connect together. Now, with the naked eye, Harvey could not see how that happened. So he supposed there must be what he called porosities, little holes in the tissues through which the blood could flow from the tips of the arterial tree to the tips of the venous tree. Harvey's achievement, therefore, was not only to discover the circulation of the blood, but also to make a prediction that he himself could not prove. And it was around 50 years later, in 1661, that Marcello Malpighi used a light microscope to observe the flow of blood through what we now call the capillaries in the brain and in other organs of the body. So, however much we might study the particles of blood, what we now call cells, platelets, vesicles, and all their associated fluids and dissolved molecules, nothing in these molecular movements could tell you that blood circulates. And this was realized by Benedict Spinoza, the philosopher, who communicated his idea to in a letter to the Royal Society in 1665. And he wrote, let us imagine, it was done in Latin, as a matter of fact, concipiamus si placet. Let us imagine, with your permission, a little worm living in the blood, able to distinguish by sight the particles of blood and lymph, and to reflect on the manner in which each particle, on meeting with another particle, either is repulsed or communicates a portion of its own motion. This little worm would live in the blood in the same as we live in the part of the universe, and would consider each particle of blood not as a part, but as a whole. He would be unable to determine how all the parts are modified by the general nature of blood and compelled by it to adapt themselves so to stand in a fixed relation to one another. Now, there is an important lesson here, which we'll see repeated as I take the other examples of purposiveness in physiology. Functional theories about the workings of the cells, tissues, and organs of living systems can make micro-level predictions that can be tested experimentally. But as Spinoza realized, the converse does not necessarily or even usually hold, because the multitudinous directions of movement of particles will not yield conclusions about the functioning of the whole. As we well know from thermodynamics, where the constraint of such movements by containers generates the high-level properties of temperature, volume, and pressure, and where most of the lower-level stochasticity is ironed out. Well, biology has reached a similar impasse in seeking to explain physiological function in health and disease purely from measurements of gene sequences and associations in genome-wide association studies. I will refer to that failure at the end of the lecture. So, the constraint of molecular and other microcomponents by membranes and other boundaries in physiological systems can be readily understood with a simple diagram, which I'll show in the next slide. Without constraint, particles will move every which way and so disperse any functional networks that might perform. But under constraint by boundaries, functional networks may persist. And I think that such constraint will have developed at the very early stage in the development of life. Let's go straight on to the diagram. It's a very simple diagram from a book that I will refer to at the end of the lecture, Understanding Living Systems, just recently published by Cambridge University Press. And the point is very simple. In the little diagram on the left, all the particles can be moving every which way. And some will be going up, some to the left, some to the right, some down. And what will happen, of course, is that any network that formed of interactions between those particles will simply disperse. But as soon as you constrain those particles by a membrane that only lets particles to go through when there is a need for them to do so, you can then keep a functional network together. A functional network may then survive. Constraint, where does that come from? It comes from higher levels of organization. The constraint in cells, tissues, organs of the body are always purposive. They have a function. Now come to the other example, a much more recent one, which is the renal system, the kidney system, and what is called countercurrent flow. Because physiological studies of the kidney and the renal system illustrate the same kind of functional analysis, leading to successful predictions of micro-level components and processes. Because, as you can see in my diagram, the structure of the kidney is rather like a compact maze, with tiny tubules interweaving with each other, forming pathways bending back on themselves to run from where they came from. Now, from a molecular viewpoint, this all seems pointless. Why carry fluids and molecules dissolved in them back and forth through such long tortuosities? Well, the answer is that calculations using physiological high-level insight provide the answer. From an engineering point of view, the arrangement of the renal tubules uses the principle of countercurrent flow, which was first proposed actually in the kidney by Werner Kuhn in 1951 and confirmed by Gottschalk in 1998. And engineers frequently use this principle to construct heat exchangers and to concentrate chemical compounds. Now, this principle is of functional use all over the body. It's amazingly simple, but also deeply explanatory. In the limb extremities, arteries and veins run together side by side, so that the hot blood emerging from the heart warms the cool blood coming back through the veins. This heat exchange system conserves heat in the body as a whole, so enabling warm-blooded organisms to keep heat balance more easily. And this balance, in turn, optimizes metabolic processes such as enzyme reactions, so that they run at optimal levels. And furthermore, these functional insights predict the existence of the required selective protein transporters in the cells lining the kidney tubules, and many of those have now been found. Now, I want to make an important point here. Those predictions will not tell you which particular kind of molecule will perform the function. They will identify for you the functions that are necessarily served by the molecular level. You can then use that to look for precisely those kinds of functions in channels in the body. Now I come to the third example, Charles Darwin and his theory of pangenesis. Because in Charles Darwin's 1868 book, The Variation of Animals and Plants Under Domestication, he outlined a theory for how physiological changes during their lifetime could influence future generations through their effects on the germline cells, the future eggs and sperm. And so convinced was he that he treated his theory of pangenesis as what his biographers later called a beloved child, because this was no passing fancy. He very much wished it to be true. And at the same time, he realized its speculative nature, since no one had any evidence that transmission of material, which he called gemmules, from the body, the soma, to the germline, as the future eggs and sperm, could occur. And he wrote, physiologists maintain, as we have seen, that each cell, to a large extent dependent on others, is to a certain extent independent or autonomous. I go one step further and assume that each cell casts off a free gemmule, that's the word he used for these particles, which is capable of reproducing a similar cell. And he clarified the existence of free gemmules is a gratuitous assumption, yet it can hardly be seen as very improbable, seeing that cells have the power of multiplication through the self-division of their contents. He therefore imagined his idea of gemmules as rather like spores. He was wrong to suppose they were capable of reproducing a similar cell, but correct to see the cells as casting off a free gemmule. His text only needs revising to read capable of influencing other cells, for his gemmules to become, well, the extracellular vesicles which we found today. We'll come on to those in a moment. His theory did not need them to reproduce, only to influence characteristics. And here is the confirmation. There are many confirmations now published in the recent literature showing that particles do emerge from soma cells all over the body, as you can see in this diagram, moving down towards the future eggs and sperm in the germline. Now, this is just a schematic diagram, but what the article shows, and I'll quote the article at the end so that you can follow it up if you wish, is that the emerging role of extracellular vesicles, which is the word we would use for gemmules today, is that they contain RNAs in short and long range soma to germline communication, so that lifetime factors, including nutrition, stress, and disease, induce the production and release of these extracellular vesicles containing various RNAs into the circulatory system, including from the brain after surpassing the blood-brain barrier, and then the tissue EVs migrate through the blood follicle barrier and the blood testis barrier and enter the antral follicle. So this diagram is from an article published with Daniel Phillips, my co-author, just this year, the Journal of Physiology. Hello? Is somebody trying to contact me? Okay, I'll carry on. So when, after Darwin's death, Weizmann proclaimed the all-sufficiency, the Allmacht in German, of natural selection and the necessity for a barrier, it was difficult, if not impossible, for defenders of Darwin's idea to resist Weismann's exclusion of the inheritance of acquired characteristics. And yet, in retrospect, we can now see that Darwin was using a similar logic to that of William Harvey and his porosities. The fact that we can't directly see something postulated by a valid scientific theory does not in itself disprove the theory. It may simply mean that the resolution with which we can see very small things is not sufficiently high. Harvey's porosities appeared just 3 decades later in the light microscope detection of capillaries. Darwin's gemmules have had to wait much more than a century, but we have nevertheless found them. And the evidence that DNAs, RNAs, and other molecules get transmitted from the body to the germline is now clear from work in very many laboratories. Now, finally, as my examples from physiology, I come to the Hodgkin cycles and downward causation. Because Alan Hodgkin, who was very famous in 1952 for working with Andrew Huxley to produce the first model of nerve activity, the nerve impulse, he did so by relating the action of protein channels to cell electrical potential. And it was this cycle of the cell potential influencing protein channels, which then create current, which influences the cell potential, and so around in a circle all the time. That was published in 1952, and it got Hodgkin and Huxley the Nobel Prize for Physiology and Medicine in 1963. But it also led to me, as a young student at University College London, creating this model of not nerve, but of the heart, and the very much slower impulses that develop through, first of all, entry of sodium through a channel that leads to depolarization of the cell, which leads to the spike-like response, and then slowly, as a consequence of exit through a potassium channel, makes the cell become negative again. And excuse me. And so the process continues as a cyclic event indefinitely. It never stops. Now, what that shows is, once again, a high-level property, which in this case is a property of the complete cell. The electrical potential is generated only by a complete cell. Without the cell membrane, there would be no potential, is absolutely necessary to enable you to explain events at the molecular level. Now I come to a use of this approach to, as I put the title here of another lecture I gave a year or two ago, also in the United States, I called it Pacing the Heart to Pace the Pace of Evolution, because heart rhythm is a very good example of a difference that's going to become very important towards the end of my lecture, which is the difference between association of genes with function and causation. They are not the same. And most GWAS studies, that's genome-wide association studies, make the assumption that they are the same. We'll see that in a moment. Now, the example I'm going to give is one that identified an HCN gene, don't worry about the technical detail, which contributes, as we found, about 80% of the electric current that generates the rhythm. Whereas knockout of the gene or block of the protein that it enables to be produced changes the frequency of beating by only 10 to 15%. And here is the proof of that claim. What I'm showing here is the HCN channel, which is called IF, carrying a fairly small amount of current in this case, with a large amount of current carried by a background sodium channel. And what you'll notice is as we knock out the large current flow channel, what is happening is very small change in frequency, because what happens is that the HCN channel shown in black here is taking over from the sodium background channel. What that means, therefore, is there's a huge difference between causality. What is obvious here is the HCN channel eventually becomes the greatest contributor to the function, that is, the pacemaker rhythm of the heart. But there's a huge difference between that causal role, which can be as much as 80%, and the association level, which may be only 10 to 15%. Incidentally, we can also show physiologically why that switch happens. It's entirely because of the small hyperpolarization, that's increase in negative membrane potential. I don't have time to go through the details of that, but it does fully explain why the changes occur in the way they do. Causal physiological analysis, which is necessarily functional, that's what we mean by being causal, also enables you to give explanations right down to the molecular level. Now, how extensive is this process of a difference between cause and association? This beautiful study, done just over 15 years ago by Hillenmeyer and his colleagues, looked at all 6,000 genes in the tiny organism yeast, uncovering, as they say, a phenotype for all the genes. And they found that 80% of the knockouts in normal physiological medium, that is, where the yeast can reproduce effectively and live very easily, 80% of the knockouts are silent. But that does not mean they weren't functioning. On the contrary, they showed by taking out components in the physiological fluid necessary for the yeast to function, what the role of those components would be in circumstances in which the yeast is deprived of those components. It gives robustness to the yeast metabolism and enables it to survive in even unfavorable circumstances. Now, this is more or less universal. This paper, published in 2017, just 5-6 years ago, well, it's called the omnigenic hypothesis. It's already had over 1,000 citations, and it shows very clearly, first of all, that all genes contribute to many or even all functions. Many genes also, we'll come back to this point at the end of my lecture, show very low association levels, almost useless for predictive purposes. Third, that the linear addition of such data is not valid, and therefore gene-centric views of development and evolution need completely revising. They wrote, we propose that gene regulatory networks are sufficiently interconnected that all genes expressed in disease-relevant cells are liable to affect the functions of core disease-related genes, and that most heritability can be explained by effects on genes outside core pathways. That means you cannot do an analysis from just a few genes to understanding the state of health and disease. Now, I finish by coming to the reverse of what I've described so far. Let me just summarize what I've described so far. I've given you 4 or 5 examples in detail of how high-level physiological function, identifying, for example, the role of the heart in the circulation of the blood, the role of the kidney tubules in creating countercurrent flow, the role of Darwin's gemmules, which we've now found, in ensuring continuity of communication of characteristics in the organism, at least partly to the inheritance of the later generations, and with what are called Hodgkin cycles, that is the electrical activity of cells in the organism, all of which depend on high-level cellular properties at the least, and even even bigger than that. In the case of the heart, of course, it's the whole heart that has the function of showing the properties that lead one to say that the heart's function, its purpose, is to circulate the blood. Now, I referred earlier on to the omnigenic hypothesis, which is the theory that most genes contribute to nearly all functions, and therefore we already know, and for about 10 years have known, that the association scores in genomics are so small as to be usually pretty useless. So what have people done? Well, they've created what I said was not correct. They've created polygenic risk scores. The idea is very simple. The score of association between the presence and absence of a particular gene is so small that it would be useless as a predictive property, maybe just 2 or 3% above the standard rate in the population as a whole. This study takes those polygenic risk scores, that is, adding them all together, to see whether even so, even if it's not, it can't be said to be accurate, because polygenic risk scores add all the risks together. And as I said earlier on, you can't really do that. It's not really valid. But even if you do you then get practically a useful prediction of who is likely to get heart disease, who is likely to have vascular disease, who is likely to have cancer, who is likely to get Alzheimer's? Well, the results are exceedingly disappointing. This is a paper from University College London, published just recently in the British medical journal Medicine. And they write, all I need to do is to quote their conclusion. Our results showed the poor performance of polygenic risk scores in population screening, individual disease prediction, and population risk stratification. This finding is not obvious from the metrics reported in the polygenic score catalogue. That's absolutely true. But it's clear, based on the appropriate metrics used in this study. Our conclusion is consistent with that of others, like the fact that the polygenic theory leads to it being very difficult to predict from particular genes to what we can call function. So their conclusion is consistent with that of others, but is insufficiently recognized. Well, it needs to be recognized because this test uses the most, how best to put this, the most useful test we can use for any prediction from a molecular to a whole organ or whole organism function, which is the clinical trial. Because what they did in this study of polygenic risk scores is a kind of clinical trial. They used the information from the risk scores as though these were the scores from a drug being used to determine the causation of by a particular drug. And what they're showing is, of course, it's useless. You get, for each of those major diseases that I outlined, vascular disease, heart disease, cancer, neural disease, you get almost as many false predictions as you get correct predictions, and that is almost useless. Now, I finish this lecture with a short diversion. Established, therefore, because I think the lecture shows this very clearly, that purposes come from high levels of the organism, influencing the constraints on the lower levels. This also is a diagram from the book that's just come out in Cambridge University Press, Understanding Living Systems, going all the way from the sociotype, that means the social relations at the very highest level of social interactions, the ecotype, that is the niche in which we live, the phenotype, which is what we display as actual functions of the organism, the organ types, the tissue types, the cell types, the karyotype, and then finally, at the bottom, the DNA. And what this diagram shows is that actually there are increasing constraints by all those higher levels on the most molecular level. That is why DNA sequencing will not give you good prediction of the higher levels. Those sequences are constrained by the higher levels. They can't possibly, therefore, be predictive of what their constraints are doing. And that, in a nutshell, is why the Hingorani and others publication in the British Medical Journal is so clear about the outcome. You cannot go that way. It does not work. And yet we've spent billions trying to prove that it does work. We need to move away from that false and already demonstrated false assumption in biology. So where do the purposes come from? They can come from any of those higher levels, because they can arise as forms of causation at all levels of the organism. Note, though, with the sole exception of the molecular level. There is no real causation at the molecular level. The molecules, such as DNA, can't have functions because they're chemicals. They must do simply what their chemistry makes them do. Whereas, just to illustrate that with the case of DNA, DNA is constrained by all the living processes that control it. It is therefore the most constrained level of organization. The really open level is, of course, the sociotype. That is where our freedom to act, our decisions in relation to others in our societies comes from, of course. So I referred to this little book, which, excuse me, published just 2 or 3 months ago. And we finished the book with a plea to the scientific community and to society in general. And that plea is to the next generations, because it will require creative ingenuity. After 50 years of being taught the wrong way round, to shift the culture of biology away from the misunderstandings of the 20th century. And it will be for a new generation to discover and create their own culture fit for the challenges of the 21st century. And they will have plenty of looming signposts to warn them what went wrong, because theirs will be the generation that must take responsibility for the way in which the Earth's ecosystems need rescuing, even for our own species to survive. That's one of the reasons why this is urgent. And theirs will be the generation that faces the challenge of aging societies, requiring medical science to find solutions to the diseases of old age that do not readily yield to reductionist gene-centric solutions, since those diseases are multifactorial. Only an integrative approach that understands those multifactorial interaction can possibly hope to address those diseases. And that's the second reason why this is urgent, because the health costs of the diseases of old age are now ballooning into levels that could destroy our health systems. I'm not exaggerating. Theirs will also be a generation that can try to recover from the damage to society, the results from reductionist models of physiology and evolution that have metaphorically shaped ideas and models in fields as diverse as economics, sociology, philosophy, ethics, politics, the list goes on, because no aspect of today's society can have escaped dogmas like we are born selfish, genes created us body and mind, it's in his DNA, and the myriad of other tropes of related types that we now use almost without thinking. Fourth urgent thing, those future generations will also need to rewrite the textbooks, not only because they see the virtue of, to quote Richard Dawkins, let us therefore teach our children. That's his way of getting out of the dilemma of the selfish gene. If all we do is selfish because of our genes, how on earth do we counter that? He says we have to teach our children. I don't know how he knows how he can do that. But anyway, but also because their politicians, economists, sociologists, and philosophers will also need to find new strategies in collaboration with biologists who can lead them out of the gene-centric impasse. It is arguably a challenge the scale of which human society has never faced before. And we finish that book with a wish. We wish them all well, and it's a heartfelt wish. Here's my promised set of articles. I hope the organizers of this meeting can feel free to circulate my slides to everybody who is registered for the meeting. And in fact, there's nothing confidential about anything in my talk. The first article is an article showing that physiological selection of environmentally acquired traits can cause speciation. That is purposive. Evolution is not supposed to be purposive. Those of you who've learned it at school will know that. Well, it's not true. Physiology will actually lead speciation. The article showing how physiology vindicates Darwin's dream, that is his pangenesis dream, was published just a year ago in Experimental Physiology, and the full details on how Darwin's gemmules, that is the extracellular vesicles, bubble their way beyond the barrier, has just appeared in the Journal of Physiology. This article, which appears in a Russian journal, translated as Integrative Physiology, shows how purposive views of living systems, physiological views, naturally must now return to the center of biology. And finally, the little book that I published with my zoologist and philosopher brother, Raymond Noble, Understanding Living Systems, was just published around 3 months ago by Cambridge University Press. And everything in that book is explained in lay language. There is no technical detail in that book except the very minimum to describe what a genome really is. Thank you very much. That's the end of my talk, and I think I can, at this point, stop the share. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Noble, for your detailed, in-depth, and inspiring conclusion for the next generation to take seriously. And there's a wealth that you've presented that we can't comment on immediately, but we hope that some valuable questions may come your way during the next 20 minutes, if that's okay with you.
That's okay, yes. I'm happy to take any questions that people might send, particularly via the meeting chat line. And I noticed, so a link to the slides is already up there on the chat line.
Yes, we have just shared your slides on the chat, accessible to everyone here in the meeting.
Yes.
Srila Bhakti Niskam Shanta Maharaj, Dhanavat Pranam.
So now, can we ask one question?
Sure. Certainly, yes. Please go ahead.
Krishna Kesava Prabhu, what is the schedule? Now we ask the question or later?
Yes, so for the next 20 minutes, we have open Q&A.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Denis Noble, for your nice presentation. Appreciate it very much. So I would like to ask you to clarify, as many people get an impression in common people that DNA has a very special power inside the cell, and as if it is mechanically controlling a cell by what you can say, its representation as a functional or informatic molecule. So I always try to give example when I present to the students from what we learn from our teachers, that hand does not do anything. It is the person who is using the hand to many things, writing or shaking the hand and things like that. So what we have learned from the advanced cellular biology, that the cell is doing the things which looks as if magical. The molecules are talking inside the cell, but the molecules that have inside the cell by themselves don't have that capacity to do by themselves. Those are miracles. So we want to know your view on that, and also to get some clarification. Like we have a robot, there are some program. Do we still believe that there are some hidden codes and programs which actually controls various functions of the organism, like biologist gene or a religionist gene and things like that?
I like all of those questions. They are the ones we take up directly in the book, Understanding Living Systems. The answers are very simple. DNA was described as the book of life. DNA was described as the program of life. DNA has been described as what creates us, body and mind. That is Dawkins' view. I debated with Richard Dawkins a year ago. He couldn't deal with any of the points that I made, showing that molecular biology itself, not high-level biology like mine, but molecular biology itself has deconstructed those false conclusions. There is no book of life in the DNA. There is no program of life in the DNA. I'm a computer programmer. That's how I produced the rhythm mechanism of the heart as the calculation back in 1960. I used a very primitive valve-based computer, one of the earliest computers available for people to use. I used that in order to show that it was possible for the cell voltage to interact with the membrane channels to produce the rhythm. And I did that by programming. Now, what you have in programs is choices, because you have to allow for different possibilities. If this happens, then that. If not, then something else. You need what I call those if, then, else clauses. You will look through the sequence of C's, G's, A's, and T's until you're completely silly looking through the C, G's, A's, and T's. You will never find a sequence that is the equivalent of if, then, else. There are no choices in the genome. There are switches. Each gene coding part of the DNA has a structure close to it, which, if activated by the rest of the cell, notice that it's the living cell that does it. If activated by the rest of the cell, enables that gene to start informing the ribosomes in the cell to produce the protein necessary for that function. But that's not something that the gene does without being activated from the high-level property of the cell as a whole. So the functionality comes at a different level. It's not at the level of the nucleus. The nucleus is just a membrane that surrounds the DNA and holds the DNA tightly bound together in its chromosomes, usually. and just liberates little bits of it when you need to make more protein. That's all it is. It's the end of story. It is not what creates life. Now, I think for roughly 20 years since the sequencing of the genome, the first sequencing of the human genome in 2001, we've all labored under the illusion, because it is an illusion, that that promise will one day be satisfied, that people will find that program in the DNA and show how it works to create the organism. What they've been presented with from that study at University College London that I referred to, just recently published in the British Medical Journal, is that it's useless, even at predicting which diseases we're going to have. You can go to 23andMe and many other companies and pay maybe $1,000 and get your genome fully sequenced. It might tell you you've got a distant aunt in somewhere like India or Australia, but it won't tell you what diseases you're going to have. And that's what the study shows. So I say I'm sorry, because we've wasted 20 years when we could have been focusing at the level at which it's possible to understand health and disease. That's higher levels of the organism. And we didn't do that. We chose to spend all the money on sequencing as many genomes as possible. And we've ended up with the result that it doesn't tell us what makes us work. What makes us work as organisms is us. It is our cells, our tissues, our organs, and even the organism as a whole. Because remember, I put the sociotype at the top of that inverted triangle of causation. The really important decisions in life, like who are you going to marry? What kind of religion do you want to adopt? Do you want to adopt one at all? Or do you want to go on a holiday this way or that way? All these decisions are social decisions. They've got nothing to do with what genes you've got. Yes, there will be a propensity for people with particular kinds of genes to go one way or the other. But that's just probability. It doesn't tell you what will happen. So I think we can state categorically now that the idea that there is a program in the DNA and that those genes created us body and mind is simply illusion. It's fairy tale. And that's what the selfish gene is. It's a fairy tale. Actually, I told that to Richard Dawkins last year, and he replied saying, but Dennis, if you're right, I and many others have been wrong for 50 years. I just nodded my head. Enough said.
Thank you, Dr. Denis Noble. I want to ask you why still the focus in biology is more on molecules, because we don't find the nature that you have suggested as organism possess, the religion, love, affection, all those things, properties, the subjective experiences. They are not coming from the physical properties or the chemical equations. There it is not represented, the happiness, unhappiness, love, or even knowing, even learning from the mistake what bacterium display. These qualities are not coming from those molecules. And why in biology we are still focused on molecules than finding a new way of representing life, or finding new terminology?
Well, I would respond to that by saying, first, let's give praise where it is due. The molecular revolution in biology, starting around 1950, well, exactly when you date it is arguable, but anyway, certainly coming to great fruition during the 1950s, when the double helix was first worked out and when many other molecular processes were developed, such as how genes are read, how they're transcribed to create proteins, the one-way process of DNA to RNA to proteins, all of that. Let's give praise to the people who did that. They produced correct information, but it was misinterpreted for over 50 years, and particularly the idea of what is called the central dogma of molecular biology, which is the idea that because a DNA creates an RNA, which then is enabling a ribosome to make a particular protein, that there is a natural causation from the DNA through to the proteins, and therefore, because the proteins are the workhorses of the body, to what the body does. But I'll tell you this, if I exercise, as I do, I go and I spend exercising, doing walking, dancing, you name it, because I'm old enough to need to do that. You need to keep well. And exercise is one of the best ways of keeping well. What happens? If I maintain that, my muscles grow. How does that happen? That happens because that decision to exercise in that way leads to the exercise itself, which then sends messages to the right part of the genome to make more protein, actin and myosin, that enables muscles to move. All of that is correct. But does it tell you which way you will run? Does it tell you who you're going to meet? No, of course it doesn't. All it tells you is you will get more muscle made if you exercise, and that's all it will do. And so it's limited to what the central dogma actually states, which is that DNA leads to RNA, leads to proteins. And if you activate that process, you will get more of that particular protein. That's fine. But that certainly does not tell you where you will find the person you love, where you will find the person who you need, because you need a carpenter, for example, nor where you should go to have dinner with somebody. All of that is at a higher level of organization. So I think we should praise the founders of molecular biology for the brilliant discoveries they made. Without understanding the double helix, we wouldn't really understand how DNA gets replicated. Without understanding the processes of how RNAs are made and how that enables proteins to be made, we wouldn't be able to, to pursue possible ways in which we can cure diseases that depend on that process being much more functional. So, yes, praise where it is due, but the terrible misunderstandings that arose from taking the central dogma of biology to mean seriously what Richard Dawkins states, they, genes, made us body and mind, that is where the mistake is.
I want to emphasize something that is our Vedantic view is there is a gross body and there is subtle body. So these all protein that how it is synthesized, all this understanding more to do with the gross body, which in Vedic science is known as Panchamahabhuta: earth, water, fire, air, ether. This is basically the bodily constituent that we call about atoms, molecules, macromolecules, all those things. But what organism also displays the mind. In Vedantic sense, there are three more elements. They call it mind, intellect, and false ego. So at least there is some sense of mind. Some biologists have started to talk about as far as cell is concerned, as if cell does things as if it has some mind. The proofreading and stuff like that. So to address mind, only gross explanation or a study at the plane of gross level is not seems to be sufficient. So to include more subtle terminology which are being addressed in philosophy and religion is also taken into consideration if at all we want to address or justify the study of life.
I like that question very much indeed, because I think the mind obviously is in principle at that level I call the sociotype, and even bacteria have a sociotype, and certainly all single cell eukaryote organisms have a sociotype. They work out which organisms they can cooperate with and which they can't. So yes, it has to be at the level of the sociotype, and as I said, even single cells partake in a sociotype. Bacteria communicate to each other when they're hungry and when they're not, and they will let others know when they can reproduce and when it will be difficult. All of that is understood. I think on the question, though, where is the mind? I actually turn in my little book, The Music of Life, to the Oriental philosophical tradition for what I see as an easier explanation than Descartes' explanation given 300 or 400 years ago here in the West. Descartes thought we had to suppose there was a separate fuzzy thing, the soul, that communicates somehow or another with the brain. Well, we've never found that, and nor will we ever do so, because we come back now to what is happening at that high level. It's what I call conditioned arising, and some of you will recognize that already as Taoist, Vedantic, and Buddhist philosophy. It is the idea that at a high enough level of organization, all components of the system enter into determining what happens next. It is the process of conditioned arising. In Taoism, there's a very famous text from about 3,000 years ago that explains the idea. In Buddhism, of course, there's the no-self concept, which I think is also found in other Indian traditions. I'm not a great expert on these Oriental traditions, but I do see them as having rich insights, which unfortunately here in the West we have ignored. And that's largely because we were impressed, I think, by Descartes' mechanism. He was living in a century, the 17th century, which was very impressed with the mechanical objects that looked like living organisms in the gardens of the rich. You know, they even moved their hands like this. They even spoke, making mouthing noises and so on, all because of water being pumped through tubes that made the bodies move. And he thought everything has to be like that. He thought that fluid coming down a nerve would make a muscle expand and therefore contract, and so on and so forth. Of course, none of that is true. As soon as we found the electrical properties of nerves and muscles, we had no longer any need for Descartes' ideas. But his idea, and he wrote in 1665 in his treatise on the fetus, if I knew what was in that sperm, I would be able mathematically and with certainty to predict what would happen to the organism. There you have it. Even 350 years ago, the central dogma of molecular biology, which has been so badly misinterpreted as to think that that would be possible. It's just not possible. And as I said, the study by University College London in its recent investigation of the role of polygenic scores in predicting the human shows that Descartes was completely wrong. But we've had to wait 350 years before that test was done. It fails.
So now I'd like to thank this nice exchange and mention that Dr. Noble will be joining us at the end of the conference for the interdisciplinary dialogue. So any other questions for Dr. Noble or the dialogue amongst the speakers themselves as we continue to hear the ideas being presented today, we'll be able to have more of that later on. So we thank everyone and just like to transition now with Dr. Sumangala to our next speaker.
First, I would like to pay my humble obeisances to Dr. P.M. Puri and Dr. B.N. Shanta. And before I proceed to the next speaker, Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Brian Ford, and it is my privilege to introduce him. Dr. Brian J. Ford is a fellow of Cardiff University since 1986 and an independent research biologist, author, and lecturer, publishing on scientific issues for the general public. And he's also a television personality for over 40 years. And he is also international authority on microscope, and he received the Ernst Evel Medal Award by the New York Microscopical Society in 2020. And the topic of his talk is Superseding the Synaptic Network, How Cellular Complexity Transcends the Digital Neuron. May I request to Brian J. Ford to proceed for his talk. Please, Dr. Ford.
Thank you. I hope you're hearing me all right. And I hope you can see me too.
Yes, we can.
Good. Greetings to you all. It's a great honor and a pleasure to be back. We've just heard from Professor Denis Noble, a much admired friend, about Cartesian philosophy. And in many ways, present-day science is languishing under this bizarre legacy. Descartes believed firmly that everything was a machine. He believed implicitly that if you broke down organisms into their component parts, you would very easily see how they functioned, how they were going to function, and why they were going to function in the way that they did. He was wrong, but the legacy lives on. I'm going to address today a fundamental paradox and a basic mistake that current neuroscience makes in looking at the cell. Neuroscience is quite convinced that the brain is some sort of super organic, amazing computer, and as such will be eventually amenable to emulation by something that humans have created. That's fundamentally wrong. The brain is not a computer. Nothing in the body is a computer. Nothing in the body works like a computer, responds like a computer, or thinks like a computer. But if you insist on an analogy, then it is the neuron that is the computer and not the brain. The neuron, often construed as a kind of organic transistor, is nothing of the sort. The neuron is what thinks. The individual neuron makes up its mind. Pardon me. Neurons are incredibly complicated organisms that nobody has begun to probe. We still think that thought, cognition, emotions, and the rest exist at the interstices between neurons at the synaptic connections where they meet but do not touch. That's not true. The synapses are no more than road junctions on a map, and you may study the road junctions as much as you wish, but that's never going to tell you anything about the sociology of the people who live in the town. So in that case, I will start my talk if I may, and let's hope that I can share my screen as effortlessly as you have so far shared yours. So we'll share the screen. That's the screen that we want. And I hope you're now receiving that loud and clear.
We can see your shared screen. However, it is giving a distorted image. I'm not sure if that is your slide or if that is an error.
Let's have a look at the title slide. Are you able to see that one clearly?
Yes, we are.
Good. Then let's begin. People misunderstand microbes. These are bacteria. It is quite possible that this is the first time any of you, distinguished biologists, and if I can call you that, parabiologists that you are, it's quite likely this is the first time you have ever seen living microbes. film taken by my friend in Canada, Bob Burden, and it shows spiral organisms. This, however, and this is an example from Poland, is how people think bacteria are. No, that's not what bacteria are like. If you want to see a living cell, let's have a look at this one. This is a dinoflagellate alga called Serratium tripos. Look how it unravels the flagella with which it's going to swim. How there are two flagella intimately intertwined. How slowly and methodically they are unraveled so the organism can swim any way that it wants to go. Or let's have a look at this little organism, Euplotes. It's a ciliated microbe. This is the kind of living cell you've never seen before, and not what's more, nor as a public. But do you see how it isn't just wafting food into its gullet, but it's selecting which ones it wants and rejecting those that it doesn't? We are still convinced that physics has the answer to everything. Here is a perfectly typical random example I chose. And it says, as you can see quite clearly, researchers hope eventually to develop basic equations that describe all of life. That is a bizarre overstatement. And the first thing I want us to address is the fact that we don't understand what microbes look like. And the second thing I want us to address is this bizarre belief that in the post-Cartesian world, it's all basically physics. One of the ways in which we've made it possible to address this naive notion is to simplify cells so they become jelly beans. I've spoken on this at this meeting in the past. It is a more recent example. Cells are just created, models of cells, pictures. They're nothing like real cells. They don't have any relationship to real cells. And as I think you know, I protest about this quite regularly. In regular academic presentations, cells are willfully misrepresented.
If scientists succeed in uncovering all the secrets of the cell, it can be a tremendous benefit for all humanity. Cell research is crucial to understanding how life works. The possibilities are enormous as scientists continue learning more and more about these building blocks of life. For the cell's life is part of our life.
Now, this Wallenberg Foundation sponsored research is bizarre. That is not a living cell. It's nothing like a living cell. There aren't any living cells that you would identify with this simplified jelly bean model. These aren't cells either. This is a post-Cartesian cell where everything is mathematics, where everything is engineering, where it's based on physics. And if you look at higher education treatises online, you will find exactly the same incredible imitations, not looking at real cells, but looking at what people have invented to replace real cells.
Cellular processes can start or speed up or slow down, often leading to complex chains of events that make up the important processes in our biology. The cardiac gas junction and the natural killer cell examples both depend on the cells touching each other. But what if you wanted to talk to cells a little farther away? The paracrine signaling is a good way of communicating with nearby cells, but they can use some of the same mechanisms to talk to themselves. Next episode, we'll discover how our immune cells learn how to fight off invading pathogens and how they never forget.
This postgraduate course is nonsense. Here's their picture. It's invented random computer graphics, nothing like a cell. I may say that others have done it too. My publishers once put a random bob on books about microscopes published 50 years ago. So I'm not pointing too many fingers in a disparaging way. We all have we have all I think I had to start my video again. We have all fallen victim to it. I mean, here's an example of what a cell is like. It'll tell you about its histones, the mRNA, its spatial position, proteins on the cell surface. And there is that suggestion, that implied implication, that is really a mechanical device that we can very easily manage in mechanical terms, in digital terms, to emulate. If we go online, let's go and have a look for living cells. No, hardly any of these have any relationship to living cells. They're computer graphics. They're simplified computer graphics. They're models we've made up to convince ourselves that we know what cells are like, because we don't. Under the scanning, under the transmission electron microscope, this is what a cell looks like. We've sectioned it here. And in the middle is the nucleus with its dark nucleolus. And there you can see the cell wall. This was done at Radboud University in the Netherlands. But of course, it has a disadvantage. This cell is dead, it's been sectioned, and it's not in color. Look at a real cell. This is a picture by William Daniels from the Wellcome Institute. And you begin to get some sense when fluorescent dyes are used to display specific components of the cellular mechanism. You get some vague impression of its complexity. Cells are actually wonderfully complex things. And although we're always told you need a microscope to see them, you don't. Take a look at this Tradescantia plant. These staminal hairs that cluster around the stamens in the middle of the bloom. If you look very closely, you can see that they look like beads on a necklace. Each of those beads is a single cell, and you can see it with the naked eye. The truth is the cell is just a little bit too small to be seen with the naked eye. Under the microscope, this is what one of those cells looks like, and you can see the nucleus in the center and the streaming cytoplasm that is busily conducting the affairs of the cell. In some of these cells, the nucleus patrols around the cell as though keeping an eye on what's happening. We don't know why. We don't know how. We have no idea what it's doing. It just does it, and nobody asks the questions. In school, we were taught of amoeba as the shapeless blob of jelly. Well, just look at this shapeless blob of jelly. It's composed of almost entirely water-soluble components moving away into the pond. Quite remarkable, is it not? If we look very closely, you can quite easily see that it's filled with a myriad tiny subcellular components. These little organelles all have a purpose. They all know what they're doing, and there's nothing mechanical about it. The most famous picture of a white cell, a blood white cell, which is an amoeba, was taken in 1959 by David Rogers at Vanderbilt University. That's an extraordinary thing. See how that little cell is chasing those bacteria, can sense where they're going, and eventually it rounds on them, devours them, and liquidizes them. And people say, are cells sentient? Of course they're sentient. We've known since 1959 that this cell knew where the bacteria were and knew how to trace them. I beg your pardon?
Please loud.
Louder? Can you say again, please? On the BBC, you'll find a whole raft of selections where you can look at any form of living life you want, and it goes right down to starfish, polychaete worms, and ends up at the Clitolata, the earthworms. There's nothing at all about microbes and the majesty of the single cell.
When I first started out, there was so much in the natural world we were running. Cameras, lighting, all meant that the extremely small, the very large, the ultra fast, or the infinitesimally slow were beyond our reach. The last 30 years, things have changed quite already. We can now find giant stones to the smallest.
Now that smallest invertebrate, here we are, it's a leafhopper. It's composed of 5 million cells. You never find people looking at single cells, though in a recent BBC program, I thought we were going to see living cells. It was made by a great friend of mine, wonderful man, George McGavin. If ever you have a chance to see him lecture, do go and see him. And this is the result that the BBC came up with.
What we can do is we can just wash that out into a cup, and we can put it back to look at under the microscope later.
To actually see them, we're going to have to push our microscope camera to its very limit. What I really want to see again is the microscope.
Maybe we can zoom in on this one right here. There he is.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Now they managed to pick out just one, but this appalling BBC program failed to capture microbes. And the closing sequence here is actually 3 separate videos of particles of dirt. laid over each other to make it look good. In fact, plankton is so easy to see. So let's take a little piece of weed from a pond or from the ocean, and there you will find plankton, little water fleas. There are many cells, of course, composed of about 1.5 to 2 million cells. But just have a look at this little creature. There it is. You can see its eye. It has a single eye, which is why it's called Cyclops. And inside, we can begin to glimpse some of the majesty of what goes on. And look at his jaw. If you saw a photograph of that, you wouldn't think it was a microscopic organism's jaw. Looks like the jaw of a dinosaur or some sort of massive monster from the past. If we look very closely, those smallest particles there are bacteria. You can see the incredibly intricate structure that the cells within this organism have created. And look at its claws. Are they the claws of a bear or something of the sort? You might think so, but no. These are the microscopic claws of a tiny little organism. Looking at single-celled creatures like these phytoplankton, which George McGavin hoped he was going to see, and you do get some sense of the beauty, the inherent complexity of these organisms. Here is one that you may know yourself. It's called Noctiluca, and it is the organism in the ocean which fluoresces at night. It glows when interfered with. I've sometimes swum in waters where Noctiluca exists, and if you open your eyes, you have little sparks of light banging against the cornea. They capture a single little arm that they have, and you'll see inside this one there is a tiny little creature, a little embryonic water flea that is captured and is trying hard to escape, though I fear it's not going to succeed. In terms of complexity, what about coleps, the great scavenger of fresh water? These are single-celled organisms. Just look at the complexity. Look at the discrete patterning, the delicate patterning, the incredibly intricate patterning that characterizes a cell wall. Look at how it manages to adapt. This is a single cell, ladies and gentlemen. It's nothing complicated. It is a single cell. But look how it manages to find its food. And if you look very closely at the side of the cell, look lower down in this view, you can see very clearly how the little cilia that have been projected from the cell, they're only made of cytoplasm, but they're acting like little limbs. They're sensing where it should be. They're changing its position. This is no easy to understand machine. This is an incredibly complicated, autonomous living organism made of one single cell, but nobody's bothering to look at it at all. This is Lyta stomatia. It's a ciliated organism. You'd never think that that could possibly be a single cell, but look at what goes on inside it. Now you can see why I so resent the jelly bean model of cells, the simplified computer graphic version of cells. This is what cells are really like. Some of you, all of you I hope, may remember paramecium from school, a single-celled organism. Again, you can see the pellicle, the patterning on its cell walls. You can see how the cilia are beating through its gullet as they draw food particles in. And of course, like all animals living in water, the organism takes in more water than it needs, and it therefore needs to excrete the excess water. And if we look closely, this is under time lapse. The last picture was in real time. You can see this contractile vacuole fed by these beautiful little channels that draw the excess water out of the cell and deposit it very neatly into the environment where the paramecium would sooner it was. This is Vorticella, an organism that is important to us because the single cells of Vorticella comb bacteria out of water. And the reason that mountain river water is pure is not because of a lack of microbes, but because of the presence of microbes like these, which have a ring of cilia around the open end of the cell, and they pick up any bacteria and prevent difficulties. Now, you might think to yourself, but these cells are rooted to the ground on their little arms, and yes, they are, but they can break free. Then the ring of cilia, instead of feeding it, becomes its means of transportation, and off they swim. Isn't that interesting? This is a telotroph or telotroph phase of the organism's lifestyle. And here, named after its trumpet shape, is stentor feeding. And you can see very clearly, if we look closely, that stentor discriminates on what it wants to eat. It doesn't just waft everything into its mouth, as most of the textbooks will tell you, but it detects what it wants, and like the euplates I showed you earlier, it rejects what it doesn't. Nobody ever considers the complexity of the cell. Stentor, for example, can also break free and then use its ring of cilia to propel itself along through the water instead of to feed. And look at the complexity inside. This is no simple little transistor. Immense, complicated, multifarious tasks are going on inside. This is blepharisma. And I ask you to speculate on how anybody is going digitally to model each single particle and what it's going to do. I dare say a quantum computer expert will say, well, one day we'll do it and possibly we may. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we haven't done it now. And that is the great lie that's told, that we understand cells. We don't. We don't even look for understanding. Metopus, for example, this interesting little cell, another one photographed by Bob in Canada. Just look at its incredibly intricate structure. What we need to be doing, if we're going to look at neurons, is to look inside the neuron to see how complicated it is. But no one ever does. They look at the synapses, the synaptic connections between neurons. Nobody ever looks to see what's actually inside. And what they do look at, they mostly get wrong. People don't understand how complicated cells can be.
I'm sure there's one day that I've been working on that really I think of more than anything else as kind of a philosophy toy. In playing this toy, you kind of bring up philosophical questions in it. This game called Spore, I've been working on it for several years. It's getting pretty close to finish now. And you actually start this game kind of in a drop of water. So here we are, at a very kind of microscopic scale. And I
That's interesting, isn't it? That's Will Wright, a great games inventor at Electronic Arts, who invented this little game. And he says he knows that cells don't have eyes, but he put eyes on to make it look kind of cute. This is his version of a cell. Of course cells have eyes, not all of them, but many do. This, photographed by Hilda Cantor-Lund, this is Uroglena, a clump of little algal cells. Look at it closely under the microscope and you can see that little red dot at the top. That red dot is its eye spot. And if we section the cell and put it under the electron microscope, you see a curved retina. Yes, cells can see. Here is a little red eye spot in Ficus. Beautiful little organism. And what about this? Here is Eucheptiella, a euglenoid organism, but one of the Euglena family. And it spends all its time with this bolus of cytoplasm migrating from one end of the cell towards the anterior end of the cell. We don't know why. We don't know how. And nobody's bothering to find out. Here's another one, Euglena itself. You see its little red eye spot? No, this is no simple little bludgeoning organism bashing into its environment in an automatic way. It's a thoughtful, autonomous, considered little cell. Here is one photographed by my late colleague, Jeremy Pickett-Heaps in Australia, photographed in close-up. And you can see the incredible complexity of its cell wall. And look, there's its red eye spot, and there is its cytostome, its mouth. If you showed this picture to a child of 10 and said, what is it? He'd say, that's some sort of strange monster. I can see its head, I can see its body, I can see its back end. Never occurred to him that all that might be within a single cell. And yet we still think that a neuron simply fires or doesn't fire a signal like a transistor. Here's one of these euglenoid cells in close-up and held in firm position. And look at the way that it's using its flagellum. Now, these flagella are used in ways that we often rarely comprehend. Many of these euglenoid cells live in circular colonies, in little spherical groups. And if you look, you can see how this one is selecting what it wants. It's not going to take everything, but look at the one at the top. It's sent out a loop of cytoplasm. It's as like, of course, this thing is sentient. It has sent out a loop of cytoplasm in order to trap the food that it wants. And it then, in ways we don't begin to comprehend, draws them back into the cell and absorbs it into itself. And that's what white cells do in the human body. Here, for example, is an organism called Leishmania, causes leishmaniasis in humans. There is a living one swimming around in some human plasma. But if you look, there's a white cell, a huge white cell in the middle. And look what the white cell has done to the organism on the left, on the right. Now look at what it's going to do to the organism on the left. It's trapped it. It dissolves it. And it will actually absorb its cytoplasm into itself. That parasite is being fed upon by the white cell that has now engulfed it. Here are a couple of these parasites on the edge of a white cell being drawn in, digested, broken down, and actually fed upon. This is happening to you inside your body all the time with any pathogens you may have breathed in. There's 10 of these Leishmania cells around a white cell. And just watch how one by one, the white cell manages to entrap them, hold on to them. It manages to absorb them, break them down, and take the protein into itself for its own benefit. Many amoebae feed swimming protozoa, which is quite a mean feat when you think of it. Here is an amoeba crawling along at real speed, and when it comes across one of these little swimming cells, it manages to engulf it. Nobody knows how it senses it. We have not the slightest concept of how it plans to engulf it. But as you can see from those tiny granules in the cytoplasm, it puts projections around this little ciliate and holds onto it. Ciliates are voracious feeders. Here is one I have shown years ago at this conference. Here is a ciliate swimming along. It ignores that diatom above it, which it considers unsuitable for lunch. But then, and we don't know how, it detects another ciliate and wolfs it down. It's like watching a cat catching a mouse. But this is a single-celled organism. Here is a beautiful little alga with a skeleton made of silica. It makes a skeleton of glass. Dissolve away the rest of the cell, and that's what it creates. These little diatoms make beautifully shaped skeletons within each cell. And you can find great deposits of them. These are the White Cliffs of California, Lompoc, California, composed of diatomite. Nothing but the silica shells of diatoms from hundreds of millions of years ago. And under the microscope, you can see the perforated little shell. They are, of course, a very mild abrasive in this form and are often used in organic toothpaste. Here's an example. I featured it only because I just love the trade name. I think toothpaste is truly inspired. Here are some algae from a pond. Round ones are desmids, the long ones are diatoms. Diatoms sometimes live in colonies. In this particular kind of diatom, they slide against each other and almost act like an entire organism. So the colony of individual, separate, autonomous cells, by cooperating, can migrate from one part of the pond to another. And here is a desmid. Isn't this wonderful? This sun desmid, very popular with microscopists. What an incredibly complicated cell it is. And it looks just like a disc of chlorophyll. I'm sure that's what physicists would tell you. It's like a disc of chlorophyll gathering solar energy. But let's look under high power and change the focus. Then you begin to see the intricate activity that's going on inside that cell all the time. Nobody knows what's happening. And yet these cells are so incredibly adaptable and ingenious. It's hard to think how they can divide in half. We all know that these single-celled algae must divide. But this, captured under time-lapse by Jeremy in Australia, shows just how the two cells manage to form themselves from one. Just look at the intricacy. This is speeded up 25 times. Look at the incredible intricacy that goes on. Now, we've just looked at those round desmids. So let's look at the long, elongated diatoms. And here are two pairs of diatoms, and they're going to have sex. If you notice, there are little projections from the two adjacent cells. And the projections have no idea how they sense them or how they form them or how they dissolve the cell wall necessary for it to happen. But this, magnified 25 times, allows them to join together and fuse and form a resistant spore that will last throughout the winter. None of those mechanisms are amenable to any understanding, and none of it is taught to students in universities anywhere in the world. You may remember Spirogyra from school. Well, here are two filaments, one at the top, one at the bottom, and adjacent cells put out tubes. The textbooks all say they just create a conjugation tube. Nobody has any idea of how they sense that they're near each other, how they sense that the one is the male and the other is the female, how they manage to create these tubes and dissolve the cell wall. But the male filament above migrates, each cell migrates through into the female filament below. And again, the nuclei will undergo divisions and then form a cyst And then when the winter comes and the cell walls break down, they will survive and hatch out again and form new filaments in the spring. Sometimes the cells don't actually end up opposite another cell, and I'm afraid they don't lose their virginity. You can see there are two cells at the top that never found a mate. And here's another, Oedogonium. This is an alga where the little motile male cell has managed to find its way to the ova and has identified it, has created a pore. It manages to move its way in, then the entire cell contents. We have no idea how this happens. The entire cell contents migrates within the ovum, and the two of them then fuse together once again to form the spore. This all shows immense ingenuity and senses, and nobody begins to grasp what any of it means or how any of it happens. There's Chlamydomonas. It swims in life with a sort of a breaststroke, and sometimes those two Chlamydomonas organisms will meet, will recognize each other as compatible. They will form a pair, nose to nose, as it were, and they will fuse to produce a spore. Here are two that have located a certain synergy between the two of them, and gently those two cells will join together. The cell wall will change, we don't know how, and it will adapt itself, and you end up with a spore. Yes, many of these organisms have sex. Here is, it's almost, I don't know, almost not quite erotic, but it's a very endearing picture of two Blepharisma protozoa that have met, and they are undergoing sexual conjugation. These are single cell organisms. Nobody has any idea of the intricacy of the mechanisms that go on. And every time we do create a model of a living cell, it's always as though it's plastic or mechanical. Here's an example. From the Science Nature page, here is a plastic model. This is quite a good model as it goes. But the whole point of it is that this is filled with solid blobs or like transistors or components or something. But that's not what cells are like. Like this Parahelicea is in fact filled with amazing complexity. Each one of those organelles is as important as an organ within your body, but it's within a single cell. Just imagine the complexity of what's going on within your neurons. No, they're not just firing off signals. They are complex and autonomous and thoughtful. And yet wherever you go, you find people down-base cells and create simplified versions simply to satisfy the fact that the public then will feel you know a lot, when in fact you know nothing at all. No, it's not real, Meta. Your metaverse is not real. That is not anything like the way that a living cell divides. And I'm not the only one who thinks so.
Eric Bernstein, doctor and research associate at the Center for Health and the Global Environment at Harvard Medical School, has been studying the ties between the natural world and human health.
Really, we're thinking about the microbial world. In fact, it is the last great unexplored frontier in life.
He's absolutely right. And not just microbes. This is Colpidium, a little colony of Colpidium in a pond. But it's not just microbes, you don't understand, it's single cells as a whole. Here's another ficus. You can see it's a red eye spot clearly there. And how amazing it is that all this goes on inside a cell, and yet we know so little of it. Many of these cells have exquisite beauty, and some the most bizarre appeal. This is Lacrimaria, named from its supposed likeness to a teardrop. And see how it explores its environment. It's like a, I don't know, an anteater or an elephant, but it's just a single cell. So is this, Acadinium. Each one of those particles is carrying out important tasks, and no one's going to just model that with a simple computer. The idea of modeling a neuron or modeling a microbe is just a fantasy designed to get big grants and confuse the public. Some of you may possibly eat spirulina as a diet aid, and you know that spirulina is a blue-green alga, the simplest kind of alga you can imagine. But under the high-power microscope, you can see that, yes, there's lots going on, even inside that cell. The trouble is that nobody ever understood the way in which the study of the neuron developed. In 2007, I wrote a chapter for this book, Brain, Mind and Machine, and it's the first major publication to look at the way in which the microscope was brought to bear on neurons. There is Leeuwenhoek's microscope. I might add that I have recently been examining under the scanning microscope another previously unknown Leeuwenhoek microscope recently discovered in East Anglia, not far from where I live. These are the specimens, and I'm drawing on the right, that Leeuwenhoek did when he studied nerves. He was the first person ever to study nerves. And as the centuries went by, people began to regard nerves as though they were little tubes full of fluid, as though they were mechanical devices. I took a photograph of nerve cells on the right. They're photographed through a single lens microscope of the kind available in the 1600s. And yes, you can see neurons there perfectly clearly. But this man, Purkinje, he was the man who actually put the seal on the study of microbes. And one of the drawings of a single neuron that he produced actually gave rise to the term Purkinje cells, and they're still called Purkinje cells to this day. That's what they look like under the microscope if you take a thin section. But do you notice how many of the side branches, the dendrites that come out of those cells, go out of focus? And that actually intrigued this man, Jan Evangelista Purkinje, in Czechoslovakia. He was born in 1787 and died in 1869. And in order to overcome this focusing disparity, he wouldn't use any sort of recording other than pen and ink. He would change focus in order to find exactly where those dendrites went. And his drawings have never been bettered. It is astonishing to think that in the early Victorian era, this man was showing us so much about what goes on in the world of the neuron. There is a single neuron. And look at all the dendrites. It's unbelievable. And he actually mapped great chunks of the brain and drew neatly every single neuron and the pathways of all of its dendrites and axons. This, if you go to Wikipedia, is how you will see a single neuron. Diagram's all wrong. The middle of the cell, the body of the cell, is filled actually with what are called Nissl granules, which are absent from the axon hillock. You don't see that. And the axon, which is the thing that actually conveys the major message out of the cell, the axon actually should have a whole series of Ranvier nodes. It's not just a cylindrical extension as you see there, but an extension that's interrupted at regular intervals. It's all wrong. Now, this is one of the major points I want to make, is that we falsify what we know for granted. Witness the beauty of one of science's greatest mysteries, the human brain. We're going to have a view of life at a cellular level never before. No, it's completely untrue.
Most of the neuron takes us through the journey of human growth and the mind, and it really allows us to immerse ourselves in memory and in those experiences. And using sound to trigger memory in an environment such as a REPO allows the audience to really experience both their own past and the story that's being told in front of them.
This art tech house production is wonderful. It's absolutely vivid, but it is not what it says. It does not take you through the life of a neuron. No one's ever done that. Nobody knows the life of a neuron. These are pictures, scanning electron microscope pictures, which are then converted into computer art and colored and just made into a dazzling array. But they actually tell us nothing of what they say they're telling us. And this is a great lesson in the field, the rampant dishonesty throughout neuroscience. Here, for instance, is a bit of film from UCLA, right? This is Professor Katsushi Arisaka has taken this film. And it's interesting because it shows how some neurons seem to fire off when others don't. But it's so basic, so primitive. The resolution is so low. We get no impression of what's going on inside the cells. You just see cells flickering on and off. And yet he says that captured using 2-photo calcium imaging, this video depicts neurons firing in the brain of a mouse in response to stimulation of his whiskers. And if you study that, then you may be able to understand why children with autism covered. No, you won't. Got no relationship to autism. And look at this. Here is another example. 5 fluorophores were used by Professor Edward Boyd.
May I request to Professor Ford please
Yes?
conclude your, may I request to you, Professor
Yes, I
Fo,
will.
please conclude your talk within 5 minutes.
Yes, indeed, I shall, of course. And they have shown how 5 colored dyes at the same time can illuminate bits within cells. That's quite interesting. All you're seeing is cells dyed with a dye. You're not seeing inside them. But when they reported it, it comes out once again with massively complicated computer graphics to illustrate the point. And here's another one. Scientists are feeding artificial intelligence chunks of human brains. No, they're not. And it wouldn't matter if they were. This is a paper published in Nature. By the way, if you're thinking of publishing in Nature, do take care. It costs you a vast amount of money to do that. Scientists grew mini brains from stem cells. No, they didn't. The stem cells, which they pulled out and cultured, still managed to survive. And since they knew they were supposed to be generating eyes, still managed to generate little islets. It's the cells that did it, not the scientists.
Everything you see here is real data. We're looking through a microscope at neural tissue going down through an area of the brain called the medial prefrontal cortex. We can use these microscopic images to reconstruct the three-dimensional layout of the neuron and really see the intricate and intertwining patterns that they make. These connectivity patterns throughout the brain underlie all neural function and are responsible for everything from controlling your muscles when you tie your shoes to how you feel about your family. Understanding these patterns is a massive ongoing project for neuroscientists everywhere. It could lead to breakthroughs for everything from consciousness to depressive disorders and schizophrenia.
Just tracing the networks is a souped-up version of what Purkinje was doing 200 years ago, and it won't show us those things.
Yeah, 2 neurons under the microscope that I've filmed, and if you wait really patiently, you'll be able to see them connecting to one another.
That's in real time. No, the brain doesn't control everything. The way that all of the white cells in your body and the cells in your liver and your kidney are working, they are invisible to the brain. They're not concerned with the brain. You don't actually need a brain. There are people whose brains have been irretrievably damaged, but who still stay alive. The brain is responsible for your senses, but not for anything else. And the Human Brain Project took €1 billion and claims to be a great success. They produced some amazing pictures with these fluorescent dyes and produced booklets and exhibitions to say how successful Europe was. No, they weren't. It's a con. They got $1 billion and published 3,000 papers. And what does it tell us about the way neurons function? Next to nothing. Artificial neurons mimic complex brain abilities. No, there aren't such things as artificial neurons. If you look at a single living cell in culture and you get some sense of what goes on inside and what none of us really begins to grasp. This is a human cell. Look how it's put out ruffling extensions. It's searching for the other cells. It's wondering, why is it here on its own? And then when you look closely, you can see some of the miraculous intensity of what goes on inside the cell. The closer you look, the more you realize that these cells are much more complicated than you think. There's the ruffling. The cell is sensing its environment. And look at the busyness that's going on inside it. No, I'm sorry, I will not accept that people understand neurons because they don't understand the complexity of an autonomous cell. And a neuron, if we would all agree, is the most complicated and highly evolved cell in the universe. Then if single cells can do things like this, imagine what the neuron does. We think of mitochondria as being little factories, but no, they actually move around. There's a mitochondria, and it's jiggling up and down through that microtubule and changing its shape. It knows where it wants to go and what it has to do. So let's, as we end, look at NATH, a single cell of this remarkable organism. And you have to stop and realize that inside every one of those particles, none of which we understand, is undertaking complicated, self-regulated activity. You can't model that, ladies and gentlemen. You've got something which is not a molecular model, not a kind of organic transistor. This is life. And I have to say to all of you that until we understand the need for humility, until we recognize the fact that scientists and neurologists are exaggerating their findings simply for the sake of getting grants out of the organizations that will fund them, then once that happens, I'll show some enjoyment and some relaxation. But until then, I shall keep reminding people that you understand next to nothing. And it's not good enough to say we're on the point of curing major diseases through our discoveries. We aren't, because we're not asking the right questions and we aren't making the right discoveries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ford, for a very informative, effective, and in-depth explanation. Indeed, it is next to impossible to model the cellular complexity as computer scientists aspire. Thank you. Thank you again. And now session is open for the question from the audience. Please.
I actually have one quick question for Dr. Ford. Do you have any recordings of symbiogenesis phenomena where one cell is not consuming another cell, but where they merge together, like Lynn Margulis talked about? Have we ever recorded or seen that?
Well, my great friend Lynn Margulis, I'm very sad when she died. We were good buddies. As she was keen to point out, she was not the person who coined the term. It was coined in Germany in the 1890s, when I only wish I could recall his name for you now, when a distinguished microbiologist recognized that, for example, the chloroplast inside cells had begun life hundreds, thousands of millions of years ago as discrete free-living algae, and had become incorporated into cells, but rather than being digested, had lived there symbiotically and provided energy source capture for the host cell, whilst the cell provided nutriment and protection. The same is true of the mitochondria within cells. They have DNA of their own. I remember Professor Dupuy in Toulouse in the south of France sent me in 1972 the first transmission electron micrographs ever made, in which he demonstrated DNA present inside mitochondria. These are what we call maternal DNA now. But the DNA, this maternal DNA inside these mitochondria, began life 1,000 million years ago as free-living bacteria with their own DNA, which became incorporated into living cells. So they are one of the ways in which cells originated. It was an astonishing idea when it was originally posed 130 years ago. And Lynn used to find still people were finding it difficult during her lectures and demonstrations. But it certainly is true that that has happened, although all that explains is where cells came from. And I'm not concerned with that. Everybody else is concerned with subjects like that. I'm concerned only with the subjects that people aren't bothered with, and that is what goes on inside the cell once the cell has formed.
Thank you.
I would add that the videos I put together, and I'm very grateful to Bob Burden, to Hilda Canteland, and also to Jeremy Picketich, who died very sadly a year or two ago. I put those together for you in order to show you the diversity of microscopical evidence that those of us who study protozoa see in our daily lives, but which are rarely published and hardly ever acknowledged. So in fact, the presentation you have seen is the first time I've actually seen the entire presentation myself. So it was not a carefully rehearsed and considered presentation. It was entirely extemporized. And it was always such a pleasure to do so to your audience, because they are refined, intelligent, advanced, and free-thinking individuals. And so an extemporized talk for your people is the best kind of audience that one could possibly find.
You're incredibly generous, Professor Ford. Thank you very much.
It's interesting, too, that my points follow so well on Denis's. Denis Noble is a very distinguished and able and capable and interesting and massively knowledgeable man. It's only a great shame that one can't just download everything he thinks. Science would benefit enormously if we could. But to hear Denis laying the groundwork for what turned out to be my talk was really very gratifying. And it's an honor and a pleasure to follow him. And also, it seems quite a timely thing, too.
Namaste, Brian. How are you doing? This is MADHAVA PURI.
Very well, and how are you?
I'm good. I was just thinking, the evidence is so clear. science is supposed to be an evidence-based system of knowledge. Yet when we look at the intelligent behavior, we can call it of organisms, living organisms, why do we think that a mechanistic, what can only call ideology, would apply? Where does that come from? Is that a scientific conclusion in the face of what the evidence is showing us?
That's a very beautifully put question, and the most pertinent question of all. And I can answer it. It comes from the fact that the pioneers, like Descartes, just insisted that humans were machines. When Robert Hooke in the 1600s came along to publish his book Micrographia, he also believed that the brain was essentially a mechanical device. But what has happened is laziness. Present-day scientists have just cruised along, guided by the momentum of those early, perfectly well-reasoned, though massively erroneous constructs. And nobody is stopping to recognize that they will never recognize what they don't know. For decades, I have actually, for 50 years, I've said that the Friday afternoon of every academic course in the world should be devoted to what we don't know about the subject rather than what we do. That would be a great dose of humility to the teacher and a great dose of inspired creativity to the pupil. But we don't do that. And so we just continue muddling along. And you have farcical attempts to build an artificial brain or an artificial neuron without anybody telling you that we don't know what a real one is like in the first place. And that diagram on Wikipedia, which everybody turns to, or those jelly bean cells that everybody's being taught, they're just made up because people won't say, we really do not know, and we really haven't looked. I wanted to show you a good photograph of a neuron. And I have my trusty microscope by my side. And if I'd had time, I would have taken one. I have slides of neurons up here. But I couldn't find a photograph that shows an actual neuron properly anywhere online. It's just all this distorted and simplified artwork. So that's what's happened. The reason I have posited these views is because I'm independent. I am not tied to the machine, and therefore I can take steps which other people can't. They often talk about blue sky research. That's easy. See blue sky just by looking up. My research is untrodden snow, virgin snow research. And finding places where people have never walked before is more difficult but much more exciting. So the answer is that we've been coasting along with this post-Cartesian impetus, just by the natural momentum of science being deduced based on finding a formula that would explain everything. It doesn't work for life. Nobody realizes that. And the few who might have thought it daren't say so, because there aren't no grants for that. If you want grants, you conform. If you don't conform, then you have to take the brave step of saying so. And the sooner we recognize that we should celebrate our ignorance, the happier I shall be.
Thank you.
Professor Ford, thank you very much to hear.
My pleasure. Nice to see you.
Great, happiness. And I want to ask, yes?
There were some comments in the chat here that came during the last explanation from Dr. ALICIA JUARRERO. I'm not sure if she wanted to inquire what she commented in the chat.
I'll read her comments afterwards, but I won't be discourteous. I won't show discourtesy to the audience by reading them now.
Yeah, I want to say to Dr. Ford that when you compare the communication between the colonial behavior of the bacterium and the multicellular organism, how they behave in a whole organism sense, can we go to a life beyond cellular context?
That I doubt. But what is interesting is, you mentioned bacteria coming together. Bacteria sometimes form microfilms. And if you look at a microfilm under the electron microscope, you don't just see, as you might think, a sort of a film of bacteria, but the bacteria join together. Do you remember the dieting against each other? Well, bacteria do that kind of thing. They actually join together in a kind of a regular patterned community. It looks like knitwear, where they all take up a certain position, and they're able better to resist antibiotics and to colonize areas inside the body that otherwise they couldn't. So even bacteria will, if you like, evolve, and I don't mean the term literally, under conditions of expediency. But when you look at some of the protozoa, which I've shown you, their amazing complexity inside is just bewildering and mind-boggling. And those are what I want to show to people. I wrote an article for Nature, a leading article for Nature, about 50 years ago, saying how the public, if you asked them about the craters on the moon or the rings around Saturn or the structure of DNA or a living cell, they would all say, yes, they knew about all of them. If you said to them, now can you draw them? They could draw all of them, but they couldn't draw the living cell. Because in fact, nobody knows what a living cell is like. And until we're teaching this in school and in university and revolutionizing the way in which postgraduate scientists honestly admit their lack of knowledge and understanding, until that happens, science will continue to blunder down these alleyways, funded by massive grants, sounding very impressive to the public as though they're on the point of curing everything, and in reality, doing nothing at all that matters. It bothers me greatly.
I would like to ask, what is the difference in the behavior between the cells that you have shown in your videos and cancer cells? You spoke about how your presentation followed Dr. Dennis Noble very nicely. I know he is a part of an initiative, the Cancer and Evolution Working Group. And so I'd like to know, what is the difference in the behavior between those cancer cells and the normal cells? If you could speak.
That's an interesting question. Cancer cells are normal cells, but more primitive. They almost revert to a kind of self-regulated semi-stem cell. Cancer cells lose their abilities. They're damaged cells. They no longer heed the signals from their friends. They, as it were, have gone deaf. And cancer cells will continue to grow and grow and grow. They lack the switch-off mechanism that normal cells have. That's why when I think it was in 1957 that Henrietta Lacks, the black woman, came into the obstetric hospital, came to a gynecological hospital in America, and they were just beginning to experiment with cell culture at the time. And she had a carcinoma of the uterus, so they decided to try and culture some of these cells, and they grew terribly well. And HeLa cells, named the first two initials of her forename and her surname, became standard cells in tissue culture. You could grow them in tissue culture and grow the viruses in the cells. But now there are hundreds of tons of HeLa cells all around the world. They've acquired a life of their own, and they almost act like infective microbes. They infect cultures of other cells. And often papers are published by virologists these days where they say they've been growing cells in, say, monkey kidney cells or something of the sort. And when they check, they find out, no, it's not monkey kidney, it's actually HeLa cells. The HeLa cells have taken over. They've almost reverted to becoming microbes. In a way, it's almost like reverse engineering, where you take complicated human cells, simplify them a little bit, and they just become microbes. It's an extraordinary thing to think about. I'll leave everybody to ponder the realities of that situation after this meeting.
Some of the research that has been going on in cancer based on the Cognitive Cell Foundation says that sometimes, in some instances, that a cancerous cell could be a cell which is normally multicellular and a multicellular cooperative, and somehow it becomes confused, and within that multicellular cooperative, it switches to a single cellular lifestyle, and that causes
exactly. That's just what I said. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yes, they almost become like an isolated microbe. It's an extraordinary thing.
Okay, thank you.
By the way, those of you who are toying with the idea of having a possible cancer investigated, I would urge you not to go for a biopsy. If you're going to take it out, take it out. But a biopsy is a big mistake, in my view, since the needle will then penetrate the capsule of a malignancy and seed malignant cells into the bloodstream as the needle is withdrawn. If you do have a lump, get it taken out. Don't get it biopsied. I would advise everybody to think seriously on that. Then if there are no other points, shall we conclude?
Yes, Dr. Sumangala, would you like to?
Thank you very much, Professor Ford, for your nice explanation. Yes, thank you. Now we proceed towards our next speaker. Our next speaker is, I'm really feeling greatly honored to introduce our next speaker, Dr. B. Madhav Puri. He's received his PhD in theoretical chemistry from Georgetown University, and he did postdoc at the National Bureau of Standards in Washington, D.C. He published technical papers in the Journal of Chemical Physics, and then Dr. Puri turned to Indian School of Yoga to learn about consciousness and started gfhegel.org website. And currently he's a serving director of Princeton Bhakti Vedanta Institute. And Dr. Puri is also a visionary behind this Science and Scientist annual conference series since 2013. And we are fortunate to hear from Dr. Puri and about his talk. His topic of the talk is Death and Desire, Negativity at the Foundation of Life. Please, Dr. Madhav Puri, you can proceed. Start your
talk. So we've been hearing about the need, you can say, of finding a way of understanding life beyond a mere mechanical, molecular ideology, I would call it, that we are applying to the evidence that we find in nature, that there is seems to be something much more sophisticated involved, and trying to understand what the activity of an organism is due to. If it's simply mechanical processes of physics and chemistry, then it doesn't seem to provide us with a sufficient evidence or sufficient explanation of what's going on. So in this talk, I'm not going to claim to be giving any scientific explanation of those things, but just trying to present a framework, a different framework or a philosophical framework by which we can try to relate our rational ideas of life, our rational conceptions of life with what is going on at the cellular level, at organismic level. This might be a little difficult. I feel a lot of difficulty actually in presenting this because it's a very different idea than what we normally think of when we talk about biological life. Make it smaller. Make it smaller. We can see the panel. So I thought the first thing we have to do is try to make clear what we mean by the negativity, concept of negativity. Generally, science, empirical science, is considered positivistic. Positivistic means we rely on the evidence of our senses, empiricism. And of course, the empirical evidence must be organized by a rational, systematic thinking at the subjective level. Generally, physics or modern science in general doesn't consider the activity of the rational systematization that's at the background of science. And that's a very important part, actually, of science. That's why we have started this conference series called Science and Scientist. Science is generally left out, the activity, the rational activity of the scientist, which is an essential part of science. And yet it is not, let's say, explicitly spoken about. It is not explicitly included in our explanations of science. So we want to examine that idea and see what is there a possible way of correcting that. And I found that by reading Hegel, G.W.F. Hegel, the philosopher, German philosopher, that there is a very interesting way of connecting the rational activity with the material phenomena of life, of nature, rather. Okay. So although this is going to sound somewhat difficult to understand, because we're going to try to combine positive and negative arguments, the positivism of science and with the negativity of philosophical dialectics, it may be somewhat confusing because we're not used to thinking in this way. And it's going to be a very new idea, I think, except for those who have studied Hegel in the past. They may know something about these problems and what all this is about. So could you make this slide a little quite shorter so that we can see it? Slimmer.
It has to be full screen. It has to be full screen.
Huh?
It has to be full screen. Otherwise, I can't see it.
So we start out with this first perplexing idea that life is an existing contradiction. We are generally taught that if something is a contradiction, then it does not exist. This was Zeno's types of arguments that he would present. Movement can be thought of as a contradiction. It requires that something like a moving arrow must be and not be at the same point at the same time. Of course, everyone accepts that there is movement in the world. So that, but when we think about it carefully, this contradiction lies there at the center of movement. An arrow is going to be, if it's moving, according to the idea of movement, must be and not be at a particular point at the same time. It's passing through that point. And that passing through is an instantaneous passing through. So what it says actually, in fact, is that there is a contradiction there at the point of through which is passing. So life is also a contradiction in that sense, that an existing contradiction in that sense, that movement exists and it's a contradiction. So life could be a contradiction and still exist. It's not that because it's a contradiction, it doesn't exist. So that now, what do we mean by contradiction here? And here we're explaining that life is what it is not. Life is what it is not. So how can something be what it is not? This can mean that the essence of life lies in what it lacks. So we can also say life is a process. This is similar to the existing contradiction we found in movement, but life is not just matter and motion. A jar of chemicals on a speeding train does not suddenly come to life. The process is more like a drive or need, a necessity for the potentiality to actualize itself. Yeah. There's something covering this side.
I know. Can't do anything about it.
I can read it.
Is there another way to say that life is what it is not?
Make it larger. How can you read that? Give me that now. Trying to figure out here how to get this to show properly. All right, so anyhow, I don't know how to do this, and Krishna here doesn't know how to do it, so we have to deal with this. The idea here is that life transcends its finite reified status. This is what we mean by what life is, what it is not. Its given status, its being, you can say, is transcended because the organism is a moving, a living thing. It is not merely a stratified or rigid structure, right? It's a living organism. It means it's constantly changing under the influence of change, a movement. So that life is more than just the static reified structure that we can see under a microscope or picture within our mind. So is there another way of saying that life is what it is not? So life is a negation of itself. Not means negation. So by saying that life is a negation of itself, we seem to be dividing life into two parts. The part that is life and the part that is not, or the negated part. If we call the part that is life self, and the part that is not life the other, or we may also call the object or body, then life is a self that is negation of its other, that is not self. I hope that's clear. Yet, life is the identity of self and body. Yet as life, the self identifies itself with its other, or as an identity of itself and its other. A unity of self and body is an existing contradiction. I hope this is coming across. What we're saying here is that the self identifies itself with the body. When we say I, for instance, that self, that is the I, we identify directly with the body. We say I am an American or a male or a female or whatever the identity is, it is connected with the body, although it's the self that is making that connection. So that was what we call identity of itself and its body, or what is generally the idea of life. Another way to say this is the simultaneous identity and difference of itself with its other. But this other is not just any other, it is specific or determinate other or negation of the self. In other words, the other or object is a totality of determinations of the self called its body. Now, we must not misunderstand negation as annihilation. And dialectical negation is not negation. When we say the self is not the body, we don't mean that there's no body, that the body somehow disappears. It is negation of the body. Therefore, the body is there, but in a negated form. So mathematics has been useful to science because it introduces many ideas the positivist science of empirical observation does not notice or account for. For example, antimatter. The existence of antimatter was discovered from the solutions of the quadratic equations of physics. Actually, it was Paul Dirac in around 1930 who was the first to come up with the idea of antimatter by trying to solve the problems of the equation, rather, of quantum mechanics and relativity. He was a great mathematician to be able to combine those two fields. And he came up with a solution to the problem, which involves the square root of a number. And the square root of a number we all know has a positive and negative solution, equally valid. So there was this negative value that had to be accounted for, and Dirac said this was to be called antimatter, and he gave the properties of that antimatter as having the negative value, just like an electron. Everything will be the same except it'll have a positive charge. As the antimatter of an electron will have a positive charge, but otherwise the same mass and basically the same qualities. All right, next. When matter and antimatter come into contact, however, they annihilate each other. We could call antimatter the negation of matter, but this is mathematical negation. The negation of 1, for instance, is -1. It's not 0. -1 is less than 0 or less than nothing, but it has a value, an absolute value the same as 1. Just like in mathematics, rational logic or dialectics also offers additional insights beyond the positivistic empiricism that science generally employs. Dialectical negation of the physical is not nothing. It is simply not physical or not material. If the physical exists, then so does the negative. Negation does not imply non-existence, just that I don't know what it says there.
Not non-existence, but non-physical.
Huh?
Not non-existence, but non-physical.
Okay. So negation implies not non-existence, but the negation of the physical. Huh? That was the point. Now, well, go up. Okay. So then how does the non-physical or non-material interact with the material? So their relations is already established, as we have said. It is the negation. The negation of the material is a non-material. So according to dialectical reasoning, the non-material and material coexist. There is no problem of their coexistence and no problem of their interaction through negativity or through negation. So, for example, thought and being. The chair in my room and the thought or concept of a chair exist together as a unity, although each is a dialectical negation of the other. One is material, the other is non-material. But can anyone say that a chair and its concept are not related? The concept and its actualization, then generally we say that a concept comes before the construction of an artifact. Thus, the concept of a chair precedes the actual thing a carpenter constructs. A blueprint is made before the actual construction of a building takes place. Aristotle considered the concept to be part of the explanation of cause. He called it formal cause. The carpenter is the efficient cause, and the building materials are the material cause. The purpose is the final cause. So these four aspects of cause, we call them, they're not exactly different causes. They're all aspects of one process called cause, if we want to call it like that. These four aspects of cause are distinctive from one another, but not separable. The fathers of modern science simply excised the formal and final aspects of cause from Aristotle's complete formulation. The result is that modern science is short or vague on explanations of origins or purposes. We all know this, that when we try to understand the origin of life or the universe or whatever, we always come back to the Big Bang or some type of chance formation of things. But that's not an explanation, actually. So life is the identity of concept and its objectivity. Can't recognize that purpose is the object of a concept. This concept-object relation was more of an unexplained or unmediated one for Kant. Hegel recognized the concept-object relation in terms of self-negation or self-determination. The concept and object are intimately united as an identity and image. So concept and object are related again, not by negation, but rather self-negation. Self-negation means that the concept is self-determining its own object. The concept is a rational entity that can determine its own objectivity, its own determine its own properties, or its own characteristics, its own specifics. So we call this an identity and difference. The concept is identical to its characteristics, yet its characteristics are different from the identity in that they're multiple, whereas the concept is a unity or one. Now let's talk about the concept. In Hegel's science of logic, the concept is a highly determinate and systematic dialectical whole or unity. The concept is a self-determining or self-differentiating, referring to the objectivity, as well as self-reflective or integrating unity, which refers to the subjectivity of the relationship. That which is or exists as a negation of a particular body is called a universal. Generally, life as an individual has an objectivity outside itself, beyond its body or environment. Generally, the idea of a universal is the negation of the particular. Universal and particular differ by negation again. Now, this idea of negation, negentropy, negativity. Physical, non-living phenomena generally follow the second law of thermodynamics, which predicts a spontaneous increase in entropy. Living organisms tend to promote and maintain system unity and order, resisting the spontaneous increase of disorder or entropy found in mechanical non-living systems. Erwin Schrödinger wrote a book. We know Erwin Schrödinger from physics. He wrote a book called What is Life? And he gave as a characteristic that life involves negentropy and negativity because it promotes its own unity and order, whereas non-living systems tend to disorder, according to the second law of thermodynamics. He also is famous for stating that life consisted of non-periodic crystals. This was before the discovery of DNA, and he predicted that life, and he said that life consisted of non-periodic crystals, whereas non-life consists of periodic crystals. Another distinction. Now, material things, including technological artifacts, have a purpose that originates externally. Cells have their purpose within themselves, which is called by Kant as nature's way. In general, an organism exhibits a unitive nature that negates the non-unitive or dispersive tendency of the inorganic or non-living world. So we distinguish cells and things. We don't call a thing a self, and we don't call a living organism like a human being a thing. We distinguish between these. So material things including technological artifacts, have a purpose that originates externally. Technology means mechanics with externally added on purpose. Technology takes mechanical systems and adds to them a purpose. This is an external purpose because it's being added to the thing. It doesn't come from the mechanics. It's added to a mechanical process. Cells, on the other hand, have their purpose within themselves, what Immanuel Kant called nature's way. From studies of embryology, we learn that the ontogeny of an organism follows a basic developmental pattern of differentiation and specialization of an additional unity or zygote by way of division, not aggregation, revealing a continual process of negation of unity while balancing this dispersion with integral unity at the same time. This demonstration of a negative power in living organisms indicates the existence of something at work in organisms that is not explicable in terms of mere positive matter. Now, a hint to what this negativity might be was given by Hegel and is often quoted phrase of Spinoza, omnis determinatio et negatio. Every determination is a negation. This emphasizes the interconnectedness of positive and negative attributes or qualities. Determination is positive, and negation negative. In this regard, the Greek philosopher Plotinus considered that the one was the first principle of the absolute. Parmenides before him considered pure being as the absolute. This simplistic idea was challenged by many philosophers, especially Heraclitus, who taught the dynamic, ever-changing nature of reality as becoming rather than pure being or static being. If we consider the Western or Greek positive idea of the one from the eastern side of the world or India, they define one negatively as advaita or non-dual. The simple abstract idea was also challenged by the succeeding philosophers in terms of identity and difference. Yet here we see the same concept, one, can be stated positively or negatively as not two or non-dual. This says that the determination one is at the same time and equivalently not dual. Every determination is simultaneously positive and negative, therefore. They are not separable. To pose one is to pose the other. The ancients understood that everything comes from what it is not. Socrates said that the idea taller comes from shorter. The modern saint Bhaktivedanta Swami once gave the example, if everyone were blind, we could not say blind. We can only understand blind because someone can see. These words are not unrelated to each other. They're necessary for it. A determinative thought always implies its opposite or negation. Day means it is not night. Being means it is not non-being or nothing. We may state or assert the positive, but we ignore that we are also simultaneously affirming the negative. That a subject is not the object is true of the very definition of these terms. The infinite contains within itself its own negation as the not finite. Self implies it's not other, the negation of its otherness. For Hegel in his science of logic, his science of logic uses these negativities in the development of its concept of life. The objective constituent content of an organism has its corresponding negative or subjective aspect, called its concept, which determines the specific nature of the constituent content. In the living organism, then subjective and objective aspects do not externally oppose one another, but mutually interpenetrate each other as simultaneously one and different. It is this unity and difference of subject and object gives rise to primitive feelings of sensation, or the sensation of the living organism in nature. Again, the concept is a rational, dynamic form. Therefore, when it's identified with a body, a material body, the body itself is not sentient, but the sentient concept identifying with the body makes the body sentient. As a universal, the concept of life in all individual organisms, its genus in general, actualizes itself as the negation of all indifferent objectivity, called being in itself, transforming it into being for itself, or the concept. This is called cognition. Being in itself, this is the nature of the object itself on its own, without being influenced by an observer. When the observer knows or cognizes the object which is in itself, he negates the object in itself. He doesn't annihilate the object, but the negation of the object being in itself is made so that the object becomes for cognition, for the cognitive being. This being for itself, or for the cognitive self, is different from the being in itself. This was Kant's famous duality. He said the difference between noumena and phenomena. Noumena is what is in itself. Phenomena is what we experience of it. So this transformation occurs between being in itself to being for consciousness. This being for itself is the negation of being in itself. So the living organism is not neutral toward its active process of negating what it is, its being. It is a self-determining unity or self, since determination is negation. This idea nicely explains Maturana and Varella's conclusion that living systems are cognitive systems, and living as a process is a process of cognition. This statement is valid for all organisms, with or without a nervous system. So the basic principle of any cognitive system doesn't just perceive the being itself, but it converts it into being for itself. This is called knowing or cognition. To know means that the object in itself becomes for the self. Now, these things, to understand them, in their proper way, it's difficult to just state them blatantly like that. A little study of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit will hopefully make these things much clearer, and not that I can expect to teach you what you don't know as far as Hegel's philosophy is concerned. That requires a detailed study on one's own to learn about these ideas. But I think they have a very important application and the formation of a framework for understanding life. Done yet?
10 minutes.
All right, since the fundamental concept, object, identity, and difference of the individual living organism is based on an existing concept or identity, it finds itself embedded in an environment or difference towards which the organism feels a gap or lack of unity within itself. As a concept, unity, object, identity, and difference. In other words, it's the individuality of the living organism that sets him against an environment. To be an individual means an individual in what? A milieu in which the individual exists as differentiated from the individual itself. There's a difference between the being in itself of the individual, and the being for itself rather of the individual, and the being in itself of its environment. So this lack is called desire. The being for itself, the being in itself, the concept wants to express, wants to include within itself actual being or being in itself, but it is only finds itself in a situation of being for itself. So it has to act to overcome this lack, which is negatively felt as the need and positively described as purpose. This is the basis of inner teleology of the concept acting to actualize itself. There is a similarity here between Aristotle's conception of the dynamics entelechy energia relationship and Hegel's concept activity objective content. Hegel distinguishes two levels of life here. The first as a living individual as such, and the second as a living process involving the organism's relationship to the environment, although they are both related. A third distinction comes in the organism's relation to other organisms in the reproductive act, which is called the genus process. Here, death plays the important role of demonstrating the fleeting nature of the particular or specific organism under the universal genus, which is intrinsic to and inseparable from the organism. This is because of the simultaneous universal, particular, and individual features of every concept, as in this case, genus, species, and specimen. The universal is a negation of the particular. It is simultaneously the positive identity of itself, and the universal dynamically maintains its identity while negating the particularity or specific. The unity of the universal and particular is the individual, or the undividable universal particular unity. This may be difficult to conceive because of the abstract nature of the terms, so it'll be easier to think of a concrete example where the movement of thought may be more apparent. A tree standing outside your house is generically called tree, like any other similar object in the world. This is the universal tree, although this is not a botanical name. We may loosely call it the genus. But the tree is also a particular species, say oak or spruce, and a specific specimen or individual of that species that is growing in your house, near your house. The universal tree applies to every specimen of tree we experience, in which case we could say that it is and is not each individual tree, because it identifies itself with each specimen and negates it at the same time in order to preserve itself for all the other trees. The activity we call life is universal in all living organisms, but the death of a particular organism does not affect the universality that is part of all life. In this sense, the death of a particular serves to emphasize the universal aspect of the life that is always part of the particular. This death is not only the negation of the activity of an organism we call life, but also establishes the positivity of the universal aspect of life, which religion has always maintained as preserved, even in the face of death. This universal is the concept, and its negative or objective content in logic which is the externality of nature, is manifest as soul in a body. A further level beyond nature, called second nature or culture, we can determine as spiritual, where life takes on a more universal significance in which communal, social, political, social, cultural, religious, and philosophical life predominates. There is another level of negativity of death, or ceasing to be, that is more integral to life and its intrinsic dynamic nature. The metaphysical view of the positive conception of static, reified being understands death as non-being or nothing, a long dark night of nothingness. A dynamic metaphysical conception, like Heraclitus understands being as a moment of the living, which is much a coming to be as a ceasing to be in the activity or actuality of becoming. The moment of coming to be is the transition of nothing to being, while the ceasing to be is the transition of being to nothing. The unity of these two moments is called becoming. In other words, being and nothing are not fixed in exclusive opposition, but connected in mutual correlation. This logical or metaphysical conception is visibly manifest in nature as growth. For example, a seed produces a stem as the seed itself ceases to be, while a leaf comes to be from the stem. The leaf then transforms into a bud, and from the disappearance of the bud, the flower is produced. Life is sometimes understood in terms of metabolism, a continuous process in which there is a building up or creation of molecular structure called anabolism, as existing structures are worn down and cease to be, or catabolism. The maturation of the human body from childhood to youth to old age follows the same pattern of creation and cessation of bodies. Change itself requires negation as part of the essential nature. In this sense, death, as much as creation, is an ever-present feature of actuality, or an actuality as an active living presence. Time as the coming to be of the future and ceasing to be of the past is united in the ever-present existent. Is united in the ever-existent present. The work of negativity is an unendingly necessary part of positive truth, as Hegel reminds us, which otherwise becomes mere edification without the labor of the negative. It is necessary to consider the negativity or reversal of the modern scientific view of nature as a network of more or less reified substance without recognition of a more dynamic system of subject-object relational development. Mechanical principles are useful in constructing artifacts, such as buildings and machines, but when the science of mechanical and chemical relations attempts to explain wholes, such as organisms, in terms of aggregating parts, nature does not exhibit herself as constructing organisms in that way. Rather, there is a circular reciprocal relation between wholes and parts, in which the whole participates in production of its parts as much as the parts produce the whole.
So we'll just take 5 minutes out of the Q&A to finish the presentation.
Hegel explains the logical elements in the development of the idea of life in his science of logic. This also shows how life is different from the logic of mechanisms, chemism, and teleology. This means that life cannot be properly comprehended in terms of mechanical, chemical, or teleological principles because of its basic subjectivity or self-conscious nature. Kant explains in his Critique of Judgment that an organism is both an organized and a self-organizing being. Now, if we consider a material whole,
Quoting from Kant.
Huh?
This is quoting from Kant now.
Kant. Oh, yes, this is a quote from Kant. He said, now if we consider a material whole, as far as its form is concerned, as a product of the parts and their forces and the capacity combined by themselves, including as parts other materials that they add to themselves, we represent a mechanical kind of generation. But from this, there arises no concept of a whole and an end, whose internal possibility presupposes throughout the idea of a whole on which even the constitution and mode of action of the parts depends, which is just how we must represent the organized body. The ontogeny of a living organism exhibits a reciprocal conditioning between interacting parts, creating the whole, the unity, the complete organism, while simultaneously the whole causing the parts to develop and emerge. Again, quoting from Kant, for a body, therefore, which is to be judged as a natural end in itself, and in accordance with its internal possibility, is required that the parts reciprocally produce each other as far as both their form and their combination is concerned, and thus produce a whole out of their own causality, the concept of which, conversely, is in turn the cause of it, and in accordance with the principle. Consequently, the connection of efficient causes could at the same time be judged as an effect through the final cause. This was Kant's explanation. Kant also raised the problem of the one-sidedness of our own thinking, the antinomy of the power of judgment, he called it. First maximum of the power of judgment is the thesis. All generations of material things and their forms must be judged as possible in accordance with merely mechanical laws. The second antithesis is that some products of material nature cannot be judged as possible according to purely mechanical laws. Judging them requires an entirely different law of causality, namely that of final cause. When the intrinsic subjectivity of life and the capacity for self-consciousness of the human being are properly acknowledged, then the need to go beyond teleological explanation becomes apparent. Well, how much time do we have?
Would you like to finish this last two paragraphs?
Well, I haven't been able to go through this entire lecture and the time that it was allotted to me. I'm sure this is pretty difficult to understand as far as we got. But I think we'll publish the paper.
Okay.
Publish the paper so that you'd like to read through it and consider it a little bit more, have a little bit more time to consider what the points that are being made. I think you might appreciate a little bit more what we're trying to say here.
There's still 10 minutes available for Q&A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other point I was making with that slide of the pizza pie and the apple pie, there's a problem with the modern ideology of empiricism. That if I say, do you want a piece? A piece, you might say, well, a piece of what? You can't satisfy a proper explanation of things by simply talking about pieces, parts, without saying what is a part of or a piece of. If I said you want a piece, You have no idea whether we're talking about a piece of pie or a piece of earth or a piece of rock or whatever. Yet scientists are content with talking about pieces or atoms or molecules or whatever without saying what they are part of. In other words, the whole has to be included with the part in order to understand the part properly. This was Aristotle's idea also. They call it final cause. Final cause, as you could say, is the whole. You can't give a causal explanation or a proper explanation of things without saying what it is that you're talking, it is a part of, or what it is that it exists for. This he stated very explicitly. It was necessary not only to say that something exists, but that for which it exists. Exists for the sake of what? He thought this was an important point in speaking about things as existing. So the result is that today we talk about, let's say, carbon atom. Now, according to the modern idea where final cause is eliminated from any consideration, the carbon atom in an elephant's leg and the carbon atom at the end of your nose, there's no difference. There's no way of differentiating them as such. So to know what something is part of is also important for understanding that part properly. Otherwise, we come to some kind of what we call an atomic monism. Carbon atoms are the same no matter where they are in the universe, no matter what they constitute. There's a kind of monism, a reductionistic or abstract understanding of carbon. Anyhow, that's one of the pet peeves that I have and study and understanding the philosophy of science. All right, I'll stop here. Thank you very much for tolerating me.
Oh, it's our pleasure, Maharaj, to hear you. And so it was a very wonderful talk. You sketch a perspective that acknowledges the remarkable, unique aspect of life and to help redefine the key terms and identify deep essential features of concept for a meaningful future regarding life and cognition. Thank you, Maharaj, for your nice talk. And there's only, I think, 5 minutes left for the question. If we can take only one question, one or two, if anyone from the audience.
If no one is asking, then can I ask something? Or if someone else want to ask, then they can ask.
Please, Maharaj, you can ask.
This feeling for the self, which is the negative unity of the concept with its externality, means the reality, that is a system of organs, system of say circulation, nervous system, etc. So how can this modern people trained in modern scientific era, but beginning to realize that we need to account for subjectivity or like emotions or behavioral characteristics, mother-calf, mother-child identity, etc. How can they, graduate to this kind of thought, as was being given by you here?
Well, as I said, I was only giving a kind of a framework by which things can be understood. The details of how Hegel's philosophy of life can be utilized to explain molecular phenomena. That is a problem that he was not aware of, first of all, and that's very difficult to solve, although he did give some hints in his anthropology about how that might be understood. But I think it is a very difficult problem, and I have not become expert in that type of explanation myself without further effort and study in that area. So my idea here was merely to give a suggestion, an idea of a direction in which we might go, and perhaps encourage people to study Hegel and try to see how what he was saying and what we are trying to understand in biology today may be related.
Thank you, Maharaj. But it does talk about certain primitive notions, at least what was prevalent in his days. Like he talks about digestive systems, he talks about the sensory systems, he talks about the nervous system, for example, also. Then he says they are the determinations of the concept of the organism into externality. And then he talks about something about the individual. Like it, for example, he talks about digestion as a kind of leading to the concept of reproduction, by which the organism is actually living. That means he says the organism is alive not as a because it is existing, but because it produces itself as a living entity. Like in reproduction, it is like alive. So that means this it seems teleologically, of whatever reasons, he identified this reproductibility with the concept of the organism. But it is not a reproducibility in the sense of modern understanding, because for him it requires some kind of a negation of the externality by which it is positing itself as an organism.
That is another more complex subject. Actually, my talk was on the logic of life more than the application of that concept of life in nature. When we add the explanation of life in nature, it becomes much more complex because we have to deal with externality. And merely the logical concept of life, we only deal with the internal dialectical relationships. But in the nature, it takes on a more complex form. And I have not discussed that part in this lecture. So that requires another study in and of itself. It's very complex indeed.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah, only 2 minutes left. Please ask in a brief.
Yeah, it's not a question. I would like to firstly thank Bhakti Madhava Puri ji for such an enlightening talk. What I would like to, I have been practicing meditation for the past 2 decades, and it's my personal opinion that how much ever knowledge you try to gain through the worldly process of studying, reading books or experiments, the more you gain knowledge, the more you feel that you know nothing. And I feel meditation is one process. It's a process to connect with your inner self, and that is only process to comprehend life as a whole. I would like your comments on this.
Yes, of course. I agree entirely with that. As I mentioned in the beginning of the talk, we are neglecting to understand the scientist in science. There is something else going on that's far more important and fundamental and essential to science, and that is the self. And we know that the ancient Greek philosophers, they also understood that above all else, know thyself, as they said. Once that is understood, then everything else can follow in a proper order. So there is great wisdom in that idea, understanding. But modern science, unfortunately, doesn't understand that at all. So we're studying and gathering knowledge of so many things, and yet we have lost ourselves, knowledge of ourselves, and that all that study, so-called study. In fact, once I had the opportunity to meet Albert Szent-Györgyi as a Nobel laureate at MIT when I was living in that area, in Boston area. And after a talk, I got to speak with him a bit, and I was trying to discuss with him the idea that of life coming from life rather than from matter. And he famously once said about that topic, he said, I have studied life for many decades, and studying the electrons and the molecules and so on and so forth. And in that study, it seems that life has kind of slipped through my fingers like sand, picking up sand, and the whole of life just slips through our fingers, because talking about life in terms of molecules are not alive. So you're missing the whole point of what is life. That's why I've emphasized this point, negativity. What is not matter, that is life. Not matter means that matter is not annihilated, but it's not life. There has to be some other negative idea associated with it that we're not including in our discussion and contemplation about the nature of life.
Thank you.
Dr. Chittaranjan Sarkar has some question, but I think he has got the answer of his question in this explanation of Dr. Madhav Puri Maharaj.
And Dr. Puri will be joining us at the end of the conference for the interdisciplinary dialogue as well, so there'll be more opportunity to speak at that time.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Puri Maharaj, for your nice answer and wonderful presentation in your talk. Now I have to move for our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. V. NISKAMA SHANTA. And Dr. Shanta received his PhD in coastal hydrodynamics from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. And Dr. Shanta did his postdoc at the Korea Ocean Research and Development Center, and he published numerous papers in international and national conferences and journals like Springer Link and Communicative and Integrative Biology. And he is also a main organizer of this conference, Science and Scientist series. And he's a Vaishnav monk, and currently he's a Sevet, a President Acharya of Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math in Narsingapalli, Navadip Dham, West Bengal, India. The topic of his talk is understanding the Vedantic view on the difference between life and non-life. I request to Dr. Shanta, please begin your talk.
Thank you, Dr. Sumangala, for your kind introduction to this insignificant self. So let me share my presentation. So we want to discuss something about understanding the Vedantic view on the difference between life and non-life. From the modern scientific point of view, actually the concept of life is generally understood from non-life. As scientists, they try to understand in past also from the concept of various ideas about how life could have come up from non-life, heterogenesis and abiogenesis. And many great personalities like Newton, Harvey, and others, they believed that life must have it can arise from rotten meat, which is being disproven by Francisco Reed by his simple explanation from putting the meat inside the jar and covering it with one jar kept it open, and other two jars he covered with the screen and airtight. And there he proved that there are some insects which are coming and laying the eggs, and it is established the concept that life comes from life. Life does not come from non-life. And the same idea is also established by Louis Pasteur by his experiment, the famous experiment, Swan neck flask experiment. And he has made a statement, never will the doctrine of spontaneous generation recover from this mortal blow of simple experiment. But somehow scientists thereon come up with an idea, yes, life is always coming from life, but somehow first life arisen from non-life. And they've tried to find out different mechanism and principles, and give ideas about how chemicals must have evolved. And there are some chance combination of so-called building blocks forming, as Miller tried to demonstrate by his experiments. But all these experiments, it is being established that there is some intelligence which was necessary to even produce the necessary so-called building blocks of life. And because what is the energy that producing those molecules, and have the capacity to also destroy that. So even to produce those molecules, Miller has to use his intelligence. So the concept of cell as or the simplest form of life, as it was perceived in the time of Darwin, later on given a very complex picture. So cell is not just some molecules, they are complex molecules. They were lying, and they can by chance combine and produce the kind of phenomena that is being observed at the present time, or what the scientists are reporting. Even the smallest cell equally, it presents extreme complexity beyond the imagination of the mechanistic or chemical ideas that we employ in our laboratories to produce something closer to that complexity that we observe in the living context. And this was one of the picture which is being published in the journal of I think Nature, biochemist David Deamer, and he was doing some experiments in 2005 by pouring some chemicals to see if life can arise by waiting for certain time. And he could conclude that life cannot come from that type of process from his experiments. And this is the idea my spiritual master Srila Bhakti Swarup Damodar Maharaj has given to one of the scientists that I have talked about, the Miller, when he was giving a talk in one of the university where Dr. Singh was doing his postdoctorate. So Dr. Miller was asking some funds for producing so-called building blocks of life, so that in future he will produce the life from those building blocks. So what Dr. Singh asked him, if I supply you those molecules, can you produce life? Then Dr. Miller told that I don't know. That means we are doing so much of research without even understanding whether the outcome of that research will support our claim. That is the main thing people are forgetting. As Srila Bhakti Puri Maharaj, the chairman of this conference, has written in one of the discussions in our e-group in 2010, Sadhu Sangha e-group, he has written, anyone can take a single cell and put it into a sterile test tube with all the necessary ingredients to sustain its life. If you then puncture that cell with a sterile needle, the contents of the cell will pour out into the solution. Even if you wait for hundreds of years, life will not be generated from those original biochemicals of the cell. This tells us that life is not simply cellular in nature, the life principle is the a priori formative cause of the cell or the body of any multi-cellular creature. We can see this in action by watching any seed or egg or embryonic zygote go through its development to maturity. Science cannot explain this development by simply reference to chemical activity. So reductionistic ideology always failed to explain two simple questions. What is the minimum number of parts that are essential for a living organism to survive? By what mechanism do these parts get assembled together? Here we can see for a mechanical machine, we can tell these answers very easily. But for an organism, as we are trying to give a mechanical image, the persons who are claiming they could never provide any answer to these simple questions. So some humility is necessary in science, and to accept the truth as it is coming up from the experiments and evidence is the what you can say true nature of a rational being. Actually, as Immanuel Kant told way back in 1784, there will never be a Newton for the blade of grass. And the same thing is emphasized by our director, Srila Bhaktivedanta Puri Maharaj, by stating that all the science and the scientists in the world together cannot make a single blade of grass. So, first thing is that the life, the idea that first life came from non-life, that is never being demonstrated by any verifiable evidence. Only what is being supplied is some narrative or the stories. And also the concept that how the biodiversity manifested in this world, that idea itself is self-defeating in nature. As Darwin himself was doubting, Darwin was seriously concerned about the philosophical implications of his dogma, as is very clear from his own statement. With me, the horrid doubt always arises whether the convictions of man's mind, which has been developed from the mind of the lower animals, are of any value or at all trustworthy. Could anyone trust in the convictions of a monkey's mind, if there are any conviction in such a mind? Darwin's objective evolution theory fails to provide a practical pathway to guarantee that humans develop trustworthy true beliefs about reality. As it is coming up from the statement of Francis Crick, our highly developed brains, after all, were not evolved under the pressure of discovering scientific truth, but only to enable us to be clever enough to survive and leave descendants. So from this idea itself, we can know that if we support the Darwinian view of evolution and their followers, then it is very difficult to believe the concept of science, because science is practiced not for establishing truth, but to have survival advantage. So this is one of the interesting things that Darwinists must also focus and address. And the criticizers about the philosophy and religions, as we know, Richard Dawkins, he tried to say that the people with religious beliefs, they have mental virus. So this type of harsh statements towards other fields who are trying to explore life and non-life and the origin seems to be irrational. So these scientists forget that the very foundation of science is based upon humans having trustworthy and true beliefs about reality, and how that is coming up from this self-defeating concept that Darwin has proposed and his believers are following. The concept of the tree of life, which Darwin provided, and he thought that it will be supported in future by evidence from the fossil data, and genetic data was not so evident in his time. And later on, scientists tried to also match genetic tree and the fossil tree, and what they found out, it is not a tree, it is the forest of life. So there are various kinds of trees they try to construct from various evidences from molecular biology and from the fossil data. And they found a lot of mismatch in that idea. And it is very difficult to establish the simple idea that, one organism give rise to another, and, like that, some tree can be found. So all the organisms, they are interrelated to each other as far as genetic evidence is concerned. And what you can say, the proof when it is being supplied to the public to support the idea of evolution of the bodies, generally the adaptive changes are referred. There is this microevolution, so-called microevolution is referred. But the macroevolution, the big changes, they have been never, been found or supported by, empirical evidence. As in one of the published paper, Dr. Kuhn stated, several of the textbooks continue to incorrectly promote the debunked Miller-Urey origin of life experiment, the long discredited claims about non-functional appendix and tonsils, and the fraudulent embryo drawings from Ernest Haeckel. In essence, current biology students, aspiring medical students, and future scientists are not being taught the whole story. Rather, evidence suggests that they continue to receive incorrect and incomplete material that exaggerates the effect of random mutation and natural selection to account for DNA, the cell, or transition from species to species. And we also know from bacterial, studies, there are, studies about generation after generation. So many generations of bacteria are being studied, and bacteria remained a bacteria. It does not change itself into any other species. So the organism, some scientists try to reduce them to a programmed, or the information containing molecules to make it similar to a concept of mechanical, programmed machines. So that idea that, there are some information molecules and there are some functional molecules, and the linear information transfer has been disproven by the evidence that Barbara McClintock and many other scientists later on, they have provided that information can also flow from the protein. And not only that, they have found that cell has a role to play in all the activities that are going on inside the cellular context. Cell can scientifically separate one reaction from another reaction, and also the read-only genomic system is being changed to read-write system. And there are many such ideas which are being reported by James A. Shapiro in his book Evolution: A View from 21st Century, where he has explained that smallest cells are sentient beings. Therefore, Ernest Mayr, the leading evolutionary biologist of 20th century, has given a very nice statement in his book, This is Biology. It is a little difficult to understand why the machine concept of organism could have had such long-lasting popularity. After all, no machine has ever built itself, replicated itself, programmed itself, or been able to produce its own energy. The similarity between an organism and a machine is exceedingly superficial. So we have the three field, biology, chemistry, and also physics. So we're supposed to study life in biology, and the chemistry and physics, we are supposed to address the science of matter or insentient entities, the physical sciences. So the concept of abiogenesis somehow addresses or try to explain that chemistry made a transition to biology in a primordial soup, and we could not try to understand the difference between the three phenomena: the mechanical systems, the chemical systems, and biological systems. In the mechanical systems, the unity of different parts as a machine, or even the planetary systems, which is presumed as mechanical systems, is coming from some external forces. And in the case of chemical system, the unity is coming from the chemical bonding. But in the organism, as now some of the scientists, they started to say, even the smallest cell, they exhibit sentience. So the unity is coming from the consciousness or sentience. And that is not the product of the terminology that is being used in the physics and chemistry for the entities that we are talking about, atoms, molecules, or quarks, and they are corresponding, parameters, pressure, temperature, or forces, four fundamental forces. From there, how this ability of knowing, thinking, or in experiencing, love, affection, all those things are coming up. That is not, quite, addressed in biology. So biology somehow, being studied as a biology, not, being given to respect to what life deserves. So here somehow, the presentation, yes, is hiding because of the screen. How do we know something is conscious or not? So here we can see that conscious body, they violate the laws of matter. As for example, we can drop a mechanical system or release a satellite, and we can predict where it will go to certain degree of accuracy by our laws of matter that we have studied or discussed or established. But the same thing we cannot apply for a living bird. If you release a living bird, where it will go, so that is determined from its own purpose. It is not determined by the external laws. So this, one important, difference we can notice even by our observations, day-to-day observations. We can easily observe this. So what is consciousness? According to Bhagavad Gita, our Vedantic understanding, it is the empirical symptom of existence of the soul. As the scientists, they are talking these days, the cell has sentience, and human to octopus, all non-human animals, they are also conscious entities. That is what Cambridge Declaration, the first Francis Crick conference, also, what you can say, they come up with this Cambridge Declaration. They say that human to octopus, all non-human animals, they are also conscious entities. So what is the source of that consciousness? So that is not coming from mere explanation of atoms, molecules, or forces, or even the, in the cellular context, DNA, RNA, these are macromolecules or their combinations. This is not coming up. But what the Vedantic science or even some of the Western philosophers have expressed, that there is a concept of soul, Atman. So in Bhagavad Gita 13.34, it is told, O son of Bharata, as the sun alone illuminates all this universe, so does the living entity, one within the body, illuminates the entire body by consciousness. So the concept of soul seems to be a valid argument, instead of wasting our time so much in giving molecular explanation, from where the properties that living organism exhibit in terms of subjective experiences is not coming up. So modern education does not teach us about our real nature. So our conference is on scientists can explain science, but can science explain scientists? So we are talking about so many things, atoms, molecules, planets, forces, so many things we are talking about, but we are not talking about ourselves, our real nature, as we are looking for happiness, and we all want to live, why we are dying, what is this concept of knowing, from where that capacity to know arise, and how this molecular studies, so much emphasis on matter, will help us in understanding that that we are not questioning. So in past, in the educational system like Gurukula in Vedantic tradition, so they first emphasized to ask this question: who am I? Am I some atom, molecule, air, fire? What's my true nature? So this question is first being students are encouraged to think about and inquiry, othato brahma jigyasa, to inquire about one's true nature. So illusionary view of modern science about consciousness. Consciousness is a product of matter. This is what is being taught in a modern scientific view. So they are looking for the secret of the manifestation of consciousness in matter. But Vedantic view, the basis of all things material is consciousness, which is spiritual. Even the concept of matter that individual have, all these terms, atoms, molecules, forces, that is coming from a subject, a living being, living entity. So in the Vedantic sense, the material world is seen as the reflection of another higher reality, the spiritual world. So the conscious reality is taken as the foundation of the misconceived reality. The misconception is there. That means there is also the real conception, the true reality also exists. So the Vedantic scholars, they focused how to transcend this plane of misconception and try to explore the plane of the true reality. But at this time in our modern education, we are only trying to search, like in the biology, James Shapiro told, there is a key which is being lost in the forest. So the light is there only under the tree. So the person is searching the tree under the lamppost. Similarly, in the biology, we don't have any further explanation to understand how the consciousness arises, how these all wonderful activities that living organism is executing. That is not demonstrable by any other means. So they are only focused around DNA, some information molecules, or some brain. There must be some programmed neurons. All these ideas they are focused on. But they have to think. There is some other higher reality exists, and there is some other methods are necessary to explore that higher reality than the methods that we are using to explore matter. So this dogma of modern science that consciousness is rooted in the physics and chemistry of the brain is refuted by the recent studies in the cellular biology, even in plant intelligence. They don't have any bacteria. They are single cell organism. They don't have any brain organ. Even the plant, it does not have any brain organ, but still they exhibit intelligent activities, which scientists are presuming they have also sentient what I can say activities. So in the Vedic tradition, the consciousness is classified in various categories, like achadito, the covered consciousness, which is we find in the trees. So there we don't find much activities, but when we observe in the subtle plane, they also do certain like movement oriented towards the sun, and also roots are moving towards the water, and certain activities that plants do, which also establish their sentience, but they are not so active like the other animals. So there is another types of consciousness which is termed as sankuchita, the sunken consciousness, but in the case of plants it is called as covered consciousness. And the third category is mukulito, that is the beginning of human consciousness without a sense of absolute truth. That means one can have the human body, and it can do so many things like science, art, and other things, but not about inquiry about the absolute truth, with the source of everything, and from where the entire reality came. All these things are not yet that inquiry not came. And then there is another fourth level of consciousness, which is known as vikachita, when man starts developing a sense of absolute truth. So, he tried to inquire about what you can say, source of the reality, and, the practice various things, all this, religious activities. So that is known as coming under the concept of Vikachita consciousness. And the fifth one is Purna Vikachita, when a person had developed pure love towards the absolute truth. So there is a difference between the practitioner of religion and the person who has achieved some realization from those practices and purified his consciousness. So these are consciousness which are being classified by the Gaudiya Vedantic Vaishnavas like Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and some other traditions like yogic tradition. Say they also have a classification of consciousness, like different states of consciousness they talk about, like yogic school and Advaita Vedanta school, they emphasize about Jagrita, waking state, Swapna, dreaming state, and Susupti, deep sleep or dreamless state, and the fourth one is Turiya, or the pure consciousness, a state of liberation. So Jagrita means where you have both gross body and subtle body, they are active. And Swapna means where your gross body is not active, but your subtle body, which is made of mind, intelligence, and false ego. So that is the active, not the gross body. And Susupti means deep sleep or dreamless state. So that is the plane of certain, what you can say, state of, no, what you can say, activity of both gross and subtle body. And there is Turiya, the state of liberation they talk about. And there are different types of liberations in the Vedantic sense. So that is not we are discussing here, but this is also a classification that exists in the classification of consciousness, different states of consciousness. So Vaishnava schools have a different vision of pure consciousness. Getting one's consciousness merely free from material plane, the Turiya state or liberation, is not the ultimate destination. One must learn to act in the liberated state or become conscious of spiritual activities. So here, as we were telling, that consciousness is source of matter also. So the activities that are going on in the material world, they are considered as the perverted reflection of the real world. Like we have the bird which is flying, and its image we can see in a mirror. So this world is a perverted reflection of a real world. So what the yogis and jnanis they are trying to achieve, they're achieving the state of neutrality, means they are going to the border of this mundane and the transcendental world. But the Vaishnavas, they're not satisfied at that state. They're also exploring the activities at the plane of liberation. In the sense, the activities that we are seeing or observing in the material world, so there its real purpose is not inquired. But in the transcendental plane, all activities are centered around its true purpose. So finding the goal of life and establishing our true constitutional position, that is the focus of the Vaishnava tradition. So according to that understanding, there are different planes of reality. So different destinations, they also exist according to the different states of consciousness one can cultivate. So as we have explained, different types of consciousness like plants, animals, and different consciousness even in human beings. So to accommodate various material consciousness, according to Vedantic science, there are different bodies that are already existing. As Darwin tried to propose that by accidental changes, one body transform itself into another body. So that is not the idea that the Vedantic science accept. What it accept is that there is a transcendental or non-material soul is there in each organism. So the type of consciousness that it is cultivating, according to that, the soul can attain different bodies.
Srila Shanta Maharaj.
Yes.
If you can please conclude in 5 minutes.
Sure. I will conclude. So there are, you can see in this diagram, there are material, planets in the lower part of, this universe, and there are spiritual, planets also there in the higher part of this image, and in between there is Brahma Jyoti is there, the plane of neutrality, which is Biroja, the meeting point of mundane and transcendental. So according to the type of consciousness one is cultivating, there are also different planets where the individual can, reach or attain. So this is a detailed science is there. So the life matter duality that we are observing in the material world, it is because of our polluted consciousness, and also the objects, they are also having that, what you can say, ignorance. So when you transcend that ignorance, and you find out your true identity as not only immortal soul, but your identity as a part of a serving being of something higher, Bhagavan, then there is another plane that you can realize or transcend. So there is a detailed science is there. So the evolution that is there in the material world, from one body to another body, that is soul transmigrating, that is known as subjective evolution in the material plane. And also souls can transmigrate in the spiritual world according to the what you can say, enhancement of their consciousness. So that is known as spiritual evolution. So this is being discussed by our founder Acharya of our Math, Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Goswami Maharaj, in one of his book, Subjective Evolution of Consciousness. So what Vedantic science is explaining, there is evolution in the plane of consciousness, not the evolution of accidents as science try to support or find evidence based on Darwinian idea. So according to Bhakti Vedanta tradition, sir, there are different kinds of consciousness according to our attitude. The plane of dedication, and the plane of renunciation, and the plane of exploitation. So the material world is the plane of exploitation, where people, they're thinking that the objects are for my objects. I can give some explanation to it, and that should follow my models, and everything is for my satisfaction, and everything is under my ability to explain or understand. So this type of idea, self-centered idea, false self-centered idea. So some people, when they find difficulty in that type of life from their experience, they try to renounce everything. And that is known as the plane of renunciation or tyag. And such people are focused around liberation. And as we have talked about, there is a plane of neutrality in the border of material and spiritual world. So by cultivating that type of renouncing consciousness, they can attain to that border where there is no activity. But there is another world, that is the plane of dedication, where every unit is dedicated to a higher being or the supreme being. And for his satisfaction, everybody else is working. So that type of science is called Bhakti Yoga. There is a supreme master, and all the other entities, they are the energy of that supreme, and they mean to naturally serve that supreme. So according to that, the level of dedication, a level of renunciation, a level of exploitations, there are different planetary systems that I have showed before in the image. So they get different destinations. So according to Vedic science, transcendental plane has also divine variegatedness. Some people, they think that transcendental plane does not have divine variegatedness, like Mayavadis and other monists, they try to give explanation. So as we are explaining, according to Vedic science, the material world is a perverted reflection of spiritual world. So we have variegatedness in the mundane world. That means there are also variegatedness in the spiritual world. And that is quite logical. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. B. NISKAMA Shanta Maharaj, for your wonderful presentation and wonderful talk. As we understood something from the presentation, that living things are amazing. And to distinguish between the non-life and life, it is not depend only on the in scientific way. It is also, it is essential, or it is need to understand the level of consciousness, and with some higher help, we can elevate our consciousness. Only then we can understood the higher things. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Shanta. Now, session is open for some questions from the audience.
There are some comments in the chat from Stephanie Franco.
Yes, there are some.
I'm not sure if she would like to ask them in person, or if she would just like us to address what she has written already. She asked first for clarification about cellular consciousness and collective consciousness. She asked clarification about that, I think, between the individual and the collective levels of how the cognitive activity of cells. That was her first question. And then a second question she posted, consciousness comes from not only observing but reacting. So her second question seems to be about the function of consciousness as a passive observer and the function as an active agent choosing to engage with reality or to engage with the environment in a certain kind of way. And so this question she put during Dr. Shanta's talk. So she was asking for clarification and how the active agent makes those decisions and how one can know the truth based on that activity, or how one governs such decisions based on the truth that they are exposed to, and how that's related to the soul. So that seems to be the questions that Stephanie Franco has asked through the chat. If I got anything wrong, please feel free to correct me.
So as far as I understand, in the concept of knowledge or knowing, so it is generally believed in the modern context that we can know, actually. So that idea is not, very much, what you can say, supported, in the sense that we are finite and reality in front of is something infinite. So even many finite beings together collecting, a lot of information and knowledge, they cannot understand the infinite reality that is there in front of us to explore. So the Vedic idea is that the knowledge has to descend. The aggressive approach of knowing things, there is some always defect is there, because there is no surrender is involved. So thus we are trying to give our own misconceived ideas. We are trying to represent the reality with that. Like the blind man is trying to understand the elephant with pillar and wall and snake and rope and things like that. So what is a very sentient reality that is there in front of us, we are trying to reduce it to our misconceived ideas in the form of machines and chemicals and all those things. But to understand the concept, the reality, the sentient reality, and the reality which is in its true essence, then some higher knowledge has to descend. And for that, we have to change our attitude. So in Vedic science, attitude and knowledge, they are very much related. So the egocentric understanding of reality, that is always defective. So the Bhagavad Gita and other scriptures, they explain about the concept of surrender and purification of the senses, all these things. With our defective senses and defective mind, defective intellect, we cannot understand these things. So there is certain practices which are being suggested, and we have to also learn these things from a qualified teacher. Like we are trying to learn this all terminology, quarks and atoms, molecules from teacher. So to understand the way of receiving the higher knowledge, we have to also go to a qualified teacher who is well versed with that Shabda Praman, or who is expert in getting that higher knowledge, the process of understanding or connecting to that. So we are saying that we are thinking that we are subject and reality, something in front of is in our object. So this is the way we are trying to study everything. But we are not thinking there is some supreme subject to whom we are also object. And like Hegel has explained, subjective consciousness and objective consciousness. Subjective consciousness means every finite being can give his own idea about reality. And that is, very personal for him. But the reality is in front of us is not our property or our object. There is some supreme being which is being termed as supreme absolute, and those are his object, and to see from his angle of vision everything, and that is same for everybody, and that is the true reality. So how to approach to that, as Hegel also explained, and some other philosophers also explained, and in our Vedic tradition this is also explained. The epistemology has to be deeply studied. In Vedic epistemology, there is pratyaksha, paraksha, aparoksha, adokshaja, aprakrita. All these things are there. The sense-based knowledge, and the knowledge which is coming from some other inferences, and coming from the meditative process, and beyond that adokshaja, descending from above, which is not under our control. We can go on to only up to our own self by our meditative or introspective process. But to go beyond ourself, the higher knowledge, that is not within our capacity. That has to descend. And there is another very higher plane, a prakrita level, not mundane, but looks like mundane. So these all levels are there. To understand that, we have to also spend some time, as we spend so much time in studying matter, so many years of research. So some time has to be also given towards this.
Since there's only about 2 more minutes left in the Q&A session, one more nice question just came from Devahuti Devi Dasi, and she asked, does consciousness grow from one level to another while the body is growing, or is it dormant and comes to light when we develop our mind? But we only have a couple more minutes, only about 2 more minutes in the session.
Yes. Actually, when the embryological development is happening, so there also it is being told, when the Jivatma is getting, its consciousness as a, body as a dog or a frog, that is there in the embryo at what stage, and the child has its own, mind, and the baby body is there, and the mind, intellect and ego, they are different, of course. And in the youth stage, the mind, intellect, ego are different. And in the old age, the mind, intellect, ego are different. That is clearly explained in Bhagavad Gita. Dehino yasmi yatha dehe komaram yoganam jara tatha dehantara prapti dhiratattva namayate. So the subtle body is carrying the soul from one gross body to another gross body. Of course, the consciousness is changing as the gross body is changing. But to change our consciousness really, like the soul in the frog body, to get the consciousness of the fish. So some association with the other consciousness is necessary. So the association plays a crucial role in changing one's consciousness from higher to lower or lower to higher. So there is, the association of sadhu sangha, asat sangha, sat sangha. These are all, mentioned. So our association can change our consciousness.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maharaj, for your nice, profound explanation. The question, and now we proceed towards our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. B. Vigyan Muni, and Maharaj, he received PhD in chemical engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Kharagpur, and he published peer-reviewed papers and book chapters in international conferences and journals like Springer, Link, and he is a president. Currently, he is a president of Sri Chaitanya Saraswati Institute, and based in West Bengal, Nisingapalli, India, and he is a Vaishnav monk. Today, he is going to talk about the emotional intelligence of cows. Now, I request to Dr. Vigyan Muni, please, Maharaj.
Will the slide be done from that side, or I have to share the slide from here?
It's better if you're able to share the slide, Maharaj.
Okay. So share the screen. Is it visible now? Hello, Hare Krishna.
It is visible. Yes, it is visible, Maharaj.
It's visible, just not full screen.
Yeah, it is not full screen.
So how do I make it full screen?
You go to slideshow, and then view. There should be a view. Yeah, view. From beginning on the left side.
Okay.
Yes.
So okay now?
Yes, Maharaj.
Om Jnana-timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jaina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namaste. So today this particular presentation within the concept of science and scientist is on the emotional intelligence in cows. Actually, we have a cow shed here in our temple in Nishingapalli in our Dham, and we have number of cows here. So we had some interaction with those cows, and Shripad Bhaktimadab Puri Maharaj asked me to present something about how the cows behave and how they are, more than machines, and how they have their emotional side as well. So mainly when once upon a time I felt when I was with one of the cows, there are several, but one particular cow, it was so nice cow that I observed that we are taking her milk and she has a calf, but when I go near that cow, she's so happy and she's so looking at us with so much of love and affection and non-enviousness. So I was thinking at that time, we are taking so much milk from her and we are giving only very little to the cow, the calf. But why she feels so happy when we are going there? So that kindled my some interest, and perhaps for that reason, Shripad Bhaktimadab Puri Maharaj asked me to present this. And further also, cows have some importance in our traditional understanding of what life is. And in India, within the Vedic paradigm, cows are considered to be central to further development of the human form of life. Okay. So as you know, Previously, they doubted whether other than non-humans have any consciousness, have any life. Practically, before the end of the 19th century, many people on the Western side could not understand that how cows also could be, or animals could also be living organisms. And due to the pioneering work of many scientists who work with those animals, like chimpanzees and others, today we have a lot of interest in this field. And the culmination was this Cambridge Declaration. Although they cannot say how the the substrate, the neural substrate, or in case of non like those plant cells and others who don't have a nervous system, but even they exhibit some form of primitive sentience. So they don't know how to explain this, or how to explain how this sentience occurs. But still, they have recognized that consciousness is not unique to humans. And this is also was well understood in our Vedantic paradigm, where it explained consciousness in different organisms in terms of degrees. But they all have some consciousness, but it varied only in degrees. And that was categorized into 5 degrees. Out of them, the higher 3 degrees belong to humans, but the first 2 degrees are, which is the covered consciousness and contracted consciousness, belong to the trees, the creepers, the grass, and also certain organisms which are almost like stones. But in some other organisms, just like in insects, birds, fishes, reptiles, animals, we can see some very, very low or little development of the self-consciousness. Yet they have some sense of, they display certain sense of self-identity. For example, they react to hostility and they engage in fights. They display some anger if some injustice is there. But at the same time, they cannot think about the higher existence and religion. Sometimes monkeys sees their reflection in the mirror and they think it is another monkey, and they can't distinguish it is its own reflection. So there is some limitation in how much they become aware or self-conscious, but still something we can find there. Even we can say a very primitive sense of scientific temper. At least it was mentioned by Bhaktivinoda Thakur in those terms. We can see, like sometimes a chimp puts a stick inside the ground and takes out the food, that is, the ants. And in many other situations, it shows some learning, like some gratitude and other type of feelings it shows towards its human caretakers. But really speaking, it is only in the human stage when we begin to very seriously think about the higher forms of self-consciousness. So those are actually categorized into 3 levels. Mukulita means just budding, beginning stage, which refers to both immorals as well as moral atheists. Then the next level is the Bikachita, which is the category of those persons who have begun as theists and now are practicing some form of religion. And Purna Vikachita means those who have developed some substantial degree of realization of the spiritual concepts. So we can see these 5 stages of real consciousness. Now, the Vedantic view of cows is very exalted. There is cow form in this material world, and the cow as an archetype also exists in a spiritual, spiritual form in the spiritual world also, which is, so cow is said to be the abode of all gods, and all the blessings are there in the animal form of the cow. For example, in Yajurveda, it is mentioned that the cow increases the lifespan of the sages, and it is necessary for all kinds of, because he's offering milk, cow milk and ghee and other ingredients like gorochan, which are very much essential for performing different types of sacrifices. So it is said that the gods and the men live on cow products, and it is said up to the time the sun will shine, the universe will maintain cows. So that means somehow the universe depends on the support of cow, as much as we can see both in India as well as in the Western world, that we cannot have our cheese, milk, curd, yogurt. So that is so important. So there is a great importance given to cows in this way in our Vedic culture. Now, this in the present times are like the topic of cow emotions has become very important. That means the question: how long, how much, what are the different types of characteristics, behavior, and emotional are possessed, etc., by the cows. So there is one paper I referred by Ellen, and they have mentioned certain good points. So, for example, the cows have all the 5 sensory modalities, and according to some of the research, it seems the vision is the most dominant sense in the cows, and there they have a good acuity in hearing, and even they are superior to cows in that sense. And they have a well-developed gustatory sense. They have all the 4 primary tastes, and they have a keen sense of smell, and they have a complex complement of odoriferous glands, and they play a major role in their social life. Cows are also very sensitive to touch, and sometimes when some caretakers touch behind their ears and other places, then they are very happy, and they give good response. So in other times, sometimes when you touch in another way, the cows can be fearful, and other times they are calmed by some other type of tactile contact. So we can understand the sensory system is quite developed in cows. They display degrees of learning and cognition. For example, they can discriminate between objects. They just don't recognize static geometric structures, but they are able to discriminate among individual human beings on the basis of a number of characteristics. Then they are also the grown-up cows are able to differentiate between their handlers, who may wear, say, a uniform. So different workers, we have the same uniform, but still they can recognize their favorite handlers. So therefore, discriminating conspecifics means they discriminate among members of the same species. So, and heifers means those cows who have not got yet calves. So they also learn to recognize individual cows, and they develop different levels of familiarity, and they can distinguish members of their own species from the members of other species. And in just a few sessions, cows are able to discriminate photographs of different cows of kinds of cow faces from faces of other species. So this particular point, that cows are able to discriminate photographs, is also very important, because in this case, because it is a photograph, then it does not depend. It does not have a information in terms of smell or other touch or etc. But it is related to sight. So this indicates cows have well-developed perception system in terms of vision. So that means cows categorize sameness of all cows, like all cows, a universal nature they have. So they can recognize that, and they distinguish them from other species. So in this way, they can learn various things for learning. So this indicates they have learning capabilities. Then, as far as emotions are concerned, the emotions are defined as something that comprise behavioral, neurophysiological, cognitive, and conscious subjective processes, and can shape attention, decision making, and memory. For example, if you hurt a cow, then it may develop a negative response towards you, and that may further affect its further perception about the person who had behaved with him, and it can affect its other choices. So therefore, emotions have an important role in defining behavior and other characteristics. So these emotions are influenced by factors such as situational awareness, sensitivities to experience of others. Emotions and cognitions are often intimately tied together in a complex interplay. That means a recollection of memories can generate strong emotions and in turn modulate one's response to various stimuli. The idea that many non-human animals experience basic emotions has been currently well accepted, and many studies of emotions in other animals refer instead to affective states or core affect. So that means they use these terms, affective state or core affect, when they talk about non-human animals. So studies of emotions in cows, as in other animals, tend to focus on just two easily identifiable dimensions. That means positive or negative, pleasant or unpleasant experience factors, or intensity, how much strong or weak. So this, which they consider as very independently of each other. So emotions have cognitive, behavioral, autonomic, and subjective components that correlate with each other. The literature on emotions in cows and other farmed animals is substantial and confirms they can experience a wide range of emotions, and that some of these responses are quite complex. Basic emotions are the building block of more complex and sophisticated abilities. They suggest the capacity for more sophisticated mental phenomena such as empathy. Some measures in the studies of cow emotions. So for example, the positive and negative emotional states means refer to fear responses, increased latency to enter defecation when they are afraid. Then they make different kinds of vocal sounds, vocalizations, and try to escape. And then there is something called eye white percentage. The cows have their eyes, and how much of that is white. Sometimes they take their eyeballs a little bit above, so that the white portion becomes more visible. So they are also indicators of emotional balance. For example, when they cannot get food, it increases, versus when they get their food, then it increases, whereas when they don't, it doesn't increase so much. There are other measures like the objective natural temperatures, ear posture, heart rate, etc. And then the most important thing is, one of the most important aspects is play. So this play also indicates positive and negative emotional states. So play means something curious, some kind of curiosity is involved in that, and innovation is also involved in a play. So this forms a base for complex object-related and social abilities. It is also an expression of positive engagement with environment and others. Cows engage in all forms of play found in mammals, including playing with objects such as balls, gamboling, and running, and also social play with members of other species. So complex emotions have various aspects such as emotional reactions to learning, cognitive bias, emotional contagion, and social buffering. So these more complex emotional experiences suggest the possibility of sophisticated level of psychological capacities in cows, such as self-awareness and empathy. So expanding on that previous slide, the 4 points. So what are these emotional reactions to learning? When, for example, the cows express their internal subjective states, for example, it rests upon some level of self-awareness. So this gives rise to speculations that cows have a concept of self-referral or self-agency. So, for example, in some experimental group, increased arousal was a result of the experimental animals, reaching a point of realizing their performance on the task improved, suggesting that they were emotionally reacting to a sense of self-efficacy in this situation. These findings have provocative implications for the question of self-awareness among cows. So this picture shows a stamping on the cow, which is done in cow sheds and farms. Sometimes it induces a negative bias because they are responding to something of a stimuli of pain, and so they continue to show some kind of response to that even after 1 day, 22 hours after that hot iron disbudding. So such cows or calves are less likely to be approached even after several sessions. So therefore, these negative judgments and biases involve responding negatively to the ambiguous stimuli after a negative emotional experience, and positive judgment biases likewise involve effects of positive emotional experience on cognition. Sometimes in some studies, calves are given rewards for approaching a white screen and were placed in a timeout for approaching a red screen. The results suggested that much like humans, when cows are distressed, they exhibit a relatively more negative response bias towards ambiguous stimuli. Okay. Emotions tend to, this is contagion. That means it's like a contagious thing. Emotions of one member influences the feelings of the other members. So this is observed in cows quite often. They can be shared through a process known as emotional contagion. The arousal of emotion in one group of individual, in one individual upon witnessing the same emotion in another individual. So it provides a way for social animals to communicate about important circumstances that may affect the whole group. Another is social buffering, which refers to the fact that many social animals tend to react less intensively to negative stresses when they're in presence of conspecifics, means members of the same species. So social animals likewise find it very stressful to be socially isolated. Sato found out that weaned calves that were licked more by their other cows gained more weight, and hypothesized that social licking leads to psychological stability in cows. Paired housing as opposed to a single housing enhance the ability of pregnant heifers to deal with the stress of being switched to a novel diet. None of these findings are unexpected given the highly social nature of cows. Mother calf emotional bonds. So this is also very important. A large body of research has confirmed that mother cows and calves experience strong emotionally bonds that form rapidly following birth, and that the natural weaning process may take many months. Mother-calf bonding is particularly dependent upon the ability of the mother to be able to lick the calf for several hours after birth. This also we have observed in our cow shed also. Those cows which are licked by their mothers, they are more healthy and they feel less of the cold or the environmental changes. So mothers produced contact calls with a higher frequency and significantly more often for their calf when separated after 4 days than in the other groups. Mothers and calves respond behaviorally to each other's calls, and that calves respond preferentially to calls from their own mother over other adult cows. Then, what about the personality of cows? So personality refers to those characteristics of individuals that describe and account for temporarily stable patterns of affect cognition and behavior. It is based on the acceptance of individuality and thus has critical applications for how we regard other animals. The philosopher Hegel said the concept of organism becomes concrete only in the individual. So, therefore, instead of viewing other animals as one-dimensional, interchangeable units within a group, like a mechanical idea, we have to recognize the personality in other animals, and this emphasizes that they exist as individual members of the concept of cow species. So the stability of the behavior of the behavioral characteristics in cows. So there are evidences that individual reactivity to stress was predictable in cows. Nervousness, fearfulness, and reactivity. Cows who stepped most during milking and who spent more time facing the herd during social isolation produced less milk. Cows who were less fearful of the humans also had fewer daily observed lying down behaviors. They also presented to the mechanical milker more frequently. Age also was a factor, with older cows showing more fearfulness. Sociability and gregarious. Individual difference in cows with regard to cross-species sociality is a subject of study, but there is some evidence for acclimation to human handlers who provide positive handling experiences and interactions. So then there is also social aspect of cows. They learn socially, they have bondings and alliances, they have a strict linear, matrilinear social structure, and once a group is established, they um, uh, they maintain that structure. So this is also there. So these aspects, social aspects, are also important in with respect to cows. So therefore, finally, the question is, for all these years, we tried to view organisms as something mechanical, explainable by some kind of linear logic of mechanics. But in the advanced literature of biology, especially in 21st century, is providing a critique to the linear view of organisms, or even a gene-centric, molecular-centric concept. Increasingly, we have to deal with concepts like the feeling of self, feeling of personality, behavioral exchange, and other things like memory, feeling of social relations, love, affection, etc. So it seems, in addition to the biochemical type of biochemistry type of approach, we further need a particular tools of which can handle this type of phenomenologically observable characteristics of the organisms. So it is not only true for human beings, of course, as individual members of human species, we all have a first, what is that, the first person experience of the self. But in literature, oftentimes, they try to avoid this first person conception. They always talk about cognition and other characteristics. They try to explain that in terms of third person explanations. But of course, if we avoid this first person experience, which is a direct concept experience of the self, certainly in terms of our human experience, we are missing something. Then what kind of self are we talking about when we talk about other organisms? So Hegel has explained certain simple things here. For example, that there is a simple feeling of the self in animal organism, a simple feeling. That means we have to talk about the sensory part of the organisms, the other like the digestive, the reproductive, etc., which he calls the real, and then he gradually develops the concept of self, which involves the idea of negation of the what is real. So this is something referring to the logic of Hegel, which is quite enlightening for those who have been fed only in the linear conceptions of modern physics and chemistry. So when we have failed to explain what to say, the organismal, or what is an organism as such, in terms of mechanical linear conceptions, it will be enlightening to include. And Hegel has been referred by our spiritual masters, especially Srila Bhakti Madhav, Bhakti Sarup, Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Dev Goswami Maharaj, and from where Srila Bhakti Madhav Puri Maharaj picked it up, and he has trained us to some extent. But it seems to us that Hegel provides a very systematic approach to this subject. So there is an outward process in which there is a like reproduction, there is other activities like sensory activities, and there is also a inner unity or an inwardly which is preserved by the unity of the self. So this nature of the animal, which in the reality and externality of individuality is equally by contrast immediately and inwardly self-reflected individuality, inwardly existing subjective generality. So we have to talk about not only the subjective side, that is the objective side, or which what we want to call as real, but also the subjective, which requires a negation of that external. So according to Hegel, there are three moments of the concept, and they have their reality in three systems, namely the nervous system, the circulatory system, and the digestive system. And he says the digestive system leads to gradually, like it becomes a part of the actual system of the intestine, and that mediates the reproduction. So previously, I had written one article in which it was argued, how can we say that the organisms are teleological? So Immanuel Kant had told that we have to accept that as an a priori in logic. But Hegel said that the teleological aspect of organisms can be immediately understood from that is assimilation, from the principle of the part and whole relationships, the codependent, the nature of the part-whole relationships, and finally the concept of the organism becomes completed by the process of reproduction, in which there is a principle of self-preservation. That means the concept of the organism continues in the form of reproduction. So it will not be sufficient to consider a particular living a member of a species in isolation. We have to see the animal organism as this whole process in which there is a genus species, and there is it is dependent upon the genus species. The whole process we have to consider. So it is a more holistic view towards the conception of the animal organism. So, for example, the extremities used for mechanical movement and grasping constitute the moment of the individuality outwardly positing and differentiating itself. That means the different tactile senses, different digestive activities and other activities is a positing of the individuality in the external or in the outer or in the real. At the same time, the idea of living organism is the manifested unity of the concept with its reality. So, this is the antithesis of that subjectivity and objectivity. However, this unity exists essentially only as a process. Each of these moments is itself a process. However, as a concrete moment of the living, and the whole is a unity of the three processes. It is only as a self-reproducing entity and not as an existing one that the animal organism is living. So that will conclude my presentation. I hand it over to the presenter, to the president of this talk, this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vijnana Muni Maharaj, for your very different talk, the emotional intelligence of cow. Yeah, it is really very new for us to listen from you, but it is really more much informative and most effective talk. Now the session is open for the question. If and from the audience, if someone have, there is a question.
Maharaj, you can stop sharing the screen.
Okay. Yes, I have stopped it.
Yes. There is a question from Devati Didi. Do cow understand death nearing them? I have observed them, mourning, crying, considering all aspects. There are three categories of human being, animal, and cow in middle, isn't it?
Human and what is it? Human, animal, and
cows in middle.
Well, they, as it's what we can say, they have some simple conception of the self. So they are fearful when they experience certain negative type of situations. For example, when they are being stamped by some hot object, or when in the slaughterhouse the cows are being herded for that slaughter. So they do exhibit. They can understand that situation. So they have some, at least we can say, some preliminary idea of death. But how much they can understand about the deeper questions of life, that is questionable. So, but at least some primitive understanding of self, simple understanding of self, they do possess. At least according to philosophers like Hegel, and even modern science is accepting that they form all this behavioral and what they say self-referral characteristic, self-agency, as in certain experiments is being certainly proven.
Maharaj, I have an humble inquiry. Is there any role of emotional intelligence in the journey towards absolute truth?
Well, in the primitive stage, the so-called emotions of our animal stage or the simple human stage may not be very, what to say, may not be enough to lead us to more higher realizations. Although simple emotions do have some kind of connections, like people emotionally go to temples, they emotionally go to read Bhagavad Gita, but unless they develop a more rational inquiry, a more deeper understanding of what is being presented. So that's why in the Bhagavad Gita it is called Buddhi Yoga. So you have to utilize the here intelligence is again not an ordinary intelligence. Here is some kind of you are making a kind of you realize that it is not within your own intelligent capacity, but you are following a process of tadviddhi pranipatena, means you are following the process given by the previous masters, and then the intelligence becomes subservient to that. In that way it has applicability. And sometimes, like for example, certain scientists are there, they cannot understand how to see some certain thing, how to explain certain idea, and sometimes they get an idea. So so the question is, what is the source of such ideas? From where are they coming? Our spiritual master Sripad Bhaktimad Puri Maharaj used to say that people are thinking that this thought is a very simple thing, or it is already given, or they can think, but they have to inquire what is this thought, how the thought is coming to them, and are they the authors of the thought which they are taking granted. So these questions are not thought out very deeply by modern people, but there are hints given by great personalities like the authors of the acharyas, and also in the Western side, some great scholars or great personalities are there, like Socrates, Plato, and in modern times Hegel. So we can pick up certain way from them, and gradually we must have appreciation for the rational approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Maharaj. Thank you for a wonderful answer and your wonderful.
I have a comment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking here.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
please.
you very much, uh, Muni Maharaj, for your nice talk. And I am
Thank you.
meeting you through online after 1 year. Uh, we teach here one course on environmental ethics. There's some sections on animal ethics,
Mm-hmm.
where the emotion plays very vital role. Those who talk about non-anthropocentric view of the world,
Mm-hmm.
where you have to find that it is we human being defined as we are emotionals, you see,
Mm-hmm.
and we are rationals and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
If you see the world from non-anthropocentric perspective, especially animal rights perspective and animal ethics perspective,
Mm-hmm.
and do they have emotions and intelligence? Because of the intelligence they uh, um, uh, and that kind of a capacity, it is up to the human being to understand or not. It is not up to the animals to understand actually. And there are many other things which are very much related to uh, this, especially cow ethics and cow emotions, and many people have written on this in relation to environmental ethics, because we cannot survive without others actually. The
Mm-hmm.
idea of others plays a very vital role. And why
Yes,
do
yes.
we follow ethics? Because of others. If others are not there, either humans or animals, then the ethics has no value. As
Mm-hmm.
much as ethics is there, and
Mm-hmm.
then others are there. That other plays very vital role for the rationality and all these
I
things.
agree with you.
Small comments on this.
Yes, this is also true.
Yeah.
Um, like in Hegel's philosophy, also this conception of other is very important.
Yeah.
So uh, there was a principle of Plato talked about recognition, the principle of recognition. Like we say, how do we say someone is a person? Then there is no criteria in science, to say how somebody is a person. But it requires a person to recognize another as a person. Even we ourselves come to know us to be a person because someone is necessary to recognize that we are persons. So this conception of mutual, what is it, recognition is a very important principle as far as the idea of personality is concerned. So uh, modern people are very much what like just some time back Puri Maharaj was talking about positivity. They're very much engrossed in the positive. That means which is appearing energy, but they don't understand the negative side or the negative relation. So, for example, we cannot show the self as some kind of a rock, but we have to say that the self, for example, a small cell is there in the human cell, for example, as a zygote. When it is developing into an organism, it is like self-differentiating into the blastula stage. It is becoming the eye, the kidneys, the organ system. So, how that differentiation is occurring? So, modern scientists are increasingly saying that there is a role of cognition there. Then how do we define cognition? At least in a primitive sense, it is the relation of the self with uh, the other. That the self uh, cognizes itself with its environment. Then again, there are further developments of that process of what to say, the the being for self. This develops gradually. So this intricate development is very important to the idea of personality, personhood. And because we are not understanding that the principle of others, so it seems as if the principle of ethics is something philosophical, but it can be understood as a systematic requirement. And that's why Hegel said it is a science of thinking. It is not just ordinary philosophy, but it's a well developed philosophical development. So people, if they pick up this line of thought, then they can get more conceptions. Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhaktivinoda Muni Maharaj, and thank you, Dr. Rajkishore Nathji, for asking a nice question or comments. Now we have to proceed for next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Rajkishore Nath. He's a professor of philosophy at IIT Bombay, specializing in artificial intelligence, philosophy of mind, and cognitive science. He published many peer-reviewed papers, and he's also on the advisory board for AI, artificial intelligence and society, knowledge, culture, and communication by stranger. Now, Dr. Rajkishore Nath, he's going to talk about, and his topic is the problem of embodied consciousness in the lens of Vedantic view of consciousness. May I request to Dr. Rajkishore Nath, please, you can start your presentation. Please switch on your microphone. You can't hear.
Yeah. Respected Puri Maharaj and respected Santha Maharaj, respected Muni Maharaj, and respected Krishna Kesava Das Maharaj. Thank you very much for your invitation to the 11th International Conference on Science and Scientists. The talk is on life and cognitions at the intersection of science, philosophy, and religion. I would like to talk on the problem of embodied consciousness in the lens of Vedantic view of consciousness. I was asked by Krishna Maharaj to talk on embodied cognitions, but I said I can talk on embodied consciousness from the Vedantic perspective. The idea of embodied cognitions can be go back to the Cartesian embodied theory of mind, René Descartes. He spoke in the 17th century about this idea, and he talk about disembodied theory of mind, mind without the body, and these embodied cognitions talk about cognitions with body, and therefore this disembodied thesis is a kind of idea where it talk about the mind is entirely distinct from the body and can be successfully explained and understood without referring to the body. You see, therefore, it's not necessary that the body is the essential criteria to talk about this kind of things. Although this idea has been mostly spoken by many other philosophers later on, like continental philosopher Merleau-Ponty and others who spoke about the phenomenology of perceptions, and they talk about how our cognitive ideas very much are related to each other, and all these ideas stands in comparison to many other things. But this theory of consciousness, especially embodied aspect of consciousness, have offered kind of a causal explanations to consciousness, that is called and how and what of consciousness, how the we are our cognitive faculties has been functioning and how we are doing the activities in that way it has been working. And the support of this thesis or this theory have argued that they have every reason to believe that the causal explanation of consciousness are very much integrations with the state of organism with the environment. That is to say that the human consciousness depends on the bodily gesture around the world. This kind of explanation is based on the ground that consciousness is causally dependent on the material universe. That of all consciousness phenomena can be explained by mapping the physical universe. In this regard, consciousness is basically kind of a bodily phenomenon and can be causally explained following by the naturalistic method of science. It is easy to talk about the causal explanation of consciousness. That is to say that the embodied consciousness is necessarily embodied in living organisms. One of the important strong claim is that any physical organism that is capable of carrying our causal processes can be meaningfully consciousness because it performs important tasks of living beings. But it is hard to believe that a body can give rise consciousness because there is no conscious effort in the body. That is, there is no subjective experience of the body. But there are many philosophers like Mark Rowlands, and who has written in his book about this idea that the body you see in the mirror, the hands that you hold off in front of you, are instance of the body as an object. But the body is more than the object. That is to say that there is also the body as a subject, the body as a living body. It's a lived body. You cannot say the lived body by looking in the mirror. The body is is living by in the virtue of what you which you see the body as object. Therefore, there is no question concerning whether consciousness is embodied in the living body or consciousness lived in the body. There can be there are one and the same thing, the body as object, not trace of the consciousness. Therefore, this kind of idea which you will find uh, in the case of this um, uh, uh, Marx explanations. But now we face many kind of possible questions, which how can the unintelligent body gives rise consciousness? How can this kind of things possible? Because this idea is very difficult to explain. Because this idea, if you see, is a completely this body has become on the subject. Again, the body is a kind of a instrumental, and it's a kind of a instrumentalistic idea about this kind of explanation about the consciousness, and this instrumental consciousness gives rise some kind of a mechanistic thesis of explanation, and this thesis has been mostly spoken by recently the great philosopher like Daniel C. Dennett, and who spoke about that there is a kind of a even if our beliefs, our desires, our intentional factors, and all these can be explainable from the instrumental levels. And there are other philosophers like John Saul and David Chalmers. They have given some kind of a naturalistic explanation about this consciousness. Therefore, this kind of there is some kind of a so you see there is some kind of a clue, or there is some kind of a there is some kind of a uh, some kind of a reductionism is going on within the naturalistic framework, and this kind of reductionism is very difficult to to explain the consciousness, because and these explanations are kind of embodied, because when we talk about embodied consciousness, we talk about the conscious experience about yourself as well as about the environment, which there is some kind of a inactivism also going on within that, and that inactivism gives rise some kind of a, a, conscious experience. But the conscious experience itself is something different, because you cannot say that consciousness is a kind of a body, that the body plays very vital role, you see. how the body will talk about this kind of idea. That therefore this kind of idea very difficult to. Am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes, we are able to hear.
Yeah, yeah. Thank
Yes,
you very
you're
much.
audible.
Yeah, because there is some problem in the internet this side.
No,
That's
we
why.
can hear you properly.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. This because whenever you call the subject is here the I, and I plays very vital role to explain the conscious subject, you see, and the I, which is treated as a subjective consciousness. That is why consciousness is defined in terms of a qualitative feel of experience. You see, that's qualitative feel of experience, and that qualitative experience you will not find in the case of any other uh, bodily kind of or any kind of biological or any kind of a naturalistic experience. Although there are philosophers like, as I told you, John Saul and David Chalmers, they try to give some kind of a biological explanations about this consciousness, or one day the biology can able to talk about consciousness. But these kind of consciousness, whatever they have been talking about, is a kind of embodied consciousness. And this embodied consciousness, and whenever we talk about embodied, and which are within the purview of this naturalistic thesis of consciousness. But the problem arises here is that this uh, and this embodied consciousness, whenever we see, as if we there is some kind of a access. This embodied consciousness talk about some kind of idea about access consciousness, whatever we have been accessing in this world, and this access consciousness is a kind of a thesis, and which you will find in the uh, uh, in this thesis. Therefore, this access consciousness, where we can access the human behavior or human cognitions, and these cognitions talk about many kind of ideas and many kind of things. Uh, uh, just a minute, my system is creating problem for me actually. Yeah, I will put on another system within 1 minute only.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Since I'm at home, my home computer creates problem. I got my son's computer, then therefore I will on this one. Yeah, I'm opening, just it's over now.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, everything is fine because there are some issue in my another laptop. But that video is working. It's not showing my Word file, my points, whatever I mentioned. Therefore, now it's working. I can now continue. Thank you very much for waiting for this. Uh, therefore, this embodied consciousness is a kind of which I was telling you that there is kind of access consciousness, and this access consciousness establish some kind of a reductive or some kind of a third person's perspective, which another person's or any kind of third person perspective or any kind of reductive perspectives, a kind of a kind of a kind of a causal explanation about this consciousness. But these causal explanations cannot explain, even if I even if this there is some kind of called phenomenal consciousness that plays very vital role, and that's phenomenal consciousness, and which is more real and than this third person perspective, and this third person perspective which is based on the method of science, or which is a kind of a naturalistic in character, and therefore science treat this consciousness science treats this consciousness is a kind of a natural phenomena. If the world is taken as a closed system, then the consciousness itself must be placed in the bound to physical laws. And but if it is the case, then the question is that is consciousness a natural phenomena? But it is not the case. It is very difficult to avoid the because this phenomenal experience, and this is and that kind of a consciousness, and that consciousness which gives kind of a kind of a uh, uh, kind of a deep insight into our conscious experience. But this kind of conscious experience, whatever we see, the fundamental theory of consciousness, and which is completely physiological or some kind of material or some kind of a in, introvertive way, some kind of way they have been talking. But the consciousness is, we may say that it is not a mystery, you see, because if it is a mystery, it is then mystery is something which cannot know, we cannot explain. Mystery does not mean that something is a mystery because we are not able to explain in the scientific way or in the causal way. That doesn't mean that it is a mystery, but it is beyond from that, and therefore this beyond is gives some kind of pure consciousness, and which we find in the Advaita Vedanta especially, and Advaita theory of consciousness. This Advaita theory of consciousness mostly explicitly borrowed from the Manduka Upanishad, and Manduka Upanishad plays a vital role to talk about consciousness. The Advaitins are proposing the concept of Brahman and the Atman, that are the absolute, are the source of all form of consciousness and the world. You see, they are the source of all the consciousness and the world. Like whenever I see my visual field and my visual system, there is a difference between my visual what I see, but my my visual system is not part of my visual field, you see, and therefore it is like this. Therefore it is my visual system is the source of my visual field, you see. Therefore they cannot be, both the things cannot be one actually. Therefore there exists perfectly identity between Brahman and Atman. The pure consciousness Atman cannot be known as the object of mediate knowledge, you see. Atman cannot be known as the mediate some kind of other way. Causal explanation is not possible. It is involved in the act, every act of knowing, that when we know that kind of thing, that plays a vital role. The nature of consciousness here is, I would like to use this word, is a kind of transcendental, you see. it is a transcendental consciousness must be independent of worldly causality. You see, if it is causal, if it is worldly causality, then it is a deterministic, then it is explainable. You see, but there are many scientific inquiries. They have been explaining consciousness differently. Cognitive psychologists are explaining differently. AI scientists, they are explaining even differently. Neuroscientists, they are explaining differently. There are kind of different kind of causal explanations. And in philosophy, we need some kind of a holistic explanation. That holistic explanation you will find in the case of a Vedantic approach towards consciousness. The transcendental consciousness must be independent of world causality. That is to say that a transcendental account of consciousness regard consciousness without locus and without object, the condition of possibility of manifestations of anything whatsoever. However, this transcendental approach to consciousness does not treat consciousness as an object. Rather, it takes consciousness to be self-manifesting. If this is the fact, then consciousness cannot be caused, cannot be causal. On the other hand, the Vishishtadvaita claims that consciousness is a quality of the self, which is actively intentional and always changing. You see, on the other hand, Vishishtadvaita, who they the quality is the quality of the self, and which is active and which is always uh, uh, always some kind of uh, change is there. You see, but this kind of things is not applicable in the case of uh, Advaita Vedantins because for Advaita Vedantin, this kind of idea is very much is a kind of self-illuminating and self-reflecting. You see, it reflects itself. You see, and therefore, and to say that the self is eternal as essential consciousness, which we studied the theory of consciousness, and they talk about the relationship between consciousness and the self. You see, which is dismissed from the Advaitic perspective as contradictory because of the fact that Advaitin assumes that a substance must be either completely identical with or different from its attributes. Brahman cannot be both substance as well as attributes. If you apply this kind of ideas in the case of causal explanations, both the things, both attributes as well as substance as well as attributes, you see both the kind of things you will find, like in the case of causal explanations of intentionality, causal explanation, beliefs, and this kind of things, where they claim that consciousness itself is like this actually. Even if consciousness is a kind of macro, and all these are the micro aspect, all the other kind of things, with the way this embodied cognition, the way they have been talking about this kind of a consciousness. Therefore, therefore, Advaitins tries to reconcile uh, active, intentional consciousness with eternal and essential identity of consciousness and self by introducing a radical ontological distinction between the two levels of this. The first level is talk about the consciousness as the only reality. At the second level, talk about the consciousness of the world. You see, consciousness itself is the only reality and the consciousness of the world. You see, in Advaita, there is nothing called consciousness of the world, and consciousness of the world is a kind of illusory, you see. But in the Vishishtadvaita, in the case of Vishishtadvaita, you'll find the world is independent of consciousness. You see, the world is there is a difference between the world and consciousness, and this kind of things as if the world and consciousness itself, because everything is the manifestation of consciousness according to Advaita. And but according to Dvaitas, they make some kind of a dualism, and this kind of dualism, causal thesis, you will find also other embodied thesis of consciousness. The Advaita view of consciousness is neither a property nor an act of self. You see, there is some kind of thesis which has been purported by many philosophers of mind recently spoke about there is some kind of property dualism, like H2O is equal to water. You see, the water and H2O, there is a difference only in the case of properties, otherwise there is no difference. Because some kind of a properties you will find in the water, like liquidity and solidity, you will not find same kind of a property in the uh, H2 or two hydrogen molecules and one oxygen molecules. Therefore, this kind of, there is some kind of the difference in the sense of property. You see, although this the other things use of property is completely here is a kind of completely different because other the view of consciousness is neither a property nor an act of self, but rather it's a constant, ever present essence. If by essence as means a set of properties without which it cannot be what it is, consciousness cannot be the essence of the self. You see, the sense, you see, it is a itself is a consciousness. Therefore, you cannot say there are property about the consciousness. Therefore, there is saying that consciousness is the essence of the self. One mean that self is consciousness. You see, and they are two identical because you have to say identify the both the things. Therefore, the self luminosity is the defining property of consciousness. It is a self. It is self luminosity is a defining property of the consciousness. It is not that consciousness will be some other way, some medium. Reflects itself. You see, it's not that some medium is not necessary or some embodied way. We cannot say that consciousness. I am not denying there is an embodied way of whenever we have a cognitive faculties, we need some kind of embodied kind of things, these kind of things, and this kind of embodied consciousness is a kind of a kind of a kind of a micro way of knowing about consciousness. There is a way I can say there is a micro consciousness. It but consciousness in essence is a macro. You see, and under the umbrella, if there is that consciousness, the transcendental consciousness is not there, this micro consciousness will not be there. You see, even if this micro consciousness has no meaning in the world also, therefore very difficult to explain. Therefore, that concept, that self luminosity plays very vital role in the case of consciousness. You see, the other things hold that the self luminosity is the fitness of being immediately known uh, without being an object of any cognitions. This implies that consciousness is not intentional. It is not that because many times many philosophers they claim that the consciousness is intentional. Whenever I have a thought about something, and it stands for about stand to the world. You see, either it may be I may be dreaming or not dreaming or in the waking states or whatever the case may be. Therefore, this kind of there is some kind of fitness kind of things, one-to-one relationship. Although there are philosophers of language, they say that the mind and world they goes together. They have very much close cooperation between the mind and world, and therefore uh, uh, mind represent the world and both the things without the world because mind cannot go beyond from this world. In that way, they try to say, but here it is because of the consciousness, you see, and that plays very vital role. Here the consciousness is not intentional. Why it is not intentional? Because of it itself is self luminosity. Even it itself is intention, it is present itself. It is not that it is some mediums and there it will be present. That is to say that it is not the conscious of or conscious for something. I am conscious of. I am conscious of these presentations. I am conscious of my system. One system picture tube is not working for me, or I am consciousness of something. It is a consciousness of or consciousness for this kind of analysis there. And all this consciousness of, consciousness for, kind of embodied consciousness. So I would like to say this kind of embodied consciousness. And to be intentional, need to have an object. But pure consciousness is a kind of all contents has been subtracted. Therefore, intentionality is extreme to the. It is a kind of external factors to it. It is not intrinsic. It is not intrinsic to the consciousness. It is extrinsic, and therefore it is a kind of microwave. We can say it is a that consciousness is intentional, but not in the macro sense. You see. On the other hand, other things claim that consciousness only appears to be intentional on the account of a reflection of a sakara buddhi. That what is that sakara buddhi? You see, therefore this self-reflection, sakara buddhi. You see, the Advaita theory of consciousness has been able to accommodate two competing theories by assuming them two different levels of consciousness. The first one is pure consciousness, which is non-intentional. The second one is bruti, which is intentional. The second one where is the causal influence of the world. Here we can say there is some kind of a embodied consciousness is going on in the case of bruti. We see. Therefore, this embodied consciousness is there. The therefore this this sakara and this bruti, this kind of two levels way of explaining. You see, here the second one committing some kind of a causal influence on the object. The intentional structure and the causal story joined together in the second level, as we know that other things which they claim that aspect of consciousness, consciousness and being are identical. This is because of the fact that consciousness itself is the sources of being, that for which any entities derive their being. If you want distinguish between being and being, then Advaita, being is conscious, while all other objects are entities. You see, therefore, Advaita makes some kind of a so this Advaita theory of consciousness unconditional rejects any kind of reduction to material object, because there's you see, you cannot uh, talk about this consciousness some kind of a kind of embodied thesis of consciousness, and this embodied consciousness very difficult to talk about this one. It is also reject any possible account of causal origin of consciousness. There is no causal origin. There is no cause actually. It's because consciousness itself it existing actually. You see, there is no causal. But it does not object to reducing the mind to the matter. We can reduce to the mind to the matter and other kind of factor. But though it keeps consciousness ontological distincts remain outside the purview of the consciousness, without which no brain state or some kind of some kind of embodied cognitions can able to know about or embodied consciousness can create this kind of a consciousness. In this respect, the Advaita thesis must be taken seriously, because many criticism may put forward by many physicists or and scientists, and the claim is that consciousness is an epiphenomena, or as an something that has no ontological status. If you will see consciousness from the Advaita perspective, it will give better picture than any kind of this embodied consciousness perspective investigations, embodied perspective of investigations. Many philosophers, also scientists, they follow non-reductionistic approach to the they like non-embodied theory of consciousness. This non-embodied theory of consciousness and speculation that consciousness is to be explained, uh, uh, even if they claim that this uh, ultimately because they claim that ultimately there is some kind of a there may be some kind of biological explanation or biology way we can talk about this kind of thesis if it is not possible in this way. But there are neo-Vedantins, the new way of interpreting Vedantin, especially uh, Sri Aurobindo, who talk about consciousness, and his idea of consciousness also is not embodied consciousness, and because which is a kind of a causal explanation, as I have been telling. Uh, but these new Advaitins have maintained that the evolution of nature leads to the manifestation of a human consciousness only because consciousness was already implicit in the material nature. It is there even if all objects, as you know, Vedantin says, everything is consciousness. With that, there's a degrees of consciousness are existing. Therefore, the consciousness plays very vital. We cannot make there's some kind of consciousness. In the case of embodied consciousness, you may find some kind of consciousness. You see, but in the case of the New Vedantins also they claim that there is some kind of a degree of consciousness. Even if in the matter also there is a degree of consciousness. This position would be compatible to Advaita view of things. The Advaita perspective need to uh, deny any kind of embodied theory of consciousness, because it would not allow the embodied theory of consciousness is the only promising interpretations of science. We see this Advaita view of consciousness will not allow that this is the only promising view about talk about this kind of thesis. Therefore, the Advaitins would claim that taking all the facts into account that uh, not only this embodied thesis about the consciousness, but also the fact of the higher reaches of consciousness. This is because of the fact that Advaitins accept they because they interpret universal interpretation of consciousness, that universal UIC. This universal interpretation of consciousness plays very vital role in the case of Advaitins. Therefore, the Advaita Vedanti, they theorized about consciousness, which is under specific conditions of the human body becomes conscious. You see, if the human body is not become conscious, then it is as much as a kind of a body. You see, and and they no doubt began with human consciousness, but proceed to find its signs of its origin, source, true essence, which is none other than the universal or pervasive and consciousness. Therefore, the ontology, this transcendental, this metaphysical consciousness plays a very vital role to explain the human nature, but not the throwaway the embodied consciousness. Or right now, with the hell keeping the idea of uh, uh, inactivism, like the consciousness is environmental. Actually, it is, we see that even if whenever we say that the consciousness is environmental, it is also intentional, and it is also kind of a naturalistic intentionality, also some kind of thesis which is there in this thesis. Therefore, this kind of idea is very difficult to accept. Therefore, the ontology of consciousness plays a very vital role in order to explain human nature, but this fact is completely missing in the case of embodied theory of consciousness. And Adityan may say that if there is no consciousness, there is nothing called nature, because nature is an appearance of the consciousness. Nature is an appearance of consciousness. Therefore, nature, it is not that nature is different from the consciousness. Therefore, we cannot misinterpret that or interpret consciousness in the embodied sense. And again, this embodied thesis is talking about some kind of inactive idea about the inactive idea about the consciousness. And although they talk about embodied cognitions, and within that embodied cognitions, they the concept of consciousness plays very vital role, and that idea completely missing in the uh, in the uh, in the embodied theory of consciousness. This paper I am writing on this paper, and I would like to interpret from the neo, especially Aurobindo perspective. That part I have not uh, finished yet. Uh, this is a working paper, and I hope this paper, when I'll develop, I'm able to publish somewhere else. Uh, because the embodied theory of consciousness right now, many people are working on this, even if Andy Clark and many other Western scholars, including Indian scholars, many also, they give some kind of a cognitive perspective about the consciousness. And this cognitive perspective consciousness, if you accept the cognitive perspective consciousness, then you have to see that consciousness is a kind of a deterministic and under the umbrella of the natural sciences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nath, for your nice presentation.
Yeah.
And now session is open for the question from the audience.
I cannot read because my this picture too is not working. I cannot read any questions from chat box.
Okay, I will
Please.
read that question.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Is there any question? Okay, if there is no question, then we can proceed for our next talk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
One thing I
Doctor.
would like to
Yes,
request.
yes, Doctor. Yes, Maharaj, please.
Sir, you spoke mostly about embodied consciousness, and then about consciousness without the attributes, which is the I think the thesis given by followers of Advaita conception. But in the Ramanuja conception, it is mentioned Vishishta. That means there is a unity in distinction. So it seems that in the Advaita conception, the idea of consciousness is very static. But in the idea of Ramanuja and further, like Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Achintya Vedaved, it does not say that the differences or the distinction is not real. It says that distinction is existing for the purpose of the original whole or organic whole. So, don't you think this question of embodied consciousness and the pure consciousness can be taken at a different dynamicity when we approach from other point of views?
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, in the case of, we have to see there is a distinction between Visishta Advaita view of consciousness and the Advaita view. In the case of Visishta Advaita, the world is independent of world is independent of the of consciousness. But if the world is independent of consciousness, means the world is different from consciousness. Independent, that means, you see. But according to but according to Advaita, there is nothing called consciousness of the world, because the world is a kind of illusion. Why they say that illusion? Because everything is appearance of the consciousness. Without consciousness, you cannot say that the world is there or anything else is there. If I am not, the pure consciousness is not there, I cannot say there about, or I cannot talk about the world. You see, the world is dependent on consciousness, but the consciousness is not dependent on the world. You see, that is a pure consciousness. And in that, this kind of things, if you see if the world is independent, then you are welcoming this embodied theory of consciousness. You see, this embodied theory of cognitive way to talk about consciousness, where there will be no pure consciousness, and again the consciousness will be completely intentional. It is a kind of worldly. You see, in the sense of if it is worldly, then the causality begins, and the causality, then it is a kind of a causal theory of consciousness. Then in the case of what Advaitins, they talk about, it is not pure consciousness is free from this. Although we talk about the causal, they are not denying that there is no causality, because when they talk about that sakara bruti, as I told you, the bruti modification happens in that time, you may say that there is some kind of a causality is there, because in the two levels, you see, in the first level the pure consciousness, in the second level you may talk about the bruti. When the modification happens, you can say the world, but that the bruti is dependent on the pure consciousness. That plays very vital role. In that sense, there is a distinction between both Advaita and Visishta Advaita views of consciousness. But I argue for Visishta Advaita view of consciousness, because everything else is appear as a consciousness. Because if I am not conscious, then how can I know the world? You see, for me, world is a kind of a nothing actually. You see, if I don't have consciousness, therefore consciousness is the primary, and anything else is in the secondary. Yes.
Actually, the terminology that is there, they use the word Chit Surya, means the original sun, compare it with the original stage of consciousness, Chit Surya, and Chit Kan, which means the sun disk and the sun rays. So, So this chit kern is not different from the chit surya because it is part and parcel of that, organically connect, like dependent. But the thing is, in the Advaitin position, this differentiation is something like a illusion for them. But in the Vishishta Advaita and other views like Mahaprabhu's view, this is in what to say a process of a self-determination of the Chit Shakti. That means the Chit Shakti can determine itself to be both integrated and also self-differentiated. So it is not an imposition on the consciousness, but it is Chit's own activity.
That I accept that, because it is because of that I said it is a self luminosity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nath, for your wonderful explanation. And Dr. Bhaktivinoda Muni Maharaj, thank you for your nice question. Now we proceed for the next speaker. It is our privilege to introduce our Dr. or Professor Anandi Ravinath. She received MS in Biotechnology from IIT Bombay, and she's an advisor and member of Council of Advisors for Daksha's Institute of Yoga Therapy and Meditation in USA. She worked for pharmaceutical and biotechnological companies in Germany and India. And Anandi, Professor Anandi's topic is Journey into Mind, DNA, Consciousness. Yes, I request to Professor Anandi for your talk, please.
Thank you so much, Madam, for this introduction. And firstly, I would like to thank respected Bhakti Madhava Puri ji and Bhakti Krishna Keshava Das ji for giving me this opportunity to talk on this platform. And a wonderful good evening to all the eminent speakers and dignitaries. And before shall I start sharing my screen?
Yes, you can. Please.
Okay. So everybody can see the screen, right?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. So I would like to begin with my journey into this meditation. Biotechnology was my academic background, and after that, for several years, I was working with corporates, multinational biotechnology companies, and a sudden enlightenment happened. And meditation started happening very deeply inside me when I met my spiritual master Kumar Krishnamurti ji, who has authored this book Inner Light Cosmic Meditation. And so my journey into meditation started after when I started helping him in this book. This book is not a handwritten book. Just like the Vedas and Upanishads were spoken by the ancient rishis, and then it got recorded. Similarly, this book, Inner Light Cosmic Meditation, was spoken by my spiritual master Kumar Krishnamurti ji during his deep state of meditation, and the whole thing got recorded in cassettes. And I got an opportunity to hear those tapes and transcribe it for him. And that's how my journey into meditation started. And over several years, when I started helping him in his workshops and his meditation activities, I found that a lot of people who were attending his sessions were getting healed. And since my background was biotechnology, I started thinking in terms of if meditative energies are healing the body physical, they have to have an impact at the molecular level, at the DNA level. So that's how my quest in this process started. And like many of the speakers whom I have heard since the session started have said that a lot of knowledge gets downloaded inside you from the cosmic consciousness. And that's what happened with me. And I started getting various insights about what is happening at the molecular level when a person meditates and even in his natural state of being. And over a period of time, these messages started, I started journaling all these messages, and I substantiated that with the already existing scientific experimental work, and that's how my book, Mind Your DNA, was born. In fact, even the title was revealed to me when I was deeply in a meditative state. I saw the title very clearly, and so I would say that I was given the title by the cosmic consciousness, by the all-intelligent cosmic consciousness. So first, let us understand what is consciousness. Consciousness, a lot of people have spoken about it, written about it, but what I'm going to be telling today is out of pure experience. So whatever I'm going to be sharing is purely experiential. According to me, consciousness cannot be trapped in equations, in mathematical formulae, or any physical or chemical equations. It cannot be trapped in textbook into words, and it cannot be understood through any of our sense organs. You cannot feel the touch of, you cannot see consciousness, you cannot hear consciousness. It has to be experienced when you go into a deep transcendental state, when you go into a state of meditation where you are able to transcend your physical body, when you are able to transcend your the weight of your body, you kind of go into a weightless state. And that is the state you will feel the presence of consciousness around you, inside you, and you will understand, you will realize that you are actually being held in the entire universe is held in a soup of consciousness. And consciousness, we all have this identified by this individual consciousness which is there inside all of us, which is associated with a mind. And this mind is a very unique tool given to each of us. And we are different because our individual consciousness is associated with a mind which is very highly individualistic. And any thought, any emotion that goes on in our mind has an impact in the gene expression. We will be discussing the epigenomic studies that have been carried out by various people in later slides. So every emotion, every thought that goes on in our mind has an impact in the gene expression. So which means mind is closely associated with DNA. And mind is a tool which can communicate with our individual consciousness. So there is a constant communication between the mind, DNA, and consciousness. So this is what we are going to discuss today. Let us try to understand what is mind. Till now, mind has been considered to be an abstract entity with no structure or form. But everybody talks of mind power. Mind is supposed to be a very powerful tool given to us, and any positive, if we want to transform our lives, we can do so by positive thinking. But what exactly is mind? It's a collection of huge amount of data. And what is that data? This data is nothing but memories and experiences that have happened to us right from our birth. In fact, in Hinduism, we believe that we are all born with a set of samskaras from our earlier life. So these samskaras are nothing but experiences from our this birth and also from our past birth. So our characteristic features, our behavioral features like actions, beliefs, reflexes, responses to various situations, everything is dependent on this samskaras that is stored in our mind, the memory that is stored in our mind. Now, what is this memory composed of? in fact, I would like to describe mind as a complex network of thoughts, because each and every experience that is stored in our mind, which is the experiences which are embedded in our mind, they're a collection of emotions, and each emotion is a collection of thoughts. So I would like to describe mind as a complex network of thoughts. Now, if we go by this famous equation given to us by Sir Albert Einstein, E is equal to mc square, matter and energy can never be created, neither can they be destroyed, but they can be converted from one to each other. Energy can be converted into matter, and matter can be converted into energy. So if we go by that, mind is a very powerful energy tool given to us by nature. So mind has to have a matter form. Similarly, DNA is a subtle matter. It is composed of this nucleotides ATGC in various permutations and combinations. And we all know that in the human genome, it is made up of 3.3 billion base pairs. So DNA is a subtle matter. So it has to also have a energy component to it. Now, as per the ancient Vedas and Upanishads, in fact, I would like to refer to this Prashna Upanishad from the Atharva Veda, where the students seek answers from their guru, and the guru tells them that every creation in this universe is associated with matter and energy component, and every matter has got a name and form attribute to it. Now, what does this name mean? Name implies the chemical and the physical properties of that matter, whereas form denotes the three-dimensional structure of that matter with a lot of information or data stored in that three-dimensional structure. So if we go by that, again, we come to the same point. Mind, which is a huge energy module inside of us, has to have a structure and has to have a form. Same goes with DNA. DNA is a subtle matter, so it has to have an energy component associated with it. Now, if we think about it, just like we do video recording of various incidents through our mobile, similarly, it looks like the mind is constantly video recording various of our experiences, and it is storing it as memories. Now, every emotion has got a expression on the outward. We have a facial expression. We are not able to hide our facial expression. When we are happy, when we are sad, it shows very easily on our face. Similarly, it has to have an expression or a format in which it is stored inside of us. And the prerequisite to store any information is a format and a medium. Like in the ancient days, when people had to store information, paper was the medium. And we have almost 3,000 scripts, 3,000 types of 3,000 different languages in the world, each having its own script. So the information or data used to be stored in the paper in the respective languages. And once the computer era started, then we had medium like magnetic tapes, then there were floppy disks, then the CDs and the DVDs, then the pen drives. Now we have the cloud storage. So any kind of data needs the prerequisite of there has to be a medium in which it has to be stored. There needs to be a format, a certain format to store the data. So while mind is a huge data bank, DNA is a giant nanomolecule. It's a highly intricate molecule because into a nucleus, which is just 2 millionth of a pinhead, nearly 2 meters of DNA is tightly wound around itself and around the histone proteins, and it is so compactly packed. And it's a highly, it's only 120 times narrower than the shortest visible spectrum, the violet light, and still it is so compactly packed and kept inside the nucleus. So it's a highly intricate molecule, but it is a giant nanomolecule because 2 meters of DNA is stored inside a nucleus, which is 2 millionth of a pinhead. Now, let us relook at this Human Genome Project, which was a mega scale project, almost a decade-long project, started in the year 1990. and concluded in the year 2003. Now, the main purpose of this project was to sequence the entire DNA and codify the various parts of DNA which were causing various diseases or some health issues and come out with therapies to cure the same. However, at the end of the project, they realized that only 2% of the human genome codes for proteins, the structural and the functional protein. The remaining 98% were non-coding, didn't have any purpose, or initially they even labeled it as junk DNA. And they found that the human genome consists of 3.3 billion base pairs of this ATGC in various permutations and combinations. Now, the other very interesting finding was in this 2% of coding region, man and mouse were 99.9% alike. It was almost like evolutionarily, the genetic code has been preserved in across the species in various organisms. So, nature must have had a purpose. On the lighter note, I would like to say perhaps nature knew that man is going to use mouse as a model for all his genetic experiments. So he would need an organism to try out all his experiments. Anyway, so it's very interesting that evolutionarily, nature has got a mechanism to preserve things which it wants to preserve. Now, I would like to refer to this studies by Barbara McClintock. In the year 1940s, she discovered that there were mobile genetic elements which, huge chunks of the chromosome were able to move from one part of the chromosome to another part and cause various changes in the gene expression. And she even named them as transposons. Now, post-genome project, there have been a lot of scientific studies where they have found that this 98% of non-coding DNA has got nearly 45% of that 98% non-coding DNA consists of these transposons, which are these mobile genetic elements. So there is some mechanism, some intelligent mechanism which is working, which is able to change the gene expression whenever it wants to, whenever it wills. Now, I would say that the most interesting part of this Human Genome Project was when the results were declared at the White House by the then President Bill Clinton. He made a remark that perhaps we are trying to learn the language in which God created life. I feel there's a lot of truth in this statement because as per the Hindu scriptures, as per all the Vedas and Upanishads, we are made up of 3 types of bodies: the Sthula Sharira, the gross body, the Sukshma Sharira, which is the energy body, and the Karana Sharira, which is beyond the energy body, which is made up of pure consciousness, pure light, photons. So this 2% of coding, the entire genome, they found that only 2% codes for protein. It codes for the gross body. So our gross body is only 2% of our entire being. The 98% of our unmanifest being is our energy body, which has to be understood via meditation. Now, is consciousness intrinsic to DNA? Yes, it is intrinsic to DNA, and this was revealed to me during my deep state of meditation. I would like to quote this shloka from the Bhagavad Gita, which is in chapter 13 and verse number 33. In fact, one of the speakers, Bhakti Nishkama, Shanti Nishkama, he referred to this shloka. So the shloka goes like this: Yata prakashayatyekam kritsnam lokamimam ravihi kshetram kshetri tata kritsnam prakashayati bharata. So the meaning of the shloka is, just as the sun illuminates the entire solar system, similarly the soul illuminates the entire body with the light of consciousness. And I would like to extrapolate it a little bit. The human body is made up of over 100 trillion cells. So the soul illumines this 100 trillion cells through the DNA, which is a representative of our individual consciousness. In fact, DNA is a live molecule. It is associated with this all-intelligent consciousness. I have shown a small clip of this DNA replication, which is happening in kind of picoseconds or femtoseconds. Nearly 3.3 billion, I mean, the entire length of 3.3 billion base pairs are replicated within a short period of few seconds. So and it is done in a very foolproof manner without any errors. And this can happen only if DNA is associated with a all-intelligent consciousness. Consciousness is the all-intelligent which encompasses all of us. It is surrounding us. It is within us. It is there in our DNA. It is there in all the atoms and molecules which are there in the biomolecules, and it is also there in the space within the protons and the neutrons. So there is a continuum field of consciousness which is holding our entire body together. We are made up of 100 trillion cells. There are nearly 215 types of cells in our human body. Now, each of these cells has got the same complete blueprint of our genome. Still, the cells behave so differently. In our heart, the cells help the pumping of the blood. In the lungs, the cells help the exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide. Whereas in stomach, they help in digestion of food. So they perform such varied types of functions. Structurally, they are different. Functionally, they are different. So who controls it? There is an all-intelligent consciousness which is associated with this DNA. That is what is the master controller. So DNA is a live molecule and it represents our all-intelligent individual consciousness. So the DNA is constantly emitting this light, which is, so there is a kind of light which is surrounding this DNA. We will be discussing this in the other slides. So there is also a kind of light or the bioenergy field which is surrounding us, and this bioenergy field is nothing but the light of our individual consciousness, which we would kind of realize when we are able to hold our mind in a state of silence. So now so DNA as a storage instrument is being studied by various scientific communities. So in fact, they have found that 1 gram of DNA can store about 455 hexabytes of information, which is very huge. They're able to store the information, but they are not able to retrieve it, and that's how the research is still going on. Now, if we look at any language, for example, let us consider the English language. There are 26 alphabets. By themselves, these alphabets don't make any sense. But if you bring 2 or 3 alphabets together, it forms a word and it makes sense. When you string together few words, you get a sentence and it makes more sense. When you have a few sentences together put in a paragraph, then it makes more sense. So it conveys a meaning. Similarly, and that has been in the computer language, it uses the chip level language. The machine language uses the binary digits 0 and 1, and in 8 bits or 16 bits. So in various permutations and combinations of the 0 and 1, all these 26 English alphabets and the numbers can be codified using this 0 and 1 in various permutations and combinations. Similarly, it looks like DNA must be using, mind is perhaps using these nucleotides ATGC in various permutations and combinations in various 3-dimensional structures to store information. So the primary structure of DNA has been extensively studied. In fact, the main outcome of studying the primary structure of DNA is the sequencing, which has led to a lot of development and sophistication in terms of instrumentation. So we have the next generation sequencing. And I would like to quote a statement made by Dr. Eric Weiner, who is a very famous oncologist from US. He has even made a statement that sequencing of DNA has led to a huge amount of data. So our ability to create the amount of data has far outpaced our ability to understand what the data is conveying. So the sequencing of DNA has led to a lot of data, but we still don't understand what that data conveys. There is a small group of scientists who have been doing meticulously research on the biophotons. These are ultra fine emissions, and they have identified that these are coming out from the DNA. In fact, I've quoted this reference from this Journal of Integrative Neuroscience, where they have found that for every neuronal firing, along with the electrical signal, there is also, it is associated with a release of biophotons. And still a lot of research needs to be done in this area. So DNA, perhaps DNA in its subtle matter form is the mind, and DNA in its energy or light photonic state represents the individual consciousness. So there is a constant communication between mind, DNA, and consciousness. We have this Dr. Alexander Gurvich, a Russian scientist. He was a development biologist. In the year 1923, he discovered this. He was the first one to discover these biophoton emissions. And he identified that these are coming from the DNA of the cells. However, the mainstream scientists, he didn't get much recognition. His work didn't get much recognition from the mainstream scientists. But his work was later on taken forward by Dr. Fritz Albert Popp from Germany in the early 70s, who he designed a very sophisticated instruments to detect these biophotons. These biophotons, are very, very fine, ultra fine emissions, very difficult to detect. They fall in the visible spectrum, but they need highly sophisticated instruments to measure them. And biophotons emissions, like they have information of nearly 4 MB. Each biophotons carries information of nearly 4 MB, which is 4,000 kilobytes. Now, Dr. Fritz Albert Popp even concluded that these biophotons are kind of light photons which are stored inside the nucleus, to be specific, in the DNA. And he felt that the cell morphogenesis, the cell differentiation, the cell growth, everything was controlled by these biophotons. Biophotons are like information molecules. They have a lot of information, and that intelligent information which is stored in the biophoton is what is helping the cells in the growth and differentiation and in the spatial formation, spatial organization of various tissues and organs. When the zygote from a single cell, from a single zygote, when the cell multiplies and a complete organism is formed, that intelligence which is required for the formation of that organism is stored in these biophotons. Now, Dr. Fritz Albert Popp is no more, and his work is being continued by Dr. Roland van Wijck, and he has taken it still further, and I will be discussing his work in one of the future slides. Dr. Peter Marser, British physicist, and German mathematician Walter Kemp, they also wrote a paper in the quantum model of neuron in the quantum holography. They wrote a paper related to quantum computing, and they proposed that DNA is a live radio device which is constantly emitting and absorbing, giving out signals and also receiving signals. And according to them, the base pairs, the carrier, each base pair creates a carrier wave in the three-dimensional format, three-dimensional holographic format, and it stores a lot of information. So they also proposed that these carrier waves are able to give out laser-like beams, and the information transfer is taking place through these laser-like emissions coming out from these carrier waves in the DNA. And the intranuclear communication, the intercellular communication, internuclear communication, and the intracellular communication across the cells, across the chromosomes of different cells, all that was possible because of these laser-like signals that is being emitted by these DNA, the base pairs in the DNA. And they proposed in their paper that human DNA is like a stack of millions of CDs with information of your biography. So it's like your life story is stored in the DNA. Now, what is the information that is stored in the DNA? It is nothing but memories, emotions, and thoughts are stored in the three-dimensional wave format. The other interesting work I would like to quote is by Russian scientist Dr. Peter Garyev. He was a modern wave geneticist, and he, along with linguistic experts and molecular biologists and cell biologists, they found that there is a biological language hidden in the DNA. And the grammar that is followed, it follows a kind of a grammar in the DNA, which is similar to the syntax that is followed by the DNA, is similar to the grammar of a normal language. And according to him, DNA can be reprogrammed by the human speech when the words are modulated on correct carrier frequencies. So in Hinduism, we have lots of mantras specific to cure a lot of health issues. And when the intonation and the pronunciation of those mantras are very important, are given very much a lot of importance, because when the sounds come out with a correct frequency, it has a positive impact in the DNA, and it corrects the gene expression at the DNA level. In fact, I would like to say that meditation is a Maha Mantra because it is a silent prayer to the invisible God. I would like to quote here another interesting work done by Dr. Vladimir Poponin. He was a Russian scientist, and he used the Casimir effect. There was a Dutch scientist, Dr. Hendrik Casimir, who found that vacuum is not really vacuum. It is teeming with electromagnetic radiation, and it is teeming with millions of photons. So Dr. Vladimir Poponin created a vacuum kind of a situation in which he inserted the DNA, and he found that the photons which are there in the electromagnetic field inside the vacuum are able to align themselves in the same shape as the DNA. And even after the removal of the DNA, they retained their shape. So which means DNA is a molecule, is a live molecule which is able to communicate with the surrounding photons. Now, this same experiment was also done by Dr. Luc Montagnier in water. He realized that he did experiments to prove that DNA is able to communicate with the water. I mean, the photonic signals which are left by the DNA in the water is able to get recorded in the water molecule. Luc Montagnier received a Nobel Prize in the year 2008 for his work on HIV. However, when he diverted to his work to this kind of a science where he wanted to find out how DNA is able to leave a photonic imprint, he was named as he didn't get much recognition for this work. However, I think that this work is very, very important because it is able to we are able to understand that DNA is not just a string of bases, it is a live molecule, it is associated with consciousness. In fact, I would like to say that DNA is that one molecule in our body which can communicate with the surrounding consciousness, which it can communicate with our cosmic consciousness. I would like to quote the work of Dr. Masuro Emoto, Japanese scientist. He did a lot of work on water molecules. He used to take these pictures of this. He had developed instrumentations to take out pictures of these water crystals, and he found that water is a huge reservoir of consciousness, and it can store the memory of our thoughts. So the information in our DNA can be transmitted in the form of electromagnetic emissions, and it can be stored in the water. And all the positive emotions like love, compassion, and gratitude had an impact on the water molecule, and beautiful crystalline structures were formed. And the opposite was also true. I have given the picture of this water molecules which was impregnated with disgust, emotions like disgust, anger, and hatred. Whereas with love, compassion, and gratitude, you get very beautiful pictures of these water molecules. Now, again, I would like to quote here, Dr. Masuro Emoto wrote a book called The Messages of Water, which was a bestseller in New York. But the time he started getting recognition for his work in the year 2012, 2014, he passed away. And he was initially labeled as pseudoscientist. However, I would like to say that anything which is not he was not a pseudoscientist, he was an esoteric scientist. Anything which is not understood by instrumentation or by our observation doesn't mean that it is pseudoscience, it is esoteric science. Now, again, coming back to the same, a lot of study has been done on the primary structure of DNA. But what is essential is we need to understand the secondary and the tertiary structure of DNA. And I have quoted a paper over here, which is as late as 2022, which was published in Nature. So now scientists have started realizing that the three-dimensional structure of DNA plays a very important role in diseases. They have found that cancer cells are able to modify the three-dimensional structure of the DNA in a way that it is able to control the gene expression for its survival. So three-dimensional structure, how does it change? It changes because the gene expressions are controlled. And this happens because it is all, everything is controlled by our thoughts and emotions. So a lot of studies have been done on epigenome. Epigenome is basically introducing this DNA, and the DNA gets methylated, or there are these proteins, histone proteins get modified, and that controls the gene expression. Now, there is a lot of paper where they have implicated that emotions are inducing these epigenetic changes. In fact, there was a scientist from John Hopkins who even observed in his scientific studies that these epigenetic changes, stress is inducing the epigenetic changes. So stress is nothing but various thoughts and emotions. So various thoughts and emotions are inducing these epigenetic changes. Now, there is also a lot of work where people have observed that meditation relaxes the mind and impacts the DNA positively. And the entire genetic profile changes when a person starts practicing meditation regularly. There is improved efficiency of the mitochondrial powerhouse. It upregulates a lot of genes which help in the immune response, and it downregulates the gene which causes inflammation and stress hormones. So stress agitates the mind and impacts the DNA negatively, whereas meditation relaxes the mind and impacts the DNA positively. So basically what happens is there is a pharmacy inside of us which gets stimulated when a person starts practicing meditation. So whenever there is a stressful event in our life, it is our mind which gets impacted initially, impacted first, before the body physical starts feeling its impact. Same is the case with meditation. When we start practicing meditation regularly, the clarity is first felt in the mind before we start feeling the relaxation and the healthy feeling in our body. So which means mind and DNA are closely connected. So this is another scientific link, that DNA and mind is in our DNA and DNA is in our mind. So what exactly is the information that is stored in our DNA? It is the thoughts, and thoughts and emotions are stored in our DNA. In fact, we need to understand, this was also revealed to me when I was during my deep state of meditation, that thoughts are photonic in nature. They are photonic in nature, and they are like, so since they are like subatomic particles, the principles of quantum physics applies on thoughts. Nobody has done any research on thoughts, but thoughts behave like both wave-like and particle-like nature, and the principle of quantum entanglement applies to thoughts. That is why when two people are connected through their thoughts, any change in the thought process of one person affects the thought process of the other person. In fact, that is what is quantum entanglement all about, and that is applicable with thoughts. I would like to quote this shloka from the Prashna Upanishad, which says, Atmana esha prano jayate, yathesha purushe chayai etasmin etatatam, manokritena ayat asmin sharire. So what does this shloka mean? Here again, the student is asking his guru as to where do thoughts arise from? And his guru is telling him, thoughts arise from our individual consciousness, and it gets passed on. Chayai etasmin etadatatam. It gets passed through the mind, and the mind filters it and then passes it on to the physical body. For example, we get a thought, a brilliant creative thought, which arises from our individual consciousness. The individual consciousness passes it on to our mind. Now, depending upon the samskaras which are stored in our mind, the already existing thoughts and emotions in our mind processes that thought. So if we are pessimistic in nature, we may not go ahead with that creative idea and it will just fizzle out. But if we are a positively oriented person, we will keep thinking about it and will come up with more creative ideas to execute that idea. So mind filters any creative thought that we get has arisen from our individual consciousness, from our self. But the limiting thoughts are created by our mind because of the samskaras, the emotions and the memories that are stored in our mind. Now, here I would like to also say that every innovation that has happened right from the Stone Age till this age of digital era, everything has happened when man has kept his mind momentarily in a state of silence, in a state of non-thought. So when the mind is kept in a state of non-thought, the man becomes highly creative. All the creative thoughts enter him when he is able to hold his mind in a state of non-thought. After that, he can process those thoughts, like the creative thought has risen from his individual consciousness, it is passed on to his mind, and then the mind processes it. So every discovery, every invention that has happened right from Stone Age till this era has happened when that particular man or woman has kept their mind in a state of meditative state. So biophotons, thoughts, it's also called as prana in our Hindu scriptures, is like an interface between mind and consciousness. Now, so consciousness, I had mentioned earlier that Dr. Fritz Alfred Popp had said that biophoton field exhibits like a consciousness, like a coherence, and that coherence is able to is a intelligent field, intelligent light field starting from our DNA. It encompasses our entire physical body. And Dr. Roland Van Wijik went a step further, who is now the head of the director of the the International Institute of Biophotons. He has conducted research where he has seen the biophoton emissions from people who are into a state of meditation. And he actually has found that the biophoton emissions have come down in a person who is meditating. which means what these biophotons are actually thought particles, the thought particles emitted by our mind.
Ms. Ravinath, if you can please conclude in 5 minutes.
Yes, yes, I'm almost through. Yes.
Yes,
So
please.
there is also a group of people who have discovered that, who have observed that biophoton emissions from the neuron when it signals any electrical, when it signals any, gives out any signal, it is associated not only with an electrical signal, it is also associated with a biophotonic emission. So our genome is an MP3 file of a three-dimensional movie. And that movie is our life story. So our genome is a quasi-intelligent system, and every living organism is made up of an energy aspect and also a matter aspect, energy information and matter information. And the morphogenetic field surrounding all the living organisms, that bioenergy field is nothing but a thought field, and that is the intelligent field. So a lot of research has gone into understanding what is DNA. I think a lot of research can be, the research needs to be modified and given a different dimension. If every scientist, every doctor also starts practicing meditation, he will get a different insight into how he should take his work forward. So, as quoted by the famous scientist Nikola Tesla, if we start thinking in terms of energy, if we start thinking in terms of we as an energy module, we will be able to discover a lot of truth about life. I would like to share this picture of my spiritual master, Dhyana Guru Kumar Krishnamurti ji, who has authored this book, Inner Light Cosmic Meditation. And he had a very profound experience where he was given live darshan of Maharaj, Sri Gajanan Maharaj of Shegaon in the year 1988. Whereas Gajanan Maharaj had already left his physical form, he had taken samadhi in the 1910. But after nearly 80 years, he gave live darshan to Guruji Kumar Krishnamurti ji. In fact, I would like to quote an incident from Sri Gajanan Maharaj's life, which happened in the 1890s. He was a saint who was living in a remote village in Maharashtra, India. And we just now, sometime back, we heard a talk by Bhakti Vijnananda, who spoke about the emotional intelligence of cows. Now, during the lifetime of Gajanan Maharaj, there was this incident which happened where there was a cow which had gone kind of mad. It had become a mad cow, and it started attacking all the people around it, all the villagers around it. So they literally put chain shackles around the cow as though they were bringing a tiger, and they brought the cow near Maharaj. Maharaj ordered them to remove the chains, and he started patting the cow. Now the enlightened saint is surrounded by this effulgent consciousness. He becomes light photons. So in the presence of Maharaj, the cow became so docile. The cow actually became like a cow. So I would like to end my talk, and again I would like to thank all the dignitaries and Bhakti Madhava Puri and Bhakti Krishna Keshavadas ji for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Is consciousness. Is prana. Is synaptic. Is prana. Synaptic.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So before we have 10 minutes now for a Q&A. And before we take any other comments from the audience, I just wanted to read some of the thoughts that came to my mind when you were presenting based on some of the presentations we saw at the beginning of the conference. So one of the general takeaways from this conference is hopefully the ability to distinguish life from non-life, where non-life is matter. And then only after this initial discrimination can the relationship between matter, life, and consciousness or cognition or mind, depending on what word we use and what our understanding of that is, only after the discrimination between life and non-life can that relationship between matter, life, and consciousness be clearly considered and explained. So DNA doesn't communicate, and it's not conscious because it's not alive. DNA is just matter. It is inert matter utilized by the living cell. The cell is cognitive, as we vividly saw in the videos shown by Brian Ford earlier. Barbara McClintock also said that the genome or DNA is actually an organ of the cell. So it's the cell which is cognitive, which is alive, and using DNA as a tool because DNA is matter. So Dennis Noble also explained that DNA is not the language of the Book of Life. A, C, T, and G cannot express meaningful content. They are basically on-off switches utilized by the cell to edit itself based on its environmental circumstances. So all the cognitive activity is coming from the cell in relation to what it can do with its constituents. So Dr. B. Madhava Puri suggested that when we are trying to consider the relationship between matter and mind, or as Hegel called it and Dr. Puri called the concept and its constituent content, then we should consider the role of negativity. And this approach emphasizes dialectic reason. So every thought is motivated by a necessary predecessing thought. And we can't just contingently string ideas together, but it has to be governed by some type of necessity and reason. So that approach is the opposite, essentially, of what is typically presented today, both inside and outside of materialistic science, where people try to just assert that somehow there is a direct relationship between matter, whether it's a neuron or DNA, and consciousness and mind. They just say somehow the relationship is there automatically. But, that's, first of all, not observed from an empirical level. And then from a philosophical level, there's no necessity that governs such a relationship at all. So I think these ideas need to be very carefully considered when speaking about this topic. And that's all I have to say. Unless Dr. Ms. Ravinath, if you have any response, otherwise we can also hear from the audience any other questions or comments they may have.
Actually, somebody has asked whether prana is similar to consciousness. So that I think I have covered in my talk. Prana is like an interface between mind and consciousness.
Yes, even from the Vedic point of view, the word mind, manas, is as something Dr. Niskam Shanta Maharaj mentioned in his talk. There is a distinction between the gross body and the subtle body within Prakriti. And the subtle body, we don't find that in the West so much. Typically, mind or consciousness or cognition are almost used interchangeably. But from the Vedic wisdom, from the Vedic scriptures, there is quite a lot of detail about the difference between the subtle elements, which include mind, manas, buddhi, intelligence, or ego, false ego, ahamkar. And so those differences described in the Vedic scriptures there are more functional. They're distinguished through their function, where manas is one of the lower forms of the subtle matter, where it's basically described as just distinguishing this or that, where it's not a higher order subtle thinking activity. It's just this or that. And then a higher order buddhi or intelligence then comes to distinguish relationships between this and that, and is a little more dynamic. So the Vedic scriptures, Vedic wisdom itself, they describe the descending, everything is the descending nature from the Vedic scripture. Everything is descending from higher to lower. So the material is coming from the spiritual, and then within the material, it's coming from subtle to gross, more and more determined, further gross. So again, that systematic reason can even be seen there, where it's not just a contingent ideas being strung together, but there's order and system. There's a systematic reasoning behind it. So it's very important for scientific approaches to understanding reality to include these things, this approach.
As I mentioned in the beginning of my talk, a lot of these things got revealed to me during my deep state of meditation. Now, in the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, it is clearly mentioned that knowledge can be acquired through reading scriptures. Knowledge can be acquired through discussions. There is one method when knowledge gets just revealed to you, and that is called as that is like an epiphany, and that revelation happened to me several times during my meditative state, and which I have substantiated with the already existing scientific work, and that's how I have put together this presentation which I shared with you all today.
Yes. So we still have about 3 minutes left in this Q&A session before Dr. Scott Turner presents. Was there any other comments from the audience or questions for Ms. Ravinath? And we certainly appreciate you taking the time to put together the presentation and presenting your ideas to us. And if there are no questions, then we can move on to Dr. Scott Turner. I will give a brief introduction. So, Dr. J. Scott Turner, his latest book is called Purpose and Desire from 2017. He's the Emeritus Professor of Biology at the State University of New York, the Project Director on Science-Related Issues for the National Association of Scholars. He's a physiologist by training, but with a deep interest in the interface of physiology with evolution, ecology, and adaptation. He's a prolific author of peer-reviewed scientific articles and books, which are available on his website. And we're very happy to hear from him today and feel, we're very much grateful that he's participating in our conference today. So thank you.
Well, let me just say that I'm very grateful for being here. I've been enjoying the presentations I've been seeing from a variety of different perspectives. So let me begin just by making sure my screen can be shared here. I think this is it here. So I'm going to share this, and you should be able to see my screen now, my presentation.
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay. Let me just get everything else in place here. There we are. Okay. So yeah, thank you so much for that introduction. That'll enable me to skip through a lot of the first things that I've mentioned in my presentation. Thank you very much for laying the groundwork on that. As was said, I'm a physiologist. That's basically the science of how life works. And the motivating question throughout most of my career was what the science of physiology, that is how life works, has to say about the science of evolution. And this has taken me on a really rather long journey and into some fairly heterodox thoughts about both evolution and about life. I've outlined that journey in the 3 books whose covers that you see here, starting with The Extended Organism in 2000, followed by The Tinkerer's Accomplice in 2007, and ending, as we said, with the book Purpose and Desire. The title of this book, by the way, is a play on Jacques Monod's very famous book, Chance and Necessity. Okay. So what I'd like to do is it's been a fairly complicated journey. So what I'd like to do is to try to make some sense of it for you. And of course, I also want to credit those that have arrived at pretty much the same conclusions as where I am now, often many, many years before me. And of course, this includes many of the participants in our conference today. Okay, now, as far as my scientific career goes, I wish I could say there was a plan, but there wasn't one. Mostly, I spent my career kind of stumbling around through a series of conundrums, and I'll try to retrace that journey here. But conundrums are a good thing because as conundrums do, one leads primarily to more conundrums, and we always end up ultimately that ultimate conundrum of just what is it that life is. Okay, so the first conundrum, I'm going to start right here. What is this thing anyway that you see here? And this is a mound built by a group of termites that we find in southern Africa. The termites that build them were the objects of most of my research career. These mounds are quite spectacular. They can reach several meters in height. They are the result of termites transporting hundreds of kilograms of soil up into the mound from below ground each year. And the curious thing about these mounds is that they are not the residence for the termites. The termites don't actually live in the mound. They live in a colony that's itself situated quite deep underground. And so this raises the question, why is it that the termites go to all the trouble of building this thing? Now, what attracted my interest is that these mounds exhibit a lot of attributes that normally one would ascribe to living things. They have a functionality. Basically, they behave basically as wind-driven lungs for the colony. They're also adaptable. They can change shape depending upon circumstances in some fairly predictable ways. And they exhibit an interesting conformity between function and the structure needed to effectively carry out that function. And to use a loaded word here, this means that they are actually designed. And so here's the conundrum. Is this thing a heap of soil just sitting there, or is it as alive as the termites that build it? And what I have decided is that, yes, it is just as much alive as the termites that build it. What we're looking here is what I call an extended organism, and let me just give some background to this. The organism, as we've heard several times here, is an obvious unit of life. I'm an organism, so are all of you listening today, and so are the termites that build this mound. But organisms can exist on many scales, and one way of thinking about social insects like these is to describe them as so-called superorganisms. The reason for this is because the colonies exhibit a collective behavior that bears some remarkable resemblances to the behavior of organisms themselves as we conventionally understand them. These things coordinate their behaviors. These swarms coordinate their behaviors to exhibit many organism-like qualities like coherency, adaptability, and so forth. And I have to say that the superorganism is not a new idea. It's a pretty well accepted idea. It's been around since the end of the 18th century. But what I suggested in this book is that the organism also has to include the environment in which the organisms live. And the conclusion that I've drawn from this is the environment is not simply where the organism lives. The environment is actually also an active participant in the life of the organism. And I like to say that organisms and environment are actually engaged in a conspiracy of sort. In a short, they breathe together, which is the literal meaning of the term. And this extension of the organism to the environment comes about by active manipulation of the external environment. Now, the mound of Macrotermes is a pretty dramatic example of an extended organism in work, but in fact, the biosphere is actually rife with other examples, and a lot of these are outlined in this book. Okay, on to the next conundrum. Now, I'm a physiologist, and this means that the concept of homeostasis is a central aspect of our thinking about how physiology works. And excuse me, this gentleman here is Claude Bernard. He was a 19th century French physiologist. Every physiologist knows who he is because he's regarded as the founder of the modern science of physiology. And one of his core concepts was the concept of homeostasis, which you see down below on the page there. And I bring up homeostasis as a conundrum because it's perhaps the most misunderstood and arguably trivialized concept in modern biology. Now, usually we learn about Claude Bernard through a famous aphorism of his, and here it is. It's in quotes there: "The steadiness of the internal environment is the condition for a free and independent life." And our modern interpretation of Bernard's thinking and of homeostasis is to treat homeostasis as a regulation of an internal environment, which is mediated by various kinds of regulatory machines that give rise to it. And for lack of a better term, I call this the cybernetic interpretation of Bernard's thinking, kind of like the organization of a thermostat, for example. Excuse me, but if you delve into Bernard's writings, as well as just the simple grammatic structure of this aphorism, it becomes clear pretty quickly that the cybernetic interpretation of homeostasis has the concept exactly backwards. The cybernetic interpretation says that homeostasis is the outcome of the operation of regulatory machines. But if you look at the aphorism, you can see that the predicate is homeostasis. That is the steadiness of the internal environment, to the outcome, which is the free and independent life. So this makes homeostasis, and actually Bernard himself, a kind of small v vitalist, if you will. In other words, he didn't believe in vital spirits or vital essences, but rather he looked at life as a unique phenomenon in the universe, different from any other. And this meant that the unique nature of life was to be found in the organization of life itself. Okay, and the thing that made life unique was this phenomenon of homeostasis. That is, it's a fundamental property of life. It's not something that can be regarded as the outcome of some kind of subsidiary set of mechanisms. Okay. The next conundrum that we had to deal with is this phenomenon of adaptation, which is actually a manifestation of homeostasis in some interesting ways. So let's look at what adaptation actually is. The literal meaning of it is, excuse me, tendency to aptitude, and what do we mean by that? Let's go through that piece by piece. First of all, we start with the notion that adaptation is actually a manifestation of the distinctiveness of living systems. They are adaptable. They change form and function in ways that fit them to live well in an environment, that is, to produce an aptitude for living in that environment. Now, environments, of course, change from time to time. They vary from place to place, which we could designate as circumstance. And adaptation comes about when form and function vary to conform to the demands that environments make on living things. In other words, it's tending to apt function. That's the nature of adaptation. Now, there's a difficult question at the heart of that. For adaptation to work, the living system somehow has to know what form and function it's supposed to take on. And we don't really have a good answer for that. This implies a kind of self-knowledge of what the organism wants to be, if you will, or intends to be. And of course, this property has been brought up by several of the speakers that we've heard from so far. Now, our modern concept of adaptation is as distorted, if you will, as the modern concept of homeostasis. And let me just outline the standard view of what adaptation is and how it comes to be. Namely, it's that adaptation is something that's specified by a collection of what we might call apt function genes, that's the result of natural selection of apt function genes. As we'll see a little bit later, that's a bit of an empty tautology, doesn't really explain very much. And so if we take a physiological approach to this, we can start treating adaptation not as something that's specified by a group of genes that specify apt function, but as an expression of homeostasis. And that was the main theme of my second book here, The Tinkerer's Accomplice. And adaptation is manifest tangibly in the property of what we might call biological design. The structure of bones, for example, conforms pretty closely to what you would expect a mechanical engineer would produce them to be. And of course, there's no mechanical engineer doing this, but nevertheless, the bones conform to certain design principles for cantilever beams, and that's kind of an impressive thing and demands explanation. And so what I'm saying here is that the standard view is another view of what I call the erroneous inversion. The specification of adaptation as by apt function genes is an empty concept. We only identify apt function genes by their ability to produce apt function, and that doesn't really tell us very much. And so we turn back to Bernard's interesting inversion. Is mechanism actually the outcome of adaptation? Is it adaptation that comes first and mechanism that trails along behind? And I think there's a credible case to be made that, in fact, that is the case. Now, I want to introduce here a concept that I call an adaptive interface. This is central to our means of describing how mechanism adaptation can actually stream from homeostasis. And at its simplest, the cell membrane is the ultimate adaptive interface. And what adaptive interfaces do is they basically partition environments. In this case, it partitions an internal intracellular environment from an external extracellular environment. Now, the membrane is not just a container, it's actually quite a dynamic system. I'm not going to go into a lot of details here. This is a cartoon of how regulation of salt and water composition is maintained. Basically, what we're looking at here is the cell membrane actually manages actively flows of matter and energy across it, in this case, water, sodium, and potassium ions, and so forth. And this is a cognitive system. The cell membrane has embedded in it a number of molecules that enables it to sense the conditions of the external environment. And what makes this an adaptive interface is that this can map the external environment onto a cognitive representation that exists within the cell. And this can be something as simple as a change in the catalytic milieu of the cell that tracks what's happening to the external environment. The end result of this is the cell adaptive interface manages fluxes of matter and energy across the interface in order to keep the cell operating in an integral manner, in other words, to sustain the cell itself through time. Now, of course, this means that adaptive interfaces are really the engines of this property of homeostasis. And when we talk about the extended organism, how this fits into it, this leads us to a rather startling conclusion. Let me build up to that. If you're managing fluxes of matter and energy across a cell membrane, anything you do to transport any kind of matter across the membrane, and this can be active or passive. Simple conservation of mass says that you're going to change the environment not only inside the membrane, but also outside it as well. And the startling conclusion is this, that if you have homeostasis inside the cell, that's necessarily going to impose a kind of homeostasis outside the cell as well. In other words, we're talking about a phenomenon of what we might call extended homeostasis. Now, when we look at how organisms are organized, if you will, we see that adaptive interfaces can exist in a number of different categorizations. So, for example, groups of cells can organize themselves into coalitions that form sheets. These are called epithelia, and they're the basic building block of multicellular organisms. These adaptive interfaces can nest. Cells can nest within the internal environments created by epithelia, and these themselves can nest into tissues, organs, organ systems, and organisms. But it doesn't stop there. That's not the ultimate form of adaptation. The extended organism idea presents no barrier to organisms entering into coalitions of superorganisms, and the reach of this kind of extended homeostasis can extend to ecosystems, to populations, indeed always, well, indeed up to the level of the biosphere. That's about its limit. And of course, this leads us into another interesting concept, Gaia theory, which I believe Dennis Noble mentioned in his presentation at all. There's a counterintuitive idea at the heart of this. Textbooks of biology usually talk about the thermodynamics of life as the orderliness of the cell being bought at the expense of disorder in the environment. In other words, life is a fundamentally disordering phenomenon. But in fact, if you look at this through the lens of the extended organism and homeostasis, you can see that life is actually a profoundly ordering phenomenon in the universe. That, in other words, the biosphere is an orderly place, and it's orderly because of this phenomenon of homeostasis and extended organisms. Nevertheless, life exists in a physical world. There has to be some kind of a physical basis for that. Life cannot defeat the second law of thermodynamics, for example, but nevertheless, how do you reconcile that with this phenomenon of homeostasis, life having an intrinsic and inherent property that is independent of the physical world? All right, so let's delve into that a little bit. Just how is it that thermodynamics can be reconciled with this extended organism idea? And we start with the basic notion that life is really a so-called open thermodynamic system. That is, matter flows in a closed loop between living entities and the environment. In short, between orderly collections of matter and which are contained within organisms and disorderly collections of matter. And this means that life is an order producing, that is an entropy minimizing process of work in which the free energy that does the work ultimately dissipates as heat. And this is kind of the conventional way of talking about the thermodynamics of life as these cycles of matter flow across essentially adaptive interfaces. Each of these types of organisms represents a different kind of an adaptive interface, and a one-way flow of energy from free energy, in this case sunlight for the biosphere, dissipating ultimately at the end as heat. Now, I would like to argue that this really isn't a very good metaphor for thinking about the thermodynamics of life. Basically, when you talk about life, you're talking about a pool of low entropy that actually sits perpetually on a rather precarious thermodynamic perch. So, for example, open thermodynamic systems, of which the Earth is one, often exhibit some transient forms of orderliness. And what we can do is we can represent this as a kind of a standing wave, if you will, of low entropy that is powered by a stream of energy coming in from the sun. It amounts to about 128 petawatts, or 128,000 terawatts, streaming into the Earth all the time. And you don't need to have life to produce a certain degree of order. For example, this 128 petawatts does things like organize the orderly patterns of circulation of the atmosphere and the oceans, for example. This has obvious implications for weather and so forth. And so that's an example of the kind of standing wave of orderliness that exists in open thermodynamic systems frequently. And if we think about where life sits on that, globally, life consumes about 90 terawatts of energy that come of that 128 petawatts coming into the Earth, and it's the most orderly phenomenon on the Earth. And so, life can be thought of as riding along the uppermost part of this crest of orderliness, and I've just sort of colored in a yellow boundary there to indicate where life sits, and it sits really on the crest of this wave, and ultimately it degrades down to equilibrium, as it does in any thermodynamic open thermodynamic system. Now, we can bring this in. If we look down on it from the top, then we can look at the organism as something like this. I've shaded it in blue. Life sits right up here at the crest of this standing wave of low entropy, and it channels in matter basically coming up along the backside of this crest right here, and then it's ordered into a pool of low entropy, which then automatically degrades to disorder as it slides down the crest of this wave. And so life sits up there kind of like a frothy crest on the surface of a wave. Now, this metaphor, I think, is useful because it enables us to think in interesting ways about concepts like homeostasis and the extended organism, for example. And we can do so by a thought experiment. Just like Einstein famously asked us to imagine riding along next to a photon at the speed of light, we can do something similar for this standing with the crest of this standing wave. You know, if we look out over a forest, for example, what we see is a collection of organisms, of trees and grass and birds and those kinds of things. And that's a perfectly sensible way to look at it, but thermodynamically, we're actually watching this kind of crackling crest of this thermodynamic wave going on through time. It's a standing wave, and so if we follow this crest through time, we can think about homeostasis and extended organisms in perhaps a more creative way. Okay, so in this case, I've illustrated this by zooming in on this yellow wave crest. An organism is basically the interface, and I've depicted this with this dark line right here. Each organism occupies a different form of this thermodynamic crest. Homeostasis basically is the maintenance of a particular shape of this front. That's what distinguishes one organism from another. And so an organism is really basically a homeostatic system that maintains the structure of this standing wave crust. Matter and energy are channeled into into this, and this is where the extended organism comes in. It's basically a modification of the environment on the rising part of the crest to help channel matter and energy through the organism in such a way that it can persist even if conditions change on the other side of it, as it goes down to disorder or on the rise up to orderliness. And basically, this metaphor is one way to express homeostasis, the organism and the extended organism. But there's another conundrum that's sitting at the heart of this, and that is related to the nature of the adaptive interface as a cognitive system. And where does cognition fit into basic principles or phenomena, attributes of life like intentionality and purposefulness? And one of the failings of the materialist approach to life that is typically undertaken right now, and many of the authors have suggested this, is that it doesn't really deal well with these attributes of life being an intentional and purposeful phenomenon. Okay, so this leads us into some deep questions about just what is it that is cognition, what's intentionality, and where does purpose come from? And you'll recognize this famous example from Descartes, and so we'll start there. If we ask just what cognition is, at its simplest, you're talking about the creation of a so-called mental world, which I've depicted with this pink geometric diagram up there. And at its most basic level, cognition creates a mental world that's a map of the outside real world, in quotes. And what is going on here, of course, is that the cognitive system, whatever that is, acts to ensure that there's some kind of conformity between the real world and the mental image of it. And if the real world changes, a good cognitive system should actually change the state of the mental world to bring it into conformity with what the senses are telling it about the real world. Okay, so that's only really half of what cognitive systems do, though, and we'll get into that in more detail momentarily. If you talk about these kinds of things right here, you're talking about a phenomenon that's called tracking. That is, the mental image tracks what's going on in the outside world. But adaptive interfaces and organisms also do work, and this is where the extended organism comes in. If, for example, you have a mental world that doesn't look like the real world, then there are engines at work that can actually bring the real world into conformity with the mental world. In other words, cognition really works both ways. And this is where intentionality and purposefulness comes in. So, for example, if there's a mental world that doesn't really correspond with what the sensory interface is telling the mind about what the real world is, then again, the cognitive map can be coupled to a motor interface that does work to bring the real world into conformity with the mental image of it. So it really works both ways. And that, I would argue, is the most basic definition of intentionality. And you can even extend this to the phenomenon of creativity. Now, mental images actually arise in a number of ways. You can have other cognitive engines. You can have them arising de novo, just from the activity of complex brains. And I would argue that complex brains are not limited to complex central nervous systems, by the way. There's lots of other examples of this that are more distributed. But again, you have this thing where this is being coupled to a motor interface that actually brings in to being an external world that had never existed before, except in this novel cognitive or mental representation of it. And so this is where creativity comes from. And you can generate these things with some fairly simple explorations of the adaptive interface. And of course, purpose comes in when the homeostasis of the living system is actually imposed upon the external environment as well as the internal environment. And this underscores the shortcomings of the cybernetic model for homeostasis. You can easily construct these things, but there's a difficult question that sits at the heart of it, which is not really answered adequately by nearly anyone. And that is, these kinds of cybernetic systems have a goal state around which they behave, but no idea of where the goal state comes from. And you know, it's difficult to find these components in the living body. This is a kind of computation, if you will, this hot cybernetic model. And there's not even any evidence that brains act as computers. And this has been brought up a couple times in the presentations so far. All right, and now we come back to this other basic conundrum, which is, well, just what is life anyway? You know, is it just chemistry? Is it mechanism? Arguably, I would say no, that there's something else going on there. And I like to illustrate this with another little thought experiment, which is look at these two manifestations of energy flow, a cauliflower and a cumulus cloud. They have a number of similarities to one another. They're both puffy and white, for example, but as you delve deeply into the similarities between the two, you find that most of the things that are usually advanced as distinctive features of life, like order-producing thermodynamic systems, they obey fourth law thermodynamics, that is this transient production of orderliness. They have kind of a metabolism. They even have memories of sort. We come down to this basic question, what is it that makes the cauliflower different from the cumulus cloud? And the end result, if you delve into it deeply enough, is you end up with a conclusion that, well, the cauliflower actually wants to be a cauliflower in ways that the cumulus cloud cannot want to be a cumulus cloud. And so there's this distinctive nature of life that comes out. Now, getting into the philosophy of this introduces some concepts that don't really sit well in modern biology and modern science. And among them is a concept dating back to Aristotle. He called this his bios. I've put it out here in Greek letters, of course. And what Aristotle suggested was that the bios is actually, well, the organism is actually the expression of its nature, and its nature Aristotle regarded as its bios. And this is a form of idealism. The bios in Aristotle's mind was an ideal toward which the organism strives. And one of the corollaries of that is that the organism's form and function may vary, but it varies according to a purpose and ways that sustain the bios that sits at the heart of the organisms themselves. Now, this is constitutes the missing goal state, in other words, from all these cybernetic approaches to homeostasis. It goes without saying that any form of idealism is frowned upon or looked upon skeptically by modern science, but it actually survives in some odd ways. Bernard's conception of homeostasis actually is the philosophical cousin to Aristotle's concept of the bios. And so it sits there cryptically, but it's there nevertheless. And I think that we need to be able to grapple with that essential purposefulness that sits at the heart of life. And what this says is that, well, mechanism probably isn't enough. And I'm not the only one here at this conference who has said this. And, you know, maybe it's time to take another look at Aristotle's bios as an organizing philosophical principle of the science of life. Among other things, it introduces things akin to the concept of a soul, which we've already heard from others in this conference. This is fine for organisms and adaptability of organisms, but there's a big problem there, and that is that the bios is incompatible with the idea of evolution. Evolution has changed, the bios doesn't change. And so how do we reconcile that? Which brings us to this basic problem, which is in order for evolution to work in these kinds of frameworks, you have to have some means of heritability of adaptation. In other words, adaptation in an organism's lifetime has to somehow be transmitted onto subsequent generations. That's the only way that you can get evolution driven by adaptation. And this, of course, is August Weismann, who is the author of the famous Weismann barrier, which supposedly barred any transmission of a living organism's adaptations in its lifetime from being passed on to future generations. And this supposedly has ruled out the notion of heritable adaptation. The Weismann barrier to, yes. Did you?
Conclude in 5 minutes?
Yes, I will. I'm working on that. Yes. And adaptation is supposedly heritability of adaptation is supposedly impossible. But Barbara McClintock has been invoked a couple of times, starting with her. That's been a long slide towards exposing these kinds of barriers as mostly hokum. Adaptation is heritable across generations, and the question is what guides it. And of course, we've seen a fair number of examples of ways in which this heritable memory can work. It can work either through epigenetic markers. There's grammar and syntax that comes in. There's symbology in the form of symbiotics and semiotics and so forth. And this raises another fundamental question about that we have to address, which is what's the nature of heritable memory? And again, we come back to a distinction between genes and the phenotype, and genes really are kind of a form of what we might call object memory. It's a molecule, it's a memory token, and so forth, and it can vary only by mutation. Whereas if you look at the real phenomenon of memory, it's really a dynamic process. It's a kind of process memory, and what qualifies it as memory is how long the persistence can endure. And this means that heritable memory can be expanded widely. It doesn't have to exist in just genes. In fact, one of the things this does, and other people's work has done, is to dethrone the gene as the sole repository of hereditary memory. There are lots of things that can carry hereditary memory. All that's needed is that its memory extends farther into the future than the lifetime of the organisms that have built it, and this means that heritable memory can exist in the form of culture, language. In the case of these termites, these bring about very large-scale modifications of the environment in such a way that it exceeds by far the lifespan of the termites that built it. And so this is heritable memory, and this is basically niche construction theory that I think a couple of people have mentioned as well. So all these things can be aspects of heritable memory. And I'll just wrap up with a couple of considerations of what should be an appropriate philosophy of life. This is a little map that I've drawn for myself to show the development of Western philosophy over the past couple of thousand years. And I'd like to first blow up an assertion that I often hear made by people, which is that science is the liberation from philosophy. Well, that's nonsense. Science is philosophy. It's just a different kind of philosophy. And so the question is, we have a number of competing philosophies. We have the two, what I call purposeful philosophies here in terms of Aristotelianism and Platonism. And then you have the purposeless philosophy of atomism. And if you look at modern biology in terms of molecular biology, neo-Darwinism, and so forth, these are very much derived from the atomist purposeless notions of no purpose and mechanism and so forth. But if you look at evolution and those kind of things, they have actually been occupied by the purposeful philosophies for some time. So, for example, physiology and ontogeny are very much purposeful sciences, even though physiologists often don't like to admit it. And intelligent design is another one, but in this case, it's derived from basically a very strong Platonic thing. So, while molecular biology and Darwinism have told us a lot, there's a lot to be learned about life, ways to think about life in these kinds of philosophical this philosophical diversity, if you will. And it's going to be no secret that I will come down on Aristotelianism as the favored philosophy of life. And of course, this is going to face a fair bit of resistance. Most scientists are embedded in this purposeless philosophy of atomism. And when you introduce the concepts like this, and I'm sure everyone in this conference has experienced this, you're accused of being a vitalist, which is something of a dirty word. And so there's a great deal of cultural resistance to this. But I think that there's no way of actually talking about life coherently without bringing in a deliberately purposeful, cognitive-driven philosophy of life. And of course, others have said that you really cannot separate life from some conception of the mind. And this leads me to my final slide here, which is that if we think about the evolution of life, the relationship between physiology and evolution, there is no essential dividing line between them. Evolution, like life, is cognitively driven, it's purpose-laden, and it's driven by desire, and it's essentially cognitive thermodynamics. And for that, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Dennis Noble just put a comment in the chat also.
I see that.
So if there are any questions from the audience, I know I have some things, but I'd like to wait because that would be selfish of me. So if anyone would like to say anything, please go ahead.
Well, I appreciate Dennis Noble's comment that yes, there's no way of escaping philosophy. I mean, why would you even want to escape philosophy in this? Because, you know, philosophy of all stripes is just seeking to make sense of the world. And, you know, science is one way to do it. And furthermore, science has a number of different philosophical inputs into it. And so this notion that science of life has to be molecular, has to be driven by mechanism and so forth, it's a very constrained way of thinking about life and doesn't really get you, well, it gets you a certain distance, pretty far actually, but you ultimately bump up against the limits of what that can do.
I'll go ahead and say a couple of things if that's all right with everybody. The first was you mentioned you were impressed with the design of bones in organisms. So the first thing that came to my mind was George Cuvier, the zoologist and naturalist born in 1769 and died in 1832. And then I saw at the end you actually mentioned his name in your map of philosophies. He, you know, 1769 to 1832, at that time, he was, I mean, revolutionary, holistic thinker. And he could, from a single bone, essentially, through his understanding of the necessity of the form of the bone, he could reconstruct an entire skeletal system, which was pretty amazing. So you mentioned that your favorite Aristotle's philosophy over the systems of philosophy. And one thing that our institute is presenting, one thing that Dr. Bhakti Madhava Puri is presenting, he's also in line with Aristotle's philosophy, and he's emphasizing Hegel's building upon Aristotle's philosophy. And in fact, Hegel in his Encyclopedia of Nature, in verse 370, the 370th paragraph, he mentions Cuvier's work in that regard. So, you know, we just humbly, you know, are suggesting scientists like yourself who like to think about these things, if they took a look at Hegel's philosophy, they may find it very enriching. And then two other points. One, you had your adaptive interfaces nest, where the top two were the ecosystem and the biosphere. And then you mentioned at that point, the Gaia theory, and you mentioned, I think you mentioned the lack of mention in Gaia in Dennis Noble's presentation. So I just wanted to actually bring up a comparison with that adaptive interface nest with that inverted pyramid of purposiveness that Dennis Noble had. The top two categories there were the sociotype, and then the next one, the ecotype. So you both mentioned ecosystem and ecotype as the second to top, whereas his was a sociotype, the top level, and then yours was a biosphere. So I wonder if there's room for discussion about, the sociotype must definitely be there. And then beyond that, what is the relationship to the biosphere that integrates the human form of life with its capacity for reason, philosophy, science, art, religion, government, and integrated with life as a whole as it manifests in the biosphere?
Yeah. I actually think there's almost perfect agreement between what Dennis Noble has said and I. If I meant to say that Dennis did not believe in Gaia, I don't know. Maybe he does and maybe he doesn't. But to a physiologist like me, and to a physiologist like I know Dennis Noble to be, Gaia theory actually makes perfect sense to me as a physiologist. It makes perfect sense to me as an extension of homeostasis to the biosphere, and so I'm in absolute agreement. If you're looking at the things that drive evolution, it's really not so much from the bottom up. It's actually a conversation between sources of memory that have origins in molecules and so forth, but nevertheless are interpreted in ways that differ all the way up the scales of organization. And I absolutely agree with him that this interaction between environment and organism is actually crucial, and actually a neglected way of thinking about evolution that I think opens up the door to a much richer exploration of what evolution is, but an exploration of evolution as something that is actually totally contradictory to the Darwinian idea. And again, I'll let Dennis speak to this, but I think this is one of the most interesting developments that's been going on in the science of life right now. That is this expanded conception of evolution and the interaction of evolution with the way living things actually work. And I don't know if Dennis wants to chime in here, but I do want to address what you brought up about QVA and the role that or the place that QVA and thinkers like Lamarck have in our evolutionary thinking. But Dennis, did you have anything that you wanted to say?
Yes, I would like to come in if I may. Actually, in my triangular diagram towards the end, the ecotype was immediately below the sociotype. Now, you can argue about that. Maybe it should be the other way around. But I think Scott Gilbert and I are totally in agreement with this. The ecotype is itself a form of a living thing.
Yes.
Meaning that it has purpose. And you can see that in the interaction between organisms and the ecotype, because the organisms make the ecotype. It is part of the process by which the sociality occurs. So in one sense, you could say that those two levels in my triangular diagram are not really separate. They intermingle. But certainly we agree the ecotype is absolutely critical, and the way in which organisms interact with their with their ecotype is a critical part of their sociology.
Yes.
I remember it may have been Watson who was the more absurd of the two, Watson and Crick, and he once said, it's molecules all the way down. The rest is sociology. My response was, yes, Jim, and sociology is where it's at.
Yeah. Yeah, and Watson is also the author of this infamous comment that there are no interesting questions left in biology that aren't molecular. So, which I thought was very short-sighted.
Well, one has just to laugh, doesn't one?
Yeah. Yes.
So if I may just ask, I think there's a lot of rich conversation that can happen here, and we do have the interdisciplinary dialogue coming just after our next speaker. So if we can just move on to Dr. Alicia Juarrero, and then I'm really looking forward to hearing everyone come together and see what kind of dialogue ensues.
Me too.
So Dr. Alicia Juarrero is, her latest book was Context Changes Everything, published this year in 2023. She is president and co-founder of Vector Analytica Incorporated and a visiting scholar at the University of Miami. Ongoing research in neurophilosophy is focused on the causal role of context-sensitive constraints in the emergence of mental events such as intentions. We look forward to hearing her. Thank you for participating.
Thank you. Can you hear me? And can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I want to thank the organizers of this conference, as well as all the other speakers, for very enlightening talks. And some of the speakers, I've known their work for years, and I greatly admire them. I am a philosopher. I am not a scientist. My background is in philosophy of science, but let me see from the beginning. All right, can you see it now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
It's showing on the left side your current slide, and then on the right side it shows what's next and notes.
Okay, I do not. Let me see if I can show this, which is probably what you want to show, right?
Yes, that's great. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, but to make it go high, and it's not. Screen one. Why is it not advancing? All right, let's see this again. I want to share it. Okay, let me see if it's this one. Is that better? Did it advance?
It did, yes. Now we see what is the difference.
All right. Perfect. My background, I did my dissertation in ethics, and it was in the difference between explaining and morally justifying behavior. And clearly, for example, one explains behavior. What did happen? Was it a wink or was it a blink? By talking about the causes that issue in that behavior. So if I were to explain a wink, I'd say it's because I threw some dust in your face. Whereas if you are explaining a wink, you would give reasons for the person winking. So in the language of philosophy, blinks are said to be mere behavior because they are intentional and reactive, and winks are intentional and purposive. I'm glad I don't have to go through these in that much of a detail because they've been mentioned very often here. Aristotle, as we do today with computers, used the technology of his time,
yes,
which was the potter's wheel.
With another treatment.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I've been sort of combining rest and exercise.
Dr. Noble, if you could please mute your account. Thank you.
So formal cause is what makes what I'm making a picture. It's the form of a picture. Material is the clay, the stuff out of which I am making the picture. And then final is the object's goal or purposes. It's been mentioned before, teleology. I do want to point out that Aristotle did not believe in emergence because he believed that final causes as well as formal causes were created ab initio, from the beginning of time. And so even though, unlike Plato, he believed in the reality of change, so he believed in development, he really did not believe in evolution. And Depew and Weber have a wonderful book about this. And efficient cause, I would want to say, is not just the potter's wheel or the carpenter. I'd want to say it is the transfer of energy from the hand of the potter or the carpenter onto the material object. Okay. Now, very important that folks don't seem to remember about Aristotle is that for Aristotle, causes must be external to their effects. That is, for Aristotle, nothing can cause itself. In other words, Aristotle dismissed, refused to accept recursion and recursive causality. And the reason for that is that underwrote his cosmology and could have some prime mover cause the universe. So nothing in nature causes itself. For Aristotle, there are two forms of explanation: episteme, which is deductive, and phronesis, which is not. And episteme is suitable for science because it deals in universals and absolute deductive predictions. Phronesis is not, because when these are contextually embedded, like medicine, ethics, and law, and I would expand that, anything that is context dependent cannot be fully explained in terms of episteme. The problem is that since 1650, and that's what I call modern, as one of the speakers already mentioned, 3 of those 4 causes were and especially 2 of them were dismissed. Only efficient causality remained in place. And this was a billiard ball, push-pull cause of one thing exerting force on another. So there was only one legitimate form of explanation, and that is deduction, which underwrote prediction, which underwrote universal laws. It fit beautifully with Newtonian mechanism. And in philosophy, that's called the hypothetical deductive model of explanation. So the modern view of parts and wholes is very important. It is a very reductionist notion of wholes. Wholes are nothing but the sum of their primary properties, because only primary properties, masses, are real, and that's where all essentialist traits are supposed to be found. That does all of the causal lifting, if you will, was supposed to be the primary properties. In particular, relational properties, like processes, like anything context dependent, are considered secondary processes. They are derivative. They are not part of the real furniture of the world. From Aristotle on in, context is dismissed. And in a sense, the arrow of time is lost. In action theory, this is the problem with where purpose disappears. In Cartesian dualism, there are separate and distinct events, a cause, a non-physical intention, which supposedly activates a body as an efficient cause. So when I was looking to see how one explained a wink, at the time, we were looking for neural networks that would literally activate the body as an efficient cause. The problem with Cartesian dualism is that these 2 substances, mind and matter, were supposed to exist in 2 entirely separate realms. One was non-physical, one was physical, and according to the science of the time, any kind of interaction between one and the other, meaning any kind of efficient cause between especially the mind, the non-physical, and the physical, would violate causal closure. And not to mention that efficient causes cannot explain standing causes. What I mean by that is I spent the last 42 years intending to write a book, and that is a standing cause, which clearly efficient causes were not considered, were not thought of that way. So you end up with a materialist philosophy of action, and I mean by matter, almost inert matter. One neurophysiological process activates a second, which that's not going to work. Neurological does not show that, and we've been talking about this all day long in this conference. How can neurophysiological processes efficiently produce behavior such that it is meaningful. Matter, where does the meaning come from in this understanding of matter, which is as a passive, unformed phenomenon, or much less purposive. So the main problem with contemporary action theory, how can we explain intentional behavior, an action? I intend to do whatever. How can these embody a meaningful intention, which then top down issues in meaningful purposive behavior? A wink, not a blink. And the answer is it can't. Because although we bemoan the loss of formal and final cause in Aristotle, notice that nobody in the last 8 hours has mentioned the disavowal of recursion and circular causality, which goes back to Metaphysics 8. So all the paradoxes of self-reference, all the business about activating oneself, all of this is gone too. And what that means is that there is no modern understanding. See, the problem with modernity is it got rid of formal and final cause, but it kept the disavowal of recursive circular causality. And as a result, there is no way to explain how parts, individual independent particles, can interact to produce coherent totalities that hang together as a unit, which obviously formal cause for Aristotle did the job, but we don't have that anymore, and so we cannot explain coherence. That is the reason why John Donne, more or less writing at the time of Newton and Descartes, writes, "All coherence gone," in that beautiful poem. Of course it is. On this modern view of cause and explanation, all coherence is gone. Kant recognized this. I am very pleased that everybody is starting to recognize this about Kant, because what I was looking for as far back as the mid-80s was some kind of process, some kind of, I'm going to use the mechanism, the word mechanism in a very broad sense, to simply mean, what is it that can allow particles to interact to produce wholes, to then in turn reconstitute itself through those parts or instantiate itself in the as an instance of with those parts. And Kant, in the Critique of Judgment, the third critique, which everybody forgets, because remember, he had been awoken from his dogmatic slumbers by Hume, and he really, as one of the speakers mentioned, believed that the constitutive category of the understanding gave us basically Newtonian mechanical forces. He says, understanding the intrinsic purposiveness of living things. The Critique of Judgment has a section called the Critique of Teleological Judgment, and that's where this is taken from. He says, requires a kind of causality unknown to us. And what I just happened to read the critique, talk about one's journey. I happened to read the Kant's Critique of Judgment more or less in the same week that I read Prigoghine's popularized book with Isabel Stenger, Order Out of Chaos. And I thought, oh my goodness, I think I've got a model that got the Nobel Prize, so it's not voodoo science. The Western scientists won't hit the roof about it. It allows me to reconceptualize mereological parts to whole and whole to parts causal relations. Right? Now, for example, autocatalysis is a recursive process. And yet, it doesn't bother anybody. But in a sense, it's because folks who start using, biologists were the last ones to push back on Newtonian notion of science and efficient causes and so on, because they understood the circular relationships that occur in nature. But it's curious that anytime they start speaking about this, they quickly leave the term cause, because I think that's a losing proposition. I think I've left that to the scientist, and I will let them to have the word cause to mean efficient causality. But as soon as they mean something else, they start talking about constraints, factors, conditions, and all sorts of other words that give them a sort of recursive causality, but doesn't fit standard causality. So what I have been arguing for since the first book, called Dynamics in Action, that MIT published for me in 1999, I've been advocating a new theory of interlevel causality as constraints, because I think that gets me a way to reintroduce forms, a formal cause, a final cause, without running afoul of Western science. So this one was published in '99, and this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for some form of interlevel relations that bottom up can organize individual, previously independent particles into complex dynamical wholes, which are qualitatively different, which exhibit irreducible emergent properties, but which are not other than the components that make them up. Please remember, in efficient cause, the cause must be other than, separate and distinct, so spatio-temporally distinct from the effect. But clearly, if we're talking about the self-organization of the dynamical whole, that is not a fused block, but rather is what I call multiply realizable. That description has been, I think, used here in using the terms, it is unity in differentiation. But what I want to say is that those complex dynamical systems are not epiphenomenal. See, another implication of the modern notion that apparent wholes are nothing but the sum of their parts is that then those apparent wholes, W-H-O-L-E-S, are epiphenomena. They are causally powerless, which means what? I cannot explain action as behavior that issues from a higher level of organization and intention and mental processes. So what I would like to say is that I'm looking for a phenomenon that can give me a global dynamical, Charles Dyke used to call these structures of processes. We could call them dynamical networks, we can call them, but that actively can, notice I'm sneaky, I've used the word influence. We can use the word modulate, we can use regulate, but as soon as you say causal, you will turn off most of the Anglo-American Western scientists. So, and that selection criteria is determined at the emergent and systemic level, which fits with, I believe it was Professor Noble's phrase that as the higher up you go, the freer you are. Right? Whoops, back. So I want to say that I want a theory that can explain to me how a whole can cause itself to change and behave in certain ways while staying itself as a whole. And I believe that I can do that in terms of the language of constraints. So what I will define as constraints are conditions or factors that change the probability of other events and processes. They facilitate or regulate energy transfer, but they don't themselves impart energy. And I'm thinking of things like catalysts and feedback loops and so on. Constraints are conserved. And I believe some forms of constraint are able to generate emergent levels of coherence that are each characterized by distinct novel properties. And of course, I am assuming, as with Prigogine, that we are talking, as Professor Turner just mentioned, open systems far from equilibrium. These are not near equilibrium thermodynamic systems. they are far from equilibrium equidynamic systems. So what I did in the first book in 1999 is borrow from Lila Gatlin and talk about two forms of constraints. In that book, I used the word context-free constraint because Lila Gatlin had used context-free, and I got a lot of grief from people saying there's nothing that's context-free. So I said, okay, how about we use the term context-independent constraint? And the way Lila Gatlin defines context-independent constraints is she says, those are conditions that take a system away from randomness. So clearly, if you have situations, if you have white noise, everything's random, there can be no complexification happening. In fact, if you are near equilibrium, because there are basically none of these constraints that are strongly at work, everything quickly devolves towards the classical thermodynamic notion of equilibrium, which is basically stasis, right? Examples that I want to suggest for context-independent constraints would be gradients, polarity, charge, boundary conditions. In a sense, what I view context-independent constraints as setting up is a field, a possibility space within which something else was going to happen. Why not just limit the notion of constraint to these phenomena, these context-independent constraints? Because I think context-independent constraints do not by themselves give you complexification. They set the background for something else to be possible. Example, in the early cosmos, if inflationary period is in fact so, if all dissipates into the void, then you won't get complexity. It will all dissipate into nothing. If, on the other hand, you look at space-time as a gravitational well in Einstein, then if everything were to be sucked into a black hole, it would explode and you wouldn't get complexity either. So what I believe you need is, in addition to context-independent constraints, given a background of context-independent constraints, in other words, given that you've taken the system far from equiprobability, so you're now far from equilibrium, context-dependent constraints, I think, can kick in, if you will, at that point. Lila Gatlin defines context-dependent constraints as those constraints that take a system far from independence, so they connect events to each other. Please remember, back to Newtonian mechanics. Newtonian mechanics are Markovian. The future does not remember the past. I sometimes think of mechanical forces, the forceful impacts of one billiard ball on the other is they move things, but they don't change anything. So in a sense, they take a system away from independence, but then, you know, things reassert themselves. But for example, in language, a very easy way of explaining context-dependent constraints, and I include temporally dependent constraints as well as spatially dependent constraints, is, for example, in English, given that a Q appears, a U is more likely to happen next. So it fits my example of a constraint as changing the probability of what's going to come next. But I think that is so for catalysts, for feedback loops, timing, which I think if spatial context-dependent constraints are often ignored, temporal dependent constraints are even more ignored. For example, timing. In the second book I wrote, which was published 6 months ago, also by MIT Press, I mentioned the notion of timing, and I use as an example a playground swing. A child will learn very quickly that when he or she kicks, the moment in which he or she kicks is as important as the amount of energy they impart into that kick. But the timing, the moment, does not itself impart energy. It's not an efficient cause. It cannot be handled by classical modern causality. I would say, since we spoke recently about interfaces, that interfaces function as a form of context-dependent constraints. They interconnect the outside with the inside. So I would want to say that first-order context-dependent constraints, such as catalysts and feedback, make behaviors of the parts depend on what went before and what is occurring around them. Why is this important? Because context-dependent constraints can embed, can carry out embeddedness. See, again, in Newtonian science, which is what I consider modern science, in modern science, space and time are featureless, empty containers. There is no such thing as embedding a phenomenon in its context. The context is separate from and supposedly acts on the thing as an efficient cause. No, that's not what a niche does in biology. That's not what a cell does for the organelles in it. But context-dependent constraints allow me to have a form of logic that makes independent, previously independent particles interdependent and embed them in a system. Now, what I would like to say is that context-dependent constraints that enable a whole that is not other than the components, but has emergent properties that the components don't have, I want to call those enabling constraints because they enable complexification. They make complexity possible. And I think this is the mechanism that allows novelty, that allows emergent properties, which I think even Aristotle, because he believed that forms and purpose and bios purpose were built in from the start, from creation, he could not allow for evolution. This allows me to understand a way that complex systems can, that nature is creative and can produce complex systems with emergent properties that are qualitatively different from their components. So first order context, the logic of constraint says that first order context-dependent constraints generate systems, organisms, communities, in other words, wholes, W-H-O-L-E-S. In other words, complex-dependent constraints are the origin, the source of those higher level of organizations that we've sort of taken for granted in our discussion here. And this is very common, I think, because in general, the term constraint is usually used to mean only restrictive, top-down, restrictive, limiting the space of possibilities. But I borrow enabling constraints from biologists like Howard Patty, like Stan Salty, an awful lot of these early thinkers in hierarchy theory from biology were perfectly comfortable with the notion of enabling constraints that generate higher levels of organizations. If this is so, if you have emergent properties at the higher level of organizations, these higher levels are qualitatively not merely aggregates. They, in fact, have an expanded space with greater dimensions of freedom. The whole can do more than its parts, but it is not other than its parts. But if you are stuck in a modern, scientific, atomistic, reductionistic, efficient causality framework, you can't explain that. Whereas things like lasers have properties they can cauterize that individual photon streams cannot. So there is clearly a way of now understanding the emergence of qualitatively emergent properties. And in complex dynamical systems theory, these are often called complex attractors. And because, as Prigogine won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry by showing that these dissipative structures, such as Bénard cells, dust devils, hurricanes, as well as BZ reaction, I'll talk about these a bit later on, they persist because they create order, and it's a metastable form of equilibrium disorder, and that this is why they can persist. So I would want to say that strong emergence, meaning emergence that is not epiphenomenal, is the generation of higher levels of organization and the establishment and closure of what I call a constraint regime. I don't know what else to call it, but it is a set of interlocking interdependencies. You might want to call it a network of constraints, but again, I'm always thinking dynamical processes. I used to joke around and say that the worst thing that happened to philosophy was that Parmenides won and Heraclitus lost, and it was the end of philosophy from there on in. But in any case, I'm always thinking dynamical process. These are interlocking dynamical interdependencies of context-independent constraints acting as a background, but not independent of, but working together with, affecting context-dependent constraints and vice versa. And so each new coherent dynamic, Urs Sazmari, the biologist in Hungary, says that with Maynard Smith, said that major transitions and evolutions all mark the appearance of a new coherence. So be it a self, a society, is a novel regime of dynamical constraints. The logic is analogous. The individual emergent properties at each new level of coherent have unique properties. So these constraints nest. I think I absolutely agree with this suggestion that's been made several times today. They nest as holons. Remember Kessler's idea of a holon as parts are holes and parts. They face both ways. But I also think they're not just holons where the influence goes vertically. The influence also goes horizontally among phenomena that exist at the same level of organization that can interact among themselves. But once a constraint regime that generates a holistic totality that can hang together like an organism, that constraint regime has double duty. It functions, it has two ways of operating. As constitutive constraints, that constraint regime stabilizes that higher level of organization. But I'm not reifying this. I'm not saying it is a thing, a stuff, a particle, unless you want to think of a particle as a condensate of constraints, which I probably do want to think of a particle more as a condensate of constraints than as a thing. This notion of matter as passive and inert, that's very recent too, but anyway, that's a whole different story. So they stabilize the higher level of organization, but they stabilize it in a metastable sense. When I use the term stability such that it persists, I'm thinking, for example, like a tightrope walker on a tightrope. There's a constant adjustment of those constraints. whether they're coming from the possibility space, like the wind increased, or somebody's distracted me and I've got an itch that's distracted me and I can't seem to, but there's a constant adjustment of constraints. So rather than efficient causes, I want to say constraint regimes are a constant dynamic of self-adjusting, interdependently adjusting constraints. And in particular, top-down acting as governing regulatory constraints. They regulate, modify, and otherwise control. Maybe you want to call them, they keep, for example, the individual photon streams aligned in the case of a laser. The components of which that constraint regime is composed. And since cancer was mentioned here more than once, I would want to say that when constraint regimes weaken, then the individual components slip the control of those constraint regimes, go rogue, and that's where cancer occurs. And so this idea of constraint can give me a way of, a logic of understanding not only how constraints can regulate and control top-down, but also how those regulatory dynamics emerge to begin with.
Dr. JUARRERO, if you can conclude in 5 minutes.
Yes, I think I will. So acting of governing constraints or constraint regimes implements, in a sense, second-order context-dependent constraints from the whole to the part. They do so by reducing the component's degree of freedom, and as a result, the behavior of the individual parts or the instance in question is subtly constrained by spatial-temporal context, history of the attractor in which they are embedded. And this is the way intentions operate. I would say the emergent properties of the context-dependent constraints in a living, especially in a human being with a neural system, against all the background of their history and evolution and everything else, embodies emergent properties of consciousness and meaning as neurons self-train and organize and self-organize, and intentions are neurologically embodied and enacted in such global structures. And this is how, I'm saying that again. And this is how intentions and purposiveness emerge in human beings and cause action. But I want to say, and I'll go through this very quickly, I would want to restrict the term purpose and consciousness to human beings. I would be perfectly happy to say that there is top-down regulation prior to the emergence of life. The fourth step in a busy, purely chemical reaction is autocatalytic. It drives the system far from equilibrium. At an instability, a bifurcation occurs. It drives the reaction to a brand new mode of organization with emergent properties, which are waveform-like. Thank you very much, Dr. Turner. I absolutely agree with that. I think emergent phenomena suddenly are analog, even if the components may be digital. I think the emergent dynamics are analog. And so the logic of explanation suitable to dynamical system is that we must take all levels of context seriously. We must take history, initial seriously. We must, oftentimes it can only be done retrospectively, only tentatively and very provisionally. And since this was mentioned during one of the talks, we must take the perspective of the scientist, or if you wish, the experimental apparatus seriously, because the observation leaks into the observed. That's the logic of explanation. What I was doing earlier was sticking my neck out and taking a stab at speculative metaphysics, if you will. So, and this is the new book, Context Changes Everything, and the new chapter is all about what went wrong, and hopefully the rest of it is how constraints create coherent dynamics and how that can explain so much of what we can't explain through Newtonian, very modern science. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much for your detailed and enthusiastic, rational presentation, which coincided with many of the talks given here today so far. I spoke directly to them. I hopefully we have some comments or questions from the audience. We have 10 minutes before the interdisciplinary dialogue, where hopefully we'll have very nice exchange amongst most of the presenters today. And also, if you could just stop sharing your screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pause share. Okay.
It's still there.
Stop share. Okay.
There it is. Yep. Thank you.
I would like to come in with a comment on the presentation by Alicia. I think it's really beautifully presented. This, of course, brings out very clearly indeed that there are multiple forms of causation. We've known that all the way from Aristotle onwards. And it really makes, I don't know how best to put it, it is absurd that so many scientists wedded to a mechanistic view simply think that the only form of causality is the efficient cause. It's so obviously a crazy way of looking at the situation. So thank you very much for your presentation. Very clear, and I will obviously want to see the new book.
Thank you. May I reply to that comment? I think that biologists would obviously agree with you, and you know, biologists, physiologists, and so on are perfectly happy with this. The problem that I think standard physics would respond is that, but there are no universal laws coming out of biology. And I think the answer to this, and of course, they have a whole edifice that universal laws must be underwritten by projectable predicates. This whole is the logic of philosophy of science. It goes all the way back to this. And the projectable predicates have to be applied everywhere. And as soon as you start talking about things like pieces, for example, one example was given, a piece of what? Yes, but the problem is a piece is an indexical. It automatically implies a context. And therefore, a physicist would say that's why the concept of piece, P-I-E-C-E, doesn't fit into physics. So if this is correct, then what this suggests is that, in a sense, a contextual physics has to be taken seriously. That what happens in complexification, and the reason I like the notion of constraint is that I am not limited to the notion of life, because as Dr. Turner was pointing out, well, where do you decide what's living or not living? But that's also true, for example, for tornadoes. I used to joke with Stan Stolte, who's a evolutionary biologist, developmental biologist. I would say, look at the way they name hurricanes. And the reason they name hurricanes is because they have these unique trajectories. They are responsive to the unique context out of which they emerged. They are dissipative systems par excellence, all right? But what that means is that you've got to then conceptualize possibility space as rugged. In a sense, physics has to think of space the way Waddington's landscapes helped us imagine an epigenetic, evolutionary, developmental landscape. And I think physics is far from doing that still. The idea that, you know, you are going to be able to have a theory of everything that will account for everything is still very powerful in the minds of physicists. I think though, that chemistry is starting to lose its footing there a bit. Because, for example, although I can't remember which of the talks spoke about chemistry as part of matter, and maybe it was Dr. Turner now at the end where you're saying, well, that's part of the atomistic. I'm not too sure of that. I was shocked when I was writing this second book that we don't really understand what molecular covalent bonds are. That covalent bonds, in fact, might be the synchrony and entrainment of the dynamics of shared electrons. Well, by golly, that's what we're talking about. Isn't that also what a laser is? It's the constraint regime of the interactions among a number of previously independent particles that now possess emergent properties. So the molecule can do more than the atom can. And if I strongly recommend Philip Ball's most recent book called How Life Works. Molecules within cells in elephants work completely different than molecules within cells of single-celled organisms. So even the same cell doesn't work the same way. So again, they are constrained at all levels of organization, and there's quite a number of those levels between the prokaryote and us. So I would want to extend this, I would almost want to say it's constraints all the way up and all the way down, in a sense, because it's wider than just a physical. It includes a physical side, but it goes wider than that.
Just to clarify, this last response from Dr. JUARRERO is from a comment written in the comment section by Dr. Dennis Noble, which reads, interlevel causality is part of what the principle of biological relativity is about. The higher levels set the boundary conditions that constrain the lower levels. This is a necessary feature without which any kind of computation by the lower level is impossible. These are your conditions and constraints. Such constraints are indeed enablers. Totally agree. Dennis.
Yeah, that's how the higher levels emerge. And so it's enabling emergence up, and then constitutive constraints that allow the system to persist over time, which is why, for example, I would prefer more the example of, instead of the cauliflower and the cloud, the cauliflower and the Bénard cell or something like that. Because clearly clouds do not have a closure. They're completely determined by the external condition. See, I want to make a distinction between context and environment. I think the environment can be perfectly nicely understood in terms of efficient causality. So when a tsunami wipes out a village in Indonesia, boy, that's an efficient causality. Wipe the thing out. But when we talk about context, we are not talking about efficient causality. We're talking about these kinds of interlocking, interdependent relationships and conditions that change each other's probability distribution to produce a higher level organization that can access degrees of freedom, therefore have its emergent properties that the components by themselves don't have, which tells me that, if anything, that the universe, reality, nature, I don't care what you call it, has a disposition towards coherence creation in terms of constraints that modern science simply could not fathom, could not handle, and disallowed.
I'm not sure if Dr. Noble had any response or if there's any other comments or questions from the audience. I did have one small question myself, but I would like to wait in case anyone else has a comment or question. Dr. Turner, perhaps, did you have any? No? Okay. So I just wanted a little more clarity about something that you mentioned at the end, where you said you would reserve purpose and consciousness for humans. So I wonder what is behind that. Now, we saw some videos from Dr. Brian Ford where, the cells, a single cell was eating some things and not eating other things. So we agree that there is a distinction between, consciousness and perhaps cognition for lower level organisms and cells, and also something that Dr. MADHAVA Puri is also aware of is, this distinction of anthropology, how obviously at the human level of life, there are distinctions that are not there at the lower levels of life. So we're just curious about your take on that.
I'm not familiar with the Vedic tradition, but I did know that it's a lot more sophisticated than modern science, in that there are a lot of different concepts that capture the nuances of the different forms of what I would want to call top-down control. It would seem to me very clear that the single-celled organism that Dr. Ford presented is a unitary totality, a whole, that has autonomy and agency in the sense of those interlocking dependencies persist even when there are minor differences in the components of that organism, when it swallowed something else, or when the environment changes a little bit. So it clearly has a constraint regime that top-down controls and regulates all its activities such that it persists as that entity. I suspect that every time Western scientists see top-down causation, they immediately want, I think maybe unintentionally, assimilate it to consciousness, because maybe they still operate in a unacknowledged Cartesian mind world where, oh, this must be Cartesian. Oh, but if that's so, then it has to come from outside. No. What I want to say is top-down causation occurs all the way from the abiotic realm to the level of humans, to the level of the psyche, to the level of society, to the level of the biosphere. And that at each level, there are unique and different properties, emergent properties. And I would prefer to make sure that the language we use reflected that nuance. Whereas using the word consciousness all the way down seems to me to water down that specification. And maybe it's my fault that I'm still thinking in a Western scientific mode and can't get used to not doing that.
We mentioned at the introduction of the conference also that just an etymological view of the difference between cognition and consciousness also seems to show a difference. So, there may be some justification and for multiple different angles of vision there. Now it's 2:47 and the floor is open for this interdisciplinary dialogue. We are hoping that Dr. James Shapiro is joining us. He said he was going to. I'm not sure if something came up. I haven't heard from him. But nonetheless, the floor is open. I think if we can just have some free dialogue amongst the speakers, and then perhaps later on, if I'd like to ask about a specific topic, if the speakers would like to chime in on it. But until then, please feel free to just discuss what you feel is relevant.
Yes. Yeah, I would like to ask Dr. Guerrero, the very nice talk. Thank you very much for attending and presenting that for us.
Thank you.
But I'm thinking in terms of some very simple system, let's say the trajectory of a planet.
Yes.
In the sky. Now, science has looked at that, observed the different positions of planets in the sky, and they've come up with laws of that trajectory. Now, that law would be what I would consider a constraint. If that's correct in your point of view, be a constraint of the system of the movement of those of that planet. Now, it seems to me, though, what you're saying is that the laws are created by the trajectories somehow, and this is where I'm having a difficulty understanding that conception. Where do these constraints come from? Like a law of a moving object. It can't come from the object itself, as far as I understand.
I'm very glad you brought up the whole point about planets, because of course even Newton realized that his laws of motion did not work as soon as you brought in a third planet. That as soon as you brought in what I would call context changes everything. And he realized that his predictability did not work. So I would call what we call a law a description of that constraint regime as it is operating. And I would want to say that probably the resonance among atoms, so I want to call constraints conditions that are not efficient causes. For example, even physicists have known for a long time that if you stand a whole bunch of metronomes on a platform, they will all end up swinging together, correct? That is called by physicists a governing constraint, as if the whole interconnectivity through the sharing of the vibrations creates a dynamic that is different from the individual components. So, but the shelf does not impart additional energy to those individual metronomes. The shelf is the enabling constraint that allows this higher level organization to emerge and create. And I would want to say that's true going all the way up and down. Does that help? Like the shelf on which the metronomes are placed, for example.
Well,
go ahead.
Yes, that's not, but that doesn't address the point that I'm asking. Where did that, let's say in a trajectory of a planet, where does that constraint come from? Can you explain that?
It's interesting because apparently now they are discovering certain lines of I don't want to say lines of force, but they're also like skeleton, almost like a scaffolding in the universe that might be that in the book I speculate that might be an example of a context independent constraint in the universe that might be responsible for example, the coalescence of cosmic dust into the galactic formations and so on. So I think I don't have a direct answer to your question, but I think what I'm hoping to do is to try to point to what we should be looking for. We should be looking for constraints. We should not looking for efficient causes.
Okay, and the other thing is that Aristotle gave, as you mentioned, 4 causes. And I recognize them as a concept, there's a formal cause. The efficient cause would be the agent who's acting. The material cause, of course, is the materials it's made of. And the final cause or purpose, that's for the sake of which it exists. You're only sticking to the efficient cause. This seems to be the paramount conception of the modern scientific viewpoint, which eliminates the other points of view.
Well, that's what I'm arguing against. I'm arguing against sticking only to efficient causality. But I don't want to go back to an Aristotelian understanding of final cause, which was built in from creation, universal, unchanging, doesn't matter what context it is in, the acorn in Aristotle's view is going to turn into an oak. We know from epigenetics today that very often the acorn, I'm following the metaphor here, the context in which something develops changes the phenotype dramatically. And so I don't want to stick to a notion of final cause that is built in by the creator from the start. I don't want to stick to a formal cause that is an idealist, almost Platonic concept. I understand Aristotle was not a Platonist. That's why he got kicked out of the academy. But he believed that the form was always embodied. But that form also pre-exists the substance in logic, if not in existence. And what I would like to say is that enabling constraints allow nature to be really creative, to generate novel types that aren't just being embodied and already were pre-existing, that they really are novel creations of the universe. I'm sticking my head up. That's pure speculative metaphysics.
Yeah, well, no, I'm just thinking very carefully about these things. Form and matter, yes, are related, no, without doubt. And for you, the constraints seem to be the form of the content.
I don't think these enabling constraints are the form. I think once those enabling constraints close, and I strongly recommend a book by Moreno and Mosio that came out about 7 or 8 years ago. I think it is Springer, called Biological Evolution, where they talk about the closure of constraints. It's not just the closure of processes, like the closure of the water cycle of the processes. It's the closure of the constraints, where the constraints themselves regenerate themselves to keep themselves going. And they consider that the hallmark of the origin of life and autonomy and agency. And that's where the independence of life comes from. So I strongly recommend their understanding of constraint, because I borrowed quite a bit from that.
All right, thank you.
I have a question for Dr. Turner.
Okay.
Would you limit the notion of interfaces? That's also true for Dr. Ravinath. Would you restrict the notion of interfaces to membranes, for example, in the case of biology? I'm thinking in terms of liquid-liquid phase separations, for example. I think those provide boundaries and do more or less the same functions that the membrane does.
Yeah, I would agree with you completely. I mean, the cell membrane is just the very simplest and most familiar example of an adaptive, or what I'm calling adaptive interfaces. But then we get up to examples like the termite mound. The termite mound is an adaptive interface. Its internal structure is basically controlled by the termites themselves, and it interacts with the wind environment in such a way to make the termite mound behave as a lung, and you can extend this even further, and you can look at the modifications of environments by collections of organisms, not just superorganisms, but also entire ecosystems as adaptive interfaces, because what you're really doing here is you're using information to constrain, if you will, the movement of matter and energy between organisms, environment, and other environments, and that could very easily act as an adaptive interface in my view. So yes, I would not limit it to a membrane.
And I think what you end up with is that, and this fits with Dr. Noble's notion about freedom increasing at the higher level, is that those constraint regimes over eons, over evolutionary time, over cosmic time, are increasingly loose. They are generative in that they support many instantiations of the same dynamic. So they have become looser over evolutionary time, I would suggest. And that is what allows the incredible richness that can evolve as a result.
So are the constraints looser, or is it just that life over time has been able to mobilize much more energy to basically organize it itself? And I mentioned the 90 terawatts of energy that was captured in the Earth energy budget. I don't know of any figures that have looked back in the past to see what the energy budget or what the diversion of energy into life was back, in the Precambrian or the Archean period. But the increasing of life's complexity, Mary and others have pointed to these life's major evolutionary transitions. That has to be accompanied by a variation in the ability, basically by an increase in the ability of life to mobilize energy towards its ends. And I don't know if anyone has any familiarity with these kinds of paleo energy budgets that we're talking about.
I don't know about that,
the
but we
critical
know
one.
that
The
adult brain uses less energy than the infant. So the organization of the brain through learning is it lowers the rate of local entropy production overall. Now, as an adult, we consume a lot more energy, but a lot of it is just going to the work to keeping that lower entropy structure going. Sorry, Dr. Noble, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yes, if I could come in on that question, it seems to me that before the symbiogenetic event that led to the formation of mitochondria, chloroplasts, plastids, whatever you want to call them, there would have been no possibility of multicellularity, because the amount of energy you can get prior to that symbiogenetic effect was only about 10% of what is necessary. So that transition, which is certainly one of the transitions, of course, that John Maynard Smith and Mari include in their lovely book, that transition was absolutely critical to the whole of what we call the Cambrian period of explosion. It would not have been possible for energy sufficient to keep, for example, a heart beating to pulse blood around a multicellular organism. These are simple physiological facts. So I regard McClintock's work, although she always generously said it was not her discovery, but she certainly put it on the map. It was otherwise left to some papers published at the very beginning of the last century that had not been paid much attention to at all. She put the whole issue on the map and argued for it. I chaired a debate between her and Richard Dawkins here in Oxford in 2009. But it seems to me that that was the critical transition that made it possible for multicellularity to occur. Without that, it would not have happened.
And I've often said that the real triggering event in the development of multicellular animals certainly was the invention of the epithelium, and I mentioned the epithelium as the next scale up of the extended organism, and energetically that makes a certain amount of sense. If you have homeostasis that's being imposed on both sides of the adaptive interface, the fact is there's the disruptive forces to that orderliness are much greater if it's not encapsulated, and this is probably one of the big motivations for inventing the epithelium. It's just easier for the cells to maintain a nice regulated environment for themselves if they hide it behind another adaptive interface, namely the epithelium, which actually controls the environment on its own on the inside of that. And if you look at the expansion of capabilities that the organisms were capable of, the epithelium is one of the fundamental organizing principles of multicellular animals. Almost everything can be reduced to some kind of epithelium or whatever is the epithelium is nested within. And there is some evidence that this kind of organization actually does save energy. It's an energy conservation means. Not only is less work needed to maintain homeostasis, but it's a different order of magnitude of conservation of energy, and this is evident in if you look at the scaling with body size of metabolic rate, which is the energy consumption rate. If it doesn't behave according to the ways that you would expect from simple geometric scaling, certainly in the case of animals, the variation with body size is different from the variation that you get in a collection of organisms like bees of the same biomass. It's the scaling is entirely different, and that feeds into basically metabolic efficiencies inherent in the multicellular organization of animals. So
yes, I have to say that no, please, after you.
Dr. Ravinath, I believe Brian Ford is suggesting you go ahead.
Yeah, so basically I wanted to, I'm talking about a totally different aspect. I would like to quote the famous scientist Albert Einstein, who has said that science without religion is lame and religion without science is blind. And I, with my scientific background, which I had already acquired through my academic, and then I switched over to spirituality. I got deeply interested in meditation because of various profound experiences. And I also started reading Srimad Bhagavatam. Sri Krishna Keshava Das ji conducts regular sessions of Srimad Bhagavatam every alternate days. And I found a lot of scientific insights in the Vedic scriptures, which I have quoted quite a few times in my talk today, from the Bhagavad Gita, from the Srimad Bhagavatam, from the Prashna Upanishad. So the Vedic approach is basically to go inward. There is a highly sophisticated laboratory inside each and every one of us, and that is our mind. Our mind is a very powerful tool which can be harnessed to help us to overcome all kinds of problems in our life. It could be physical, it could be mental, it could be emotional. So my approach has been always to go inward and seek answers. And I would like to quote from the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, which is a very ancient scripture, where he says that Pratyakshanumana Gamana Pramanani, where he says that knowledge which gets revealed to you is much more powerful than the knowledge which you get reading books or any other means. So, however, when the knowledge was revealed to me, various revelations happened to me. I kept journaling them, and it took me several years to make up my mind and to put them together in the form of a book. And so I used a lot of scientific work which has been already done to substantiate the messages that I received. So I thought I should clarify this point, because consciousness is something which you will be able to experience it when you transcend your physical form. Like we all have this gross body and the energy body. So during deep states of meditation, when the mind is held in a non-thought state, it literally goes into a state where you get no thought, and that is the state a lot of revelations happen. And all the points which I shared today in my presentations were revelations which happened at various instances, and I have substantiated them with the relevant experiments done by various people in different parts of the world. So I thought I'll share that with you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the religious idea or the idea of religion is different from the modern scientific viewpoint in that the modern scientific viewpoint is materialistic. It basically
Yes.
says that the universe is the whole. We live in a universe of matter. Whereas the religion takes the viewpoint that we live in God, a sentient being, a conscious, self-conscious, what would you say, self-conscious personality. We live and have our being within that. So how to accommodate the difference between the scientific point of view and the religious point of view.
Yeah. In fact, the
Because
point which you covered in your talk, I'm sorry to interrupt, the point you covered in your talk about anabolism, metabolism, and catabolism, the creation, the sustenance, and the destruction, is
Yes.
covered in Srimad Bhagavatam. So the religious texts also believe that the consciousness is constantly evolving, depending upon the needs of man. The cosmic consciousness is also constantly evolving, and I mean, if there were a kind of gadget to measure the type, the nature of consciousness, the cosmic consciousness is exactly same like our individual consciousness. But the reason we all differ, we all are individualistic, is because our individual consciousness is associated with a mind which is unique to each and every one of us. And that mind is unique because we all have different types of memories and experiences and impressions embedded in it, depending upon our experiences right from our childhood.
Yeah, so
And as
our
per
interest,
as per Srimad Bhagavatam, also each and every cell is also completely conscious. Its consciousness is a part of the cell, and it arises out of that Mahatattva, which is mentioned in the Srimad Bhagavatam, and that Mahatattva is our DNA, which is there in the nucleus. So it's from the Vedic text that I have got insight to also substantiate the revelations that come in.
yes. So our interest in our research, our studies are dedicated toward trying to understand what is that harmony between science and religion? How can it be established? What do we have to think? What is the concept that's required to bring these two together and not have them only, completely opposite of one another without any connection whatsoever? So that's the whole purpose of our institute, is to study that relationship between the two and to try to come up with those ideas that establish that relationship. We don't ignore the scientific point of view, but that point of view.
Please allow Dr. Puri to continue.
That's okay. That point of view, the religious point of view, is not entertained by science because they make a presupposition about the whole of which we are a part. Now that presupposition has never been justified. That's simply something they do out of the development of ideas over the centuries, coming from, like I said, Dr. JUARRERO also mentioned this about how people have changed the idea of, let's say, Aristotle or Plato over the centuries. come down to what the modern scientific viewpoint is. But that has not always been entertained by civilization. And the civilization, we cannot assume that the past civilizations were less intelligent than ourselves. They had reasons for the things they understood. And we have to try to discern that reasoning in our present day, even though things have changed so drastically. And that's what we're trying to do by study of the history of ideas and how they developed to the present state from the past. And if that can be understood, I think, and I have found that kind of resolution of the relationship between, say, religion and science in the philosophy of Hegel and the philosophers during that the German idealistic period. And of course, we find that also in Vedanta and the Vedas. They never had a problem of conflict of science and religion as we do today, because their understanding was very different than what we have now. So
Science believes in empirical data and observation using the sense organs, whereas what happens in meditation is revelations happen. Now, the other thing which I would like to say is in Srimad Bhagavatam, it is very clearly mentioned that everything rose out of consciousness, cosmic consciousness, right from a unicellular organism to a multicellular organism and the most complicated or the most evolved organism, which is the human. Everything evolved from the cosmic consciousness.
Now, so there's 15 minutes left designated for this dialogue. And I'm sure everyone is very busy, although it would be wonderful to just allow the dialogue to continue beyond that. But just for the sake of punctuality and to respect everyone's time, if I could possibly recommend one topic to discuss for the last 15 minutes that I think everyone would be able to say something about, I hope that would be okay. So essentially, from the angle of the development of modern science and starting to now embrace purposiveness and teleology, or this is the historic word, that gets us as far as systems thinking, right? Here we are with Dr. Dennis Noble, a champion of systems biology, and Dr. JUARRERO, a champion of dynamic systems theory, right? And these allow us to have a more holistic vision of nature and describe the complexity of living cognitive entities in ways that far surpass the reductionist explanations. And that is a tremendous development beyond what science currently is. Well, but still we find in scientists who are embracing this systems thinking, such as Michael Levin from Boston, where he has written a paper just 2 years ago in Frontiers in Psychology, where he now, taking that systems approach, tries to define self, the computational boundaries of self as it relates to life and cognition. And using that systems approach, he is still limited from considering the first person perspective of self. He specifically says in that paper that he will only talk about third person perspectives. So the perspective of an observer viewing a self in nature. But he specifically mentions that he will not be talking about the first person perspective, or the subjective sense of self that we all experience in every aspect of our life. So the idea of self-consciousness, our sense of self as self, and then our capacity to observe nature and for science to come out of our own self-consciousness and desire to have some idea of what we're doing and where we are, that still seems inaccessible through the systems approach. And again, I'm quoting Dr. Michael Levin's work here because he seems to be a very intelligent individual and doing a lot of good work in Boston. And he's utilizing the systems thinking, and he avoids the first person perspective. So he's not equipped with a conceptual framework to address that self-conscious first person perspective. So
I think part of that comes from the idea that science is supposed to make inferences about the universe from observation and some objective stance, and I think I'm kind of sympathetic with Levin's approach, because one thing about consciousness is that it's idiosyncratic. It is a subjective personal experience, and how is it that you approach a subjective personal experience through observation except through self-observation? We've heard from Anandi, for example, the powerful ways in which self-awareness can influence physiology and so forth, but it's very much a subjective personal experience, and that doesn't diminish it in any way. But how do you study something like that scientifically through observation of an experiment?
Well, the field of phenomenology is there. Phenomenology, Hegel used phenomenology to mean the science of the experience of consciousness. And so a scientific development, now again, as you mentioned yourself, science is philosophy, but it's philosophy of empirical observation, starting from empirical observation. So obviously philosophy can also be based on reason and necessity. And now obviously there are many philosophers who don't base their philosophy on that, but we should look to the ones who do, including Hegel. So his entire system starts from indeterminate being. Everything is in the sphere of logic. His philosophy goes from the sphere of logic to nature to spirit, where, as Dr. Puri said in his presentation, every determination moving the system forward is a negation, is narrowing down that universal, very broad, to more determinate until we arrive into the sphere of nature, of empirical observation, in which the conscious entity can look upon itself in the human form of life, which can't be done at any other form of life. The human can then ask questions about itself and about life. It's not just trying to survive, not just trying to eat, mate, sleep, etc.
Yeah.
And then
I was just going to say, even though I say I'm sympathetic to Michael Levin's approach, that doesn't mean I agree with it. And actually, I think one of the problems with modern science is that it has deliberately limited itself to one particular way of approaching understanding the world, in such a way that it has come to imagine that it's the only scientific way to approach the world. And one of the reasons that the conference is so interesting is that we're actually exploring other ways that science can actually approach life, evolution, its nature, and so forth. And I'm not quite sure we're ready yet intellectually to take that on. There's been some progress made, obviously, but what's the path forward? I mean, Dennis Noble has outlined one possible way to bring that in, to bring in these kinds of what might be considered nebulous concepts like mind into our thinking. But nevertheless, mind is absolutely essential. We have to find a way to actually make that happen. And
actually, in that spirit, I'd like to put a question to Brian Ford. You showed some really quite remarkable behavior by unicellular organisms. When watching those, I did not find it too difficult to imagine the experience of the organism itself. It seems to me that the one that was sending a pseudopodium out all over the place, exploring what was happening, must have had a sense of what it was doing and why it was doing it. It's very hard to imagine otherwise. But my question is this: is it correct to say that nearly all of those spectacular forms of behavior were actually eukaryotic, or did you have any examples of prokaryotes doing anything comparable? That would begin to answer part of the point, wouldn't it?
Well, that's an interesting question, as all your questions always are, Dennis, and it's a great pleasure to see you again. Some eukaryotes do, all eukaryotes do, and some prokaryotes do too. For example, if you look at bacteria, I mentioned in my talk, bacteria forming a biofilm, they do it by actually cooperating. They form a lattice. They line up together in an almost geometrical pattern. And so they are clearly aware of the benefits of acting together. And in my view, the one question we've been speaking greatly now about the ancient philosophers and modern philosophers too, those don't concern me. They're old and everybody else is talking about them. I talk about things nobody else is talking about. And from my point of view, what I find so interesting is the way in which the single-celled eukaryote became a multi-celled organism. And that, it was expressed in a book I had published almost 50 years ago, that is because of delegation. I think these complicated cells recognize in some strange way that they had done as much as they could. And by combining together into what we would now call an organism, so that some cells concentrated purely on excretion, other cells purely on fission, some cells purely on protection, others purely on digestion, then you began to have a multicellular organism in which each cell embodied a small selection of the propensities that existed in the original, more complicated cell. So in other words, multicellularity is a process of delegation, and more to the point, of recognizing that delegation would be beneficial. And what I find very interesting is this: the smallest organisms you can find. I mean, we did hear the point that epithelium is important. Epithelium is a latecomer. Epithelia only arise once you've got pretty substantive organisms. What I'm interested about is why an organism like, for example, Hydra would come together, because we don't have any organisms with fewer than, say, 1,000 cells. But when multicellularity began to evolve, it would have been 2, 3, 4, or 8 cells working in concert. And we have never come across such an organism. We have no knowledge of what they might be. But in my scheme of things, in the terms of a sort of a spectrum of delegation, then they must at one stage have organized themselves. I mean, it could well be that if you think of a biofilm, that cells would have come together in a clump, and some would have just found it was more convenient to concentrate on a specific physiological or metabolic function, and others on something else. And in time, multicellularity would have evolved. Very little attention has ever been paid by any biological philosopher to how a single-celled organism becomes a multi-celled organism. And I've got a sneaky feeling that my diagram, that was published in 1976, is the only possible explanation that anybody has ever yet put forward. The questions that I like to address are those that nobody else is considering. I'm not greatly concerned with matters which already have thousands of devoted philosophers dissecting and digesting.
But I think the question that you've raised is extremely important. When does a clump transition to an organized collection? That's the key.
That's a very good point. And when you look at these biofilms,
that's the issue here.
The biofilm could almost be a multicellular organism.
I have that as a footnote in the second book. Biofilms seem to be an in-between, between a lattice that seem to sort of stack on top of each other. When does it? Yes. When is the stack not a clump, but it becomes organized into a hierarchical or heterarchical organization of some sort? And the question what's the causation there?
By the way, about your metronomes, that isn't quite right. The metronomes have got to be identical. They've got to be tuned to the same time, and they've got to be started differently, and they must be on a flexible shelf. If they're on a piece of granite, it won't work. They have to be on a shelf that can just subtly and imperceptibly move, and in that way that resonance is transmitted, and eventually they become as synchronized as women in a group synchronizing their menstrual periods. It is a remarkable thing.
Correct. It's the same thing, exactly.
Can I make one point, please?
Before we continue, which we will, for those who would like to stay and continue the discussion, we will remain. For those who need to go, we understand, and we want to, offer our sincere gratitude for you taking the day to join us to follow these variegated talks from very different angles of vision, and to still gather with nothing that could be short of sincere humility from all the participants to have this kind of amicable discussion. And we thank you very much, and we hope that this has been productive for philosophy, for science, for just opening us up to new perspectives in some way. And please feel free to leave if you need to. Otherwise, we will remain here. So,
thank you very much for inviting me. I have to go to a grandchild's birthday party.
Yes, I have to go too, but I think I can speak for everyone that we echo your thanks and your appreciation for the contributions of everyone here. I thought it was a fascinating day.
Yes, it really was. I also have to go, but my thoughts will remain.
Thank you, Dr.
Okay.
Ford. Pleasure to see you again.
All right. Goodbye, everyone.
Take care.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Well, yes, Anandi, you would like to say something? Please go ahead.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about this cell consciousness, giving an analogy of our dream state. What happens is when we go into the dream state, there are so many characters, so many human beings, so many animals who come into our dream. They are not real. They are a part of our dream. But what is it that keeps them alive? That is our individual consciousness, which is working through those characters which are there in the dream. So, but they are in the dream. They seem to be like alive and real. So there is this psychic sense organ which works through our Agnya chakra. Our Agnya chakra, there are various chakras in our body, the consciousness centers. The Agnya chakra has got the psychic sense organ. And similarly, there is this psychic sense organ which works through all the cells, right from the unicellular to the even in the multicellular organisms. In every cell, there is this sense organs which are in the psychic form. So that is how the cell is conscious. The cell is exhibiting consciousness, and it is exhibiting all the cognitive abilities which are generally which are shown by us through our sense organs. Those kind of cognitive abilities it is able to sell even as a unicellular organism.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Anyone else? Dr. Wallace, I see that you're here. If you'd like to contribute anything, you're welcome.
Ay.
A big topic.
I can't really. I missed most of the program, unfortunately. Other obligations, but it looks like it was very rich. So I have to congratulate you on organizing it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I would like to also take. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Best to everyone.
So we'll conclude just by giving our respectful prayers and remembrance to our gurus who have encouraged us to be sincere, open-minded seekers on the path of truth. Om Gyanati Mirin Hasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshor and Militam Yena Tasma Shri Guruve Namah. Jai Vishnupad Paramahamsa Shripad Bhakti Madhava Puri Maharaj Ki Jai.